Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Simracersworld TV, and welcome back to the virtual Belcar eSeries. A fantastic championship has been presented to us so far this season, and we are here for the fourth round. And, well, we've made the trip across the pond to Daytona Beach, and the sun is shining. Everybody is excited to be here, and including myself, I have the incredible Jack Werrell and the awesome Hasse Rømer joining me in the box. Jack, I'll start with you, mate. A hell of a circuit for these guys to come to for 6 hours today, hence the need for 3 commentators.
Yeah, well, it's great to be here, but yeah, 6 hours is a bit of a stretch for 2 of you, so I thought I'd come along, sweep in and save the day. But I can't sort of put into words how excited I am to be here, because we've got a massive range of drivers, and I'm going to have to try and work it out on the fly throughout the race. But I've got a feeling at least 2 of the classes we have out on circuit today, at least, or I think it's the 911s and the GT4s, there's a possibility the championship for that class could be won today.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see whether we can do the maths on the fly, like you say. It's part of our job that we don't always enjoy, but it makes it all the more exciting. Hasse, we've been treated to some incredible racing so far, mate. What do you reckon we're going to see around Daytona today?
I hope we're in for more of what we've seen already for the past 3 rounds of the virtual Belcar eSeries. It's been so good, the action we've seen on display, and I think Daytona's going to lend itself to more of the same here, with plenty of space for overtaking, plenty of space for drama in the chicane, turn 1, and I think we're going to see quite a bit of congestion as well with traffic there on the infield. So I think it's going to be time to strap yourselves in, because I believe we're in for another 6 really exciting hours here.
Beautifully said. Right then, we'll crack on. Thank you, of course, to SkylimitEvents.com. Your way to the racetrack, as you can see at the top right of your screen. They are the event sponsors for today. We'll just run you through then while qualifying is going on at the moment. We'll just show you all the times and everything that is going on. Fabrice Cornelis is currently top of the pile again for SimTag Racing. Him and his teammates have been pretty amazing this season in the Radicals class. And once again, we see him top of the pile. He's ahead of Lucas Dolzer in the SimRC Club Sport machine, and Jorn van den Akker in Traxxas by J&V Services is currently 3rd. And I tell you what, these Radicals are very, very loud, because I've got iRacing turned down on my volume mixer to just a level of 5, and it's this loud. It's pretty amazing. A bit of a moment there for the Traxxas car. Martin van Loozenord for G-Drive Racing Exemia is currently top in the Porsche Cup class, and that's not something we're used to seeing this season. The Bingoal by SimTag EMG car has been pretty untouchable as this season goes at the moment. Second is that car though, Boudewijn Kuster, and Jarno de Houw for JJ Motorsport. He's up there too. Those guys have been doing a great job. Tim Clayson's, well, just coming to you on this one, Jack, actually. I mean, Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot. We were saying earlier, they've won every race so far this season in this GT4 car. They seem to be a bit of an unstoppable force, don't they?
They really do, and just while you were talking there, I think if they win today, they will have won the championship. I might be able to get a little closer to the point with it, like, so the minimum position they have to finish, or the lowest position they have to finish to get that championship secured. But today is the day for these guys. They've been incredibly consistent. Like you say, they've won every single round so far. All 3 of them, they've dominated it. And I haven't personally been here to watch it, like live with you, but I've popped in every now and then. And they just seem to disappear into the distance. They've got something else that the other teams don't. And I think that's just going to be so valuable to them today. They're going to have to lay their cards onto the table and push as hard as they can, because, yeah, the championship is what they're pushing for.
And just to come to you as well, Hasse, on this one, Scuderia Sim Racing just behind them on the circuit. They had a bit of a rough start to the season, being one of the primary causes of the big pileup we saw at Spa, but since then, I mean, it's Vatlet and Jeroen Vatlet and Kevin Lemons have been they've been right up there, to be fair, haven't they, pushing the Talk Freak Racing team since then?
Yeah, they've actually been the only ones, I think, in the GT4s to really be able to compete with Talk Freak in that class. Talk Freak's been so strong so far. So I think if anywhere the challenge is going to come from, it's going to be from here. We also heard some of the GT4 drivers last time around when we did the interviews after the 3-hour race at Le Mans speak about the the prospect of actually being able to more or less reuse their setups for this occasion here, and that's something that might be able to bring in a lot more confidence in the car, that the car handles like it did at Le Mans. Mind you, a short bit of time before the broadcast went live, we were seeing track temperatures of 48 degrees centigrade. So it's going to be tricky for the drivers out there today.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hot indeed. I think they are going to struggle. We'll just bring you up the weather on the right-hand side then. So you got the local time. Not much wind, but air temp 21 degrees. Yeah, track temperature now 44 degrees Celsius. Humidity nearly 50% as well. So it is nice and toasty out there at Daytona Beach, but it's the sort of weather you would expect from that part of the world. Just looking here though at the Flemish SimSports GT4 car. The spec map not loaded on that one, unfortunately, for Jack and Hasse. I know the pair of them will be dribbling over that as the race goes on. Just look at the TCRs as well. We actually have, this is coming up as it's Joseph Kovacs for Simtag Racing, but I believe it's actually Attila Sipos behind the wheel. For some reason it hasn't worked in terms of the name transfer, which I've tried to do here for them, I'm afraid. But we'll sort that out. But another one in the G-Drive class, sorry, a G-Drive team, Ben Thayen's currently sat in the pit lane at the moment, and, well, I mean, it goes without saying, doesn't it, Hasse, that this season they have been the guys to chase, really have.
They've been the guys to chase. They've been the guys to beat as well, and nobody's really managed to do it. The drive they put in at Le Mans was just, they made it look easy in a way that you could only ask Mika Häkkinen to speak about it. I think in the end it was so good, and they just drove away more or less from the first lap, and they never really looked back. They never really had any troubles or anything. They just kept a cool head, and more of the same today, and they're going to be it's going to be hard to beat.
And in the TCRs, Jack, when you're trying to stretch these cars out over the course of a run, it's not an easy car to be able to make last, really, is it? It's because it's front-wheel drive, you know, the front wheels are doing everything, so tyre life is very important in them, isn't it?
Yeah, I can imagine it is, because the rear wheels are literally there just to, well, support the rear. The fronts, like I say, are doing all the work. They put the power down. That's where the weight distributes to on the brakes. Obviously, they get hotter as well with the when you're going through the turns, and when you're on the brakes as well, that heat radiates through the brakes into the wheels as well. So I'm not sure whether it'll be a strategy they consider today, but whether they, on one of the stops, just change the front tyres, because personally I prefer a slightly slidey rear end on a front-wheel drive car. I feel it gives you that extra little bit of turning, but I know turn one here at Daytona, if you get too much turning, you end up going backwards, and it's quite a quick corner as well, so I reckon that'll be somewhere we keep an eye on. But it's sort of going into the unknown for me, really, because I've never really seen these TCRs go around such a prestigious circuit like this. So it'll be interesting to see how the drivers approach the 6 hours and what they do when they get there.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of things to think about in these sorts of races. I do just want to say as well, it is apparently it is actually meant to be Attila Sipos in the Simtag racing car, but he had a bit of an issue with his account or something apparently. So you will see that it does say Mr. Kovacs on the car when he is in there. I have tried changing the name, but for some reason the accent isn't coming up on the letters when I do the lovely little alt codes that we know and love, so apologies for that. Robin Van Gogh, though, just looking at that car a second ago, the BMS Motorsport Belcar machine, it's just very, very pretty car. Lovely spec map on it, nice and metallic. It does say GT3 Cup car though for some reason, but apparently he's made that Audi to fit, and it certainly does disguise itself well. Nowhere near as loud as some of the other cars as well on circuit, which is very, very interesting, because usually they are quite noisy bits of kit, but oh well. Fabrice Cornelis, though, in his very noisy Radical down the straight, is nearly 3/4 of a second quicker than everybody at the moment, and it's the sort of performance that we've expected to see from him this season, especially after how well he's been doing it every other round. But the Radical class, Hasse, has been incredibly close so far this season. We've seen great battles for the first half hour in each of these races, haven't we? I mean, Le Mans was on another level.
That was out there. It was it was very, very, very good indeed, and it was so close. I think closer than any of us could have anticipated it to be. Usually, when you see these races, it's very normal for it to stretch out, even in the first 10 minutes or so. So we saw a close battle between, I think, the top 7 cars or so, as far as in as 45 minutes. So I expect the same here again. The massive amounts of slipstream paired with the pretty draggy radicals, it's really going to be hard for the drivers to break clear with that long part of the Daytona track. That's the oval, and that I think is going to make it pretty similar to what we saw at Le Mans. So and that said, that's going to make it really interesting again here. So fingers crossed that it's just going to be more of the same.
Yeah, I think we can expect to see some great things from the Radicals. We've had a lot of fun with them so far this season, and it's been a very enjoyable group to watch. It may not be the biggest field. I think we've got 7 or 8 of them, but yeah, the way these guys manage to launch these cars around is pretty spectacular. So I'm expecting for more of the same, please, guys, because we have certainly enjoyed it. Just trying to have a look at how the stream looks now. Seems like it's okay. I just wanted to make sure, because I will admit to everybody, I have been having PC issues. I did build myself a new PC, or 2, last week. Oh, that's the way to do it. Oh dear me, was that the Pro Assist sim racing car, Gregory Franks? It was. He's gone back to the pits. That was a hell of a moment there. I'm not quite sure how he managed that one, but I'm just trying to see if I can find it again. But because he didn't go on grass or anything, I can't actually. It doesn't show that he went off track there, but I think the Radical got quite lucky there, didn't it, Jack?
Yeah, I think it did. I'm not sure whether it played a part in the initial incident, because they were very close. I wouldn't be surprised if they traded a little bit of paint. But while all that was going on, the Radical had just crossed the line of Fabrice Cornelis. He set the fastest lap of the session, a 1 minute 40.430, which is a crazy quick time, and he's just improved upon what was already a really good time. But we're looking at the person I was going to mention, the SimRC Club Sport car, because they're coming off a win. They won round 3 at Le Mans, so they will be hoping to carry that momentum through the 6 hours of Daytona and see what they can do just to bridge that margin between themselves and the SimTag racing car. And those two are P1 and P2 in the SR8 championship standings as well. So this is also like quite a key round for all the classes in theory, because this is one of the last major points where you can gain the points you need going into the final round. So if anything, this is maybe slightly more important than the final round at Le Mans, Zolder, pardon me.
Well, if they go to the final round at Le Mans, then they won't have much success, I imagine. But yeah, definitely, it's with championships like this, even though the races are long, you have to have the same mindset about the whole series. You have to be very conservative in a lot of situations. I think we are going to see a couple of these guys play it safe here. We've got Renzo Eulenbroek having a bit of an issue there. He's gone back to the pits. But yes, Lucas Dolzer did get closer to Fabrice Cornelis, but unfortunately not quite enough to bridge the gap and close it right down. But I think we're going to see some very close racing between a lot of these lot, because there's certain guys out there that they want to push to get a win at least this season. Some of them have been very close to each other throughout. Others, they've been lacking behind a little bit. So I think it's go time for a lot of these boys now. It's going to be very close. But this circuit, I think, really promotes it. And like Hasse was saying before, the setup's very similar to Le Mans, because you've got a couple of slow corners, you've got a couple of fast corners, but most importantly, one of the, as Lucas really gets out of shape there, one of the most important overtaking opportunities on this circuit is the banking, isn't it, Hasse? Where you're going to be at full speed, and I mean, it's not the hardest thing to drive around, but you know, you want the setup maxed out really, so you completely get the most out of that section.
Yeah, really, you really do. It's always the same with these high-speed tracks, that any time lost in the straights is something that you're really going to have to fight for in the corners. And some cars might be more inclined to have a better setup for the twisty bits, but it just also means that the driver will need to be more aggressive through those bits. And in turn, in an endurance race like this, that's just going to be more risk for the driver. So you really don't want that. And I think another thing we're going to see here is that the 911 Cup cars here, right now we're watching Quinn van Hooydonk in the JJ Motorsports 34 machine. They're going to be quite a bit up on top speed compared to the Radicals. And we saw that just a few moments ago with a little bit of an incident there. It was Fabrice Cornelis in the 23 GT3 Cup car there of Gregory Franks, who came in on the inside, and that's going to be a thing to watch out for, because it might make the whole dynamics of multi-class racing just that little bit more difficult.
Yeah, the main thing these guys have to think about is the difference in speeds, and especially when you're in the slower cars as well, you have to make sure that you don't lose too much time letting some of the faster classes by. And it's almost like the shoes on the other foot, isn't it, Jack? When you're in the quicker cars, you have to make sure that you do the move at the right time, so you're not going to ruin someone else's race, but also that you don't have to slow down too much as well. It works both ways quite aggressively.
It really does, because if you are in the quicker car, you've got to remember you're obviously battling for a position in your class, and you may feel you've just got the right to throw it down the inside because you're the quicker car, but at the same time the other person is racing for a position in their class, and you've almost got to put yourself in their shoes and decide what you'd do in their situation. And it's all about reading what the car's doing ahead, and whether you think they're going just to run wide at this apex so you can get up the inside, or where they're going to leave you that extra bit of space just to squeeze by. But yeah, it really is sort of, well, you're going to have to pardon the pun, but it's the art of the overtake in theory, because you've got to know what the car's going to do and what you're going to do in that situation before you get there. So it's really about sort of pre-planning your moves as you see the car slowly start to approach.
Yeah, there's a lot of thought goes into this, and it's easy to get complacent with it. I'm just going to have a quick look at Bram Van Putten in the TCR class. You can see the nimble little Radical just flying by there, barely comes up to the door of the TCR. But it's a very good looking car all the same. I do like the RS3 TCR. It's a big old boat, but people do get a hell of a lot of pace out of it. Just 5 minutes left of qualifying then, everybody. We've got Hans Blanquer off the circuit at the moment for Stage 1 Racing Belcar. Manages to recover. That was just in the International Horseshoe. And just behind him there on track, I believe, is that the... Yes, it's the Dynamic Simulators red car. Now, I love the livery on this machine. Looks fast. And to be fair, recently it's been going fast. This is Bram van Uytven in that machine. Robin van Gogh is just ahead of him in class, although I've got Robin down in the Porsche Cup car from earlier, but that will be changed, everybody, so do forgive me. I think it's because it's BMS Motorsport. They had a TCR car and a Porsche car earlier on in the season, and now they've changed that round. Jack has kindly pointed that out to me as well. He's actually in a different class now, so we'll get that sorted, shall we? There we go. Easy to do. As things stand, though, it's not too spread out, and I think that's down to the fact that on a circuit like this, a lot of it is dominated by the banking, isn't it, Hasse? So it's easy to gain time in the midsection, but it's also easy to lose it. I think so long as you don't sort of scrub off too much speed around that banking, you're going to get a good lap in.
Yeah, that's true, but it is also important to just keep a good run through the infield. There's a lot of time to be gained in there, and if you get it wrong, there's a certain few pitfalls that you really want to avoid. The exit curb there's kind of a sausage curb on the exit of the first hairpin. That's not really something you want to hit. And then the braking zone into the second of the two tighties there on the infield. It's also a little bit tricky, and I imagine, especially in the cup cars, that's gonna be a bit of a mouthful. So there are a few places where you can really lose out as well. But yeah, indeed, it is all about getting the exits right from coming onto the banking, and then of course here from the bus stop chicane, where it's also, I find often that you're tempted to go for some kind of big move there, but in the end, it's rarely worth it, because it's a huge risk, and usually it's also going to cost a lot of time, as you say, Chaz, on the straight all the way down past the start-finish line, off the banking there, which is also a bit of a tricky point, and then into turn one.
Yeah, it's a lot more of a tricky circuit than people expect. I mean, turn one is, I think, one of my most hated corners in motorsport, because you're coming down off the banking, and it's a sort of exit. Like, there's an apex to the left, and then it straightens up a bit, and then there's another apex, and trying to get cars stopped into there without spinning up the rears or sort of locking up the fronts while turning in can be such a nightmare. And I think we're going to see some decisive moments down the inside there. Maybe some of the Radicals coming through, maybe some of the Porsches or the Audis running wide slightly. It can definitely go both ways. Bram Van Putten leading TCR class at the moment. We'll just pop the classes up at the top of your screen. You can see them there. There's the four colours, which are representative on the left-hand side of their individual classes. So we have the orange for the Porsches, we have red for the Radicals, green for the GT4s, and blue for the TCRs. Now here is one of my favourite liveries this season as Michael Pedersen brings the car into the pit lane. Hasse, we saw an incredible battle between these guys, and I believe it was the EMG Motorsport car at Le Mans, two rivals in class, and well, the battling never stopped, did it? It was unbelievable.
It was, and Allied Racing's really picked up the pace over the course of the first couple of races of the series here. They were not that close to BMG at the first round, but from there on they really picked it up, and they were so close, and it was so close for so long. It came together for the final half an hour or so of racing, and coming up, I think they did an extra lap, a lap that they mightn't really have expected to be doing at Allied Racing, and I think they had to save fuel to make it around. That was what it looked like, at least to me, and that put an end to the battle. But it was a battle that was raging so hard. They were kept on switching positions, and it literally had us on the very edge of the seats. So kudos for such a good amount of racing. Here's Dries Rohard has a big old lug up there in the horseshoe.
Easy to do. I mean, we're going to see a lot of that today as well. It's another one of those corners that's not so easy to get right, is it, Jack? There's plenty of them on this circuit where it looks straightforward, but in a race scenario where you're really pushing the car, it can certainly get away from you. As qualifying's finished, actually.
Yeah, that went very quickly. To be fair, I didn't really keep an eye on that. But as you were talking about the tricky corners, you looked at Pimbao going through the bus stop, and that's personally, I think, one of the hardest corners because it sort of entices you in to go through there quickly. But if you push that a little bit too hard, you're going through one of the fastest corners on the circuit. You dip a wheel onto that outside grass and the car will rotate 380 degrees and possibly even back into the racing line. So it's one of those corners where you've got to control what you're doing in the car and not push the car a little too much, like we see that's the stasis car of Lawrence Kuipers, went for a little bit of a rally crossing moment on the exit of the bus stop. But yeah, I think the tracks, it has got undulation, but not in the way you would think. It almost bows in the middle and it peaks in the middle on some parts of the circuit. Going into the International Horseshoe, I think the track's maybe a little bit taller in the middle, so it's easy to, or when you get the apex, it helps you get around that corner. But if you run wide, it's harder to get the nose turned in, and it's not like you've got much runoff there. So it's quite a complex circuit.
Definitely is. Well, qualifying's just coming to an end then. Only a couple more cars back out on track. We've got Matthias Maas at the moment for Traxxas. They're going to line up third by the look of it. He's just pulling the car over now. And I think it's just Attila Sipos, don't forget, not Joseph Kovacs. Just going around the International Horseshoe there. He's the last car on track. And then we should have a grid any second now. Just wait and see for that to tick over. Good looking car that as well. It's a nice bold livery, the red and white of the Simtag racing machine. He's just using it as a bit of extra practice, I think. Oh no, he's decided to pull the car over now. So that'll be that, and the session will be completed. And any second now, then we'll do what we did at Le Mans, and we know that the grid likes to spread out a lot. So we will bring up the qualifying result by result. And just get you those. So the guys are just lining up on the grid now then, so we'll get the qualifying results then for the Radicals. So this will be your grid for Radical then. Simtag Racing pole position once again, just under half a second ahead of Sim RC Club Sport in second place. Then we have Traxxas by JV Services in third, with Stasis, mine and Hasse's favourite car, in fourth. Then we have Fast Racing Team in fifth, just ahead of GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. Those guys love a long team name. As you can see by this one, Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing. Their teammate will line up 7th. And Dynamics Racing Optica, 1.1 seconds away from their nearest rival, down in 8th position there. It's quite the difference. Jack, why don't you take us through the Porsche Cup class, mate?
I'll be more than happy to do so. So on pole position for the Porsche Cup class is the number 13 G-Drive Racing Exemia machine with a 1 minute 46.364, followed by the Bin Gold by Simtag EMG machine. Then in third position, we've got Sky Limit Race Team, and rounding out row 2, Allied Racing Esports Belcar. Going on to row 3, we've got Pro Assist Sim Racing, followed by JJ Motorsport. Then the beautiful Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport livery car lines up on in 7th position, followed by G-Drive Racing Exemia, the second of the G-Drive cars in the Porsche Cup class. Then we have Dynamics Racing Blue lining up in 9th, followed by Red Ant Racing, then Stage 1 Racing Belcar in 11th, and rounding out the grid for the Porsche Cup class, we've got GHK E-Racing Cup, or GHK E-Racing Cup by T2 Racing.
Told you they like a long name. Hasse, mate, I'll give you the GT4 class.
My pleasure, Chaz. It's Torque Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot on pole position in front of Scuderia Sim Racing, so that championship battle on row 1 for the GT4s. Flemish Sim Sports in 3rd, Edge Esports in 4th there with Heli ABK Racing in 5th, PG Motorsports in 6th, and Decipit Racing Team in 7th.
Brilliant stuff. And just at the back of the grid then, everybody, will be your TCR class. We have G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR on pole from SimTag Racing. BMS Motorsport Dynamic Simulators Red make up row 2. Then we have Graphite Racing TCR, and then BMS Motorsport 2 Belcar will be 6th on the grid. As you can see in the background then, things are about to get loud and things are about to get underway here at Daytona. Can't wait, 6 hours of racing to go. We'll just have a little look through some of these TV cameras. Look at the field there, popping and banging away. Those radicals are little flamethrowers. Fabrice Cornelis is going to be leading the field away once again. Look at them all coming around there. The JJ Motorsport car in the Porsche class quite low down there. Then you've got the GT4s and the TCRs at the back as well. 6 hours of racing coming up for you all. And don't forget, just before we start, make sure you like the video and subscribe to Simracersworld TV on whatever platform you're on, and you'll get plenty more of this. The 24 Hours of Zolder is going to be in October on Halloween, but for now it's go in the Sky Limit event, 6 hours of Daytona. We'll go to a wider camera angle just so you can see what's going on behind. There's the whole field down into turn 1. The radicals all darting around, trying to take any advantage they can over each other. Looks nice and tidy at the moment. Let's have a quick look at the Porsche class. Nearly a bit of contact there between the, I believe it's the MG car. Oh, there's a car around. One of the radicals is off, and oh, there's another one going down the order. Brent Verheyen was on his roof going down there as well. We'll come back to that in a second. Here's the GT4 class. Nearly a bit of contact there between Heli ABK Racing. Is there someone around at the hairpin? There is. There's radicals ahead down off the circuit. That's the Sim RC Club Sport car, and there's another Porsche Cup car on its roof as well. Hasse's nearly fallen off his chair by the sound of it. It's absolutely kicked off between them lot. Some of the TCRs got through there in the middle as well. Apologies for any frame rate issues, by the way, everybody. My PC can barely run this at the best of times. But it's Fabrice Cornelis then, still taking the lead, and he's got a nice gap there over Yannick Lemons already there, Hasse. It's kicked off straight away once again.
Perfect start for Simtag and the pre-race favorites there in the number 2 car. Could not have imagined it any better than that, but quite a bit of calamity there further on. First off, in turn 1, we saw both of the GHK Racing radicals go off, and down in the horseshoe, exiting there was some quite dramatic action as well. So not as clean as we would have hoped, and some teams are going to be suffering with that early on. And 6 hours, it sounds like a long time, but when you're in such a situation, if you've lost a lot of time early on, it can be a really, really tough position to come back from.
Definitely, and I mean, I don't know if you've noticed as well, but 2 of the GHK Racing cars from different classes are actually in the pits, and it's actually both the T2 Racing ones as well. Brent Verheyen in the Radical and Sebastian Werrell in the Porsche, unfortunately, but Fabrice Cornelis then has led the first lap of this race. Lawrence Kuipers is trying to get into second place here in the Stasis car. The Fast Racing Team machine there has gained 3 places off the start, so he's going to be very happy with that. We'll go back and have a look at the green flag moment in the Radical class and just see what happened to this T2 Racing machine. Tell you what, Jack, take us through what you see, mate.
Well, I've got Brent Verheyen just slowly rising up the track, trying to follow that that Stasis car going into turn 1 up against the wall. He's gone for the outside line, which is probably one of the better ideas. You've got more track out there, and he's nice and close to the Stasis car. He doesn't cut in, he just gets a big hit from behind, rotates the car onto its roof, into the wall, and spirals around. But I'm not sure there was much he could do about that. We'll have to have a look from a different perspective, but it looked like a big old hit in the rear left quarter. It doesn't look like anybody got... that was one of the cars clipping the grass and lighting up the rears, and well, it was a one-way train straight into the wall from there.
how to implode as a team. And oh, there's the contact as well between the two guys further up the order. We'll see some more cars come through as well. A Porsche Cup car gets into him. That's a Dynamics machine. One of the other Porsche Cup cars. That's the championship leader as well, actually. The Torque Freak car got involved there, and the Porsche Cup car ends up on its roof in that situation. That was what kicked off afterwards, and now the SimRC Club Sport car that was second on the grid now trying to recover. But, well, in the Porsche class, it's G-Drive leading the way, but once again, that EMG car still there chasing them down, Hasse.
Yeah, Martin van Loosenhout taking a drive here in the GT3 Cup machine, and that might turn out to be a change of fortunes for the number 13 machine, who's been well up there on pace, but so unlucky. And that actually goes for both the G-Drive Cup cars. They've been involved in a bit here and there, you want to say, and it's been most of it just down to very poor luck, wrong place, wrong time. Martin van Loosenhout, though, so quick, so consistent, one of the absolute top names of this series. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them grab something here. But the championship leading bingo by Simtech EMG car is right on the tail, and very little spread here in the Porsche Cup field. So that's looking like it could be some good action coming up here. Quinn van Hooydonk, JJ Motorsports. Is that just a spinner?
Yeah, I think he just had a little bit of a moment there. We'll just have a quick look back and see what happened. He was stationary on the inside of the corner. Doesn't look like he's in a position to get some help. Maybe he's just going to put a wheel on the grass on the outside. He gets very close to it. Oh, it's just a long, long spin. He almost gets a nice drift out of it. And then he's just going to wait some of the cars around him. To be fair, he got away with that there, didn't he, Jack? Not to get collected.
He did. He made sure he held the brakes going all the way through. He made his or the positioning of his car nice and easy to read, and then did the sensible thing and waited for everybody to go through before rejoining back at race pace. But he hasn't dropped many positions from there. And well, we're only 5 minutes into a 6-hour race, so there's no real loss for him. It's just about getting his head down, keeping it clean, keeping it consistent, and see where it leaves him in a couple of hours' time before he hands the car over. But it'll be important to see what he can do from here, and all the teams that have been affected by the first few laps, and just to see what they can do about gaining all those lost positions back up towards the end of the race.
Yep, long way to go, and a lot still to do for these guys. So we'll be hoping that they can manage to recover. In the GT4 class, it's Scuderia Sim Racing 014 leading it then. That's Kevin Lemons. He is only half a second ahead, though, of Maxim van den Hove. That camera angle really was deceiving us then quite a bit. And TCR, well, Bram van Putten. Always Bram van Putten. And then behind him is Attila Sipos, who was chasing him down at Le Mans, but still not quite there. He's got Lucas Dolzer closing in the SimRC Club Sport car, obviously making his way back up the order. Look at the effortlessness of the Radical. Even with that huge wing as well. Still pushing through. He was lucky it was only a small bit of contact, though, that put him so far down the order, isn't he, Hasse?
Yeah, those are some fragile machines, the Radicals, and we really don't want to do too much damage to them. So it's a big part of this is just keeping it clean and keeping the machine fresh for running the entirety of the 6 hours. And could turn out to be quite a challenge here. Of course, at Le Mans, the drivers had a little bit of an easier time in terms of traffic. I think this is going to be closer to what we saw at Zolder, which was very interesting, to put it mildly. There was really not a lot of space, and we're already seeing it here. The infield is beginning to get cramped up indeed.
Yep, there's going to be a lot of movement going on between these guys, and I think even though it's a bigger track, it's still going to be nice and close. This is Pim Bao with Jesse Hendricks right behind him now. The G-Drive car not got it easy. Simtag Racing doing the fastest lap of the race. Fabrice Cornelis at the wheel. Lawrence Kuipers has got second place, and Martin van Loosenhout actually for the lead in the Porsche Cup class has Boudewijn Kuster right behind him, and you can see there Boudewijn not going for it straight away. He's almost holding back there just to make sure that he stays behind him, maybe saving a bit of fuel there, Jack.
Yeah, that's what popped into my head straight away as soon as I saw him lift off and decide he wasn't going to go for the position. That could be maybe strategy, let the G-Drive car punch the hole in the air and do all the work going into the opening stages of the race, and just to see how long he can sit behind him. But that has made him vulnerable to the Allied Racing Esports Belcar machine just behind the number 26 in the hands of Michael Pedersen. So it's really a tit for tat. You've got to decide whether you you push that extra little bit harder, get the move done, but then you're going to have everybody behind you in your draft once again, and it's sort of a tricky position because he's the meat in the sandwich at this point. And in theory, the person that's going to gain the most out of this is Michael Pedersen behind, because he's got a double draft, and he will have the best seat in the house if these two start battling and start slowing each other down. So if I was Michael Pedersen, I'd keep it clean, keep it out the walls, and just let them get on with it.
Yeah, but you say that though, and literally right on cue, he's lost a bit of time. Oh, Jesse Hendricks has had an issue as well, by the way, guys, in the Dynamics Racing car. We were just looking at him not long ago, chasing down Pim Bow into the horseshoe. Is it going to be... Oh, the car's going to get unsettled on the curve and just on the power. That's how easy it is to do, and whoa, good avoidance there as well behind. Can't quite see who that was that went round him there. Was that the... wasn't the Pro Assist car, was it? No, it was a darker coloured car than that. I think it wasn't JJ Motorsport either. It was a very, very pretty machine just in front of that. It's the Red Ant racing car. Now, that's a livery that I can definitely get on board with. I know that at previous rounds it was matte black, but certainly looks good today, doesn't it, Hasse? That's a very pretty Porsche.
It really is, and I think I mentioned this every round, but the overall level of the liveries we're watching in this series is so high, and I really like the thought about time being actually put in, so the visual identity of the teams and such. And yes, indeed, the Red Ant car is a very pretty. I gotta love the blue shading on that, and the just the nuances between the black and the blue. We know all black and blue. It's been a sad story for a couple of the races, so maybe they should have picked some other colors, the black and blue. That aside, very good looking car.
Yeah, they have ended up black and blue after a couple of them, I must admit. This is David Barraclough at the moment for Sky Limit Race Team, of course the sponsor of this event, SkyLimitEvents.com, your way to the racetrack. Make sure you do check out their website. Brent Verheijen's had an issue in his Radical. Let's have a look, Jack.
Going into the second horseshoe, it'll look like a bit of a locked brake, and then as soon as he hit the grass, straight into the wall. There's a lot of tyres there to prevent any sort of major damage, but it has crumpled the front of the Radical, and well, for a car that wasn't exactly, well, I'm saying, oh, it's not exactly quick in a straight line. It's very, very quick in a straight line, but compared to the 911s, and obviously now his cleaner competitors, that really won't be doing him any favours, because for a lot of this circuit you are flat out, and if you're down maybe only just a couple of miles an hour on the straights, it really will massively affect you, and you've got to make the most of any bit of draft you can get. So I'm not sure how he's going to deal with that, whether it does play any effect on the top speed. It'll be good to see, but at the moment it looks like he's got away with it, and he's carried back out on circuit, and we're now looking at Martin van Loosnord still in the lead, well, P5 overall as well in the 911 Cup class.
Yeah, with the demise of some of these Radicals, these Porsches are running a little bit higher up than we used to. In the Radical class though, Lawrence Kuipers has got Yannick Lemons still just behind him in the Fast Racing Team car, but, well, we all know how Hasse and I feel about this livery, especially when the chrome spec mat works on it as well. It looks absolutely brilliant. It's like something off Art Attack in the 90s. It's just absolutely great. It looks like a proper 90s airline colour scheme. Look at them though, darting between the TCRs. That's beautiful to see. Hasse's already on the edge of his seat as well. He's not even had his coffee yet. But it's just awesome. I mean, in the Schumacher lid as well for Lawrence Kuipers. But wow, that's the sort of commitment you need though in these Radicals, isn't it, Hasse? You need to be able to just make the decision and just jump around these big boats of TCR cars.
Yeah, first of all, Chaz, I did make coffee for the start of the broadcast, so I'm enjoying it right now, so roll on that one. But yeah, indeed it is, and it was just, having just done the 24 hours of Le Mans myself and being well acquainted to just how it is to have traffic moving through like that, it just, I just felt a jolt of sympathy, you could say, with the two slower cars there, because I think they pretty much know that if they just keep their place and their heading more or less, it's gonna be fine. They're gonna be, but it's always a little bit sketchy when it's a car each side of the track in that way, and you have to wiggle your way through. But I think you couldn't find a better car for that sort of traffic handling than the Radical, who is very, very agile indeed.
And Hans Blancourt's had an issue here, I'm afraid, just coming onto the banking. Oh, there's a nasty crest in the middle of that corner, isn't there, Jack? It's just a tiny bump and it unsettles any car, no matter what it is.
That was the complexity of the circuit I mentioned earlier, just little bits of elevation change throughout the circuit that you might not notice on first glance, and the only way you really know it's there is, well, when we see what happened to Hans, it affects you, and it maybe spins your car to 180 degrees, and that's one of the things you've got to look out for. But we're now looking at the Sky Limit race team just about defending from the Pro Assist Sim Racing car of Gregory Franks. And, well, turn one, it might be one of the hardest corners on the circuit, but it definitely produces some great racing.
No, it does indeed. And I mean, Dries Rohart's got a really good first eye view of this on the back of Gregory Franks' machine. Now, I've praised Gregory all season, so I'm not going to go into that story again. But Dries is just going to be hoping for a bit of an incident between these two, or maybe they just slow each other down a little tinsy bit. But they have to really lift through there in these Porsches. They're not the most stuck to the ground cars that you can get on iRacing, but they certainly do. They certainly do fly in a straight line. And we were saying earlier as well, they are going to be quicker than the Radicals in a straight line. For the lead in GT4, by the way, Maxime van den Hove is still on the back of Kevin Lemons. Absolutely glued to him, not letting the Scuderia sim racing car get away there. So those guys, obviously knowing there's a long way to go, probably not forcing the issue yet. They just want to break away. Same with Bram van Putten as well. He's got Attila Sipos just behind there in the sim tag car. Not that you would have thought it. It was just out of shot for a second. Oh, Sebastian Morel's had an issue here, Hasse.
Yeah, let's see, coming into turn one off the banking. That's something we've already mentioned. Just sails wide, and it does well to not go back onto the racing line there. It's going to be right on the exit of the corner. So with traffic coming up, I think that could have been a lot worse for the GHK Racing Cup car.
Yeah, definitely. That of course, was the car that was upside down earlier on as well, out of the International Horseshoe on lap 1. I was thinking I didn't recognise the livery, but yeah, we haven't seen too much of that car yet this season, so hopefully they have a good one here. We've got Radicals making their way through the order. This is Matthias Maas in the Traxxas car. Look at the difference in speed there on the GT4. That, of course, the Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot car. They're last in class at the moment. 6th out of 6 cars. So that's definitely not how they expected this race to be going. And, well, Jack, you were saying before that they could wrap up the championship today, but they've got a right mammoth task on their hands now. 15 minutes of a 6-hour race gone, though, but still, it's a lot of work to do.
It really is, and they're going into this round having, well, dominated the GT4 series, the GT4 class, having won every race, and this might just be the thorn in their side. And it, well, for them, it's probably not the greatest thing, but for us as commentators and everybody that's watching, hopefully, well, not at any demise of them, the battle goes on to the very last round at Zolder, and I think that will definitely be a great race. But it's all to play for. Like you say, we're only 15 minutes into a 6-hour race, so we've got plenty of racing still to watch, and these guys have got plenty of time to gain all those positions back.
Just into the bus stop. Tricky corner no matter what. Look at the difference in the Radical speed there. That's the number 67 Radical just flying past there. That's Alex Cascatau. It's as if the GT4 car wasn't even there. It's close in the GT Cup car class again. We've got Boudewijn Kuster, very impressive driver this season. He has got Martin van Loozenhoorn just in front of him there, and look at them around the TCR cars. These Porsches are flying. Let's bring the dash up and see. They were doing about 280 kilometers an hour at Le Mans, and they're going to get very close to that, if not more than that actually. I think we saw 285 out of them at Le Mans, and you can see he's just holding back a little bit there, maybe saving fuel, maybe just thinking I don't need to go and put a move down the inside, although he closes up a lot on the brakes. Well, that unlucky 13 has been, well, certainly unlucky so far this season, Hasse, but at the moment, Martin van Loozenhoorn, who we know is an incredibly quick driver, he's proven us wrong.
He certainly has, and it's as I would expect it to be with him behind the wheel of the car at this stage. Though Boudewijn Kuster there behind the 63 machine, openly playing the long game, I think, and just thinking, well, stay here and save a couple of laps. Whatever they know, it might be hard to make the hour in terms of making the fuel last for the entire hour. And of course, if you don't, you're going to be looking at an extra pit stop towards the end of the race, and that's something that no matter what kind of pace you're putting in the car, that's very hard to offset on pure pace alone. And that could be a good reason for Boudewijn Kuster to just sit back at the moment and try to play it as economically as he can and save as much fuel as possible. So he needs to stay close, he needs to stay in the slipstream for it to work. 0.3 of a second, though, it's really not getting far away. And already at this early point of the race, it's quite spread out. Also with the incidents, we have cars from different classes really spread out on track, and that's making it for
Oh.
quite a lively show here. Oh, that's the Red Ant car.
Yeah, Renzo got a big hit there from the Radical, and that was the SimRC car, I believe.
Did look like it, didn't it? And
Yeah.
Red Ant, they also got a massive hit into those tyres, and although they do look quite squishy, and there's what four rows of tyres, when you're travelling at that speed on the grass, there's not much you can do about avoiding it.
No, and he's had to come back in now and get the car fixed. That's why we saw him in the pits a minute ago. Still only 20th overall though, so he hasn't lost too much time to these GT4 cars. It just shows you the speed of which these things go around. There's the Edge Esports car, one of my favourite liveries on the grid. Beautiful looking thing. And in the hands of Maciej Mlinek at the moment, doing a fine job. Apologies if I got your name wrong there, Maciej. We are trying, don't you worry. Tom Van Putt at the moment in the Graphite Racing TCR car is, well, which is usually matte black and isn't at the moment. Like I say, when these drivers do swaps, sometimes the spec maps just don't reload. He is chasing down Bram van Uytven at the moment, class rival. Oh, Kevin van der Wielen has had an issue in the Desapit car. Newcomer to the series for this round. He's run a little bit wide there. Oh, he's just going to clip the grass and run wide there. Doesn't spin it though. It seemed like a very sedate pace around there though, Hasse. Do you think he knew the traffic was coming and he was just trying to get out of the way? I think Hasse has had some sort of issue there for just a moment, sorry. But yes, it was certainly sedate as it came around the corner, but yeah, it looked like the Talk Freak racing car just there. Tim Clayson's has got through now, so he's starting to make his way back through. That's the first one picked off. Look at this lot behind him there on track. That is in the Porsche Cup class, and that is David Barraclough in the Sky Limit race team from Pro Assist Sim Racing and Vapor Shop RDR. These three completely inseparable at the moment, and even though they've got the SimRC Radical there, look, it'll just go backwards, especially with that damage. These Porsches are very, very fast around this banking. And it does go back to what we saw at Le Mans, doesn't it, Hasse, where these guys are really going to have to think about this and whether they risk sort of getting in the way of the Radicals or whether they just think, oh, my battle isn't important enough, let's let them go by. I mean, it's all going to be very sort of circumstantial, isn't it, as the Radical lay down the inside on the brakes.
Talk Freak car on the outside there, they don't need any more bad luck, but yeah, it's very much true. It's such a strange position because it really isn't what you're used to, having a faster class that's slower in a straight line on top speed. So it requires a completely different mindset than what you're used to in multi-class racing. And it also requires a lot of patience. I feel like it's a situation where you really have to gauge, okay, but how much am I going to lose in the next part of the track, letting him by? For instance, out of turn 1, coming down to turn 2, you might lose some time on corner entrance there or something. So it's all about gauging and knowing, maybe even finding out from practice what's the fastest way and the safest way, of course. Also, they are going to be doing it for the entirety of 6 hours here, and it's the team that gets that part of it right. I feel like that wins more so than the team that's able to put in the fastest laps here and there.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you on that one. It's not all about, I mean, you could do, I've said this recently as well, you could just do one fast lap and be like, oh, look, I've done the fastest lap of the race, but there could be a team that's doing a lap that's only 1/10 slower than that every single lap. You know, they can have some incredibly consistent pace. I mean, speaking of, Fabrice Cornelis just doing his job at the moment. He's got 7 seconds over second place Lawrence Kuipers in the Stasis car. Quite glad to see that thing doing well. Those guys have had a bit of a rough season so far. Third place Yannick Levens just flying past there in the fast racing team machine. Dries Mougy is 4th in that class, and then Alex Cascatau is 5th. For the lead of the Porsche Cup class, it's still very close together here, with Martin van Loozenhoorn and Boudewijn Koester just behind. They've got the Flemish Simsports GT4 car just in front. How's Martin going to get around this? But we've got a great battle on our hands here, Jack.
We do, and it's almost, well, it almost became an inter-class battle there, because although the Flemish Simsports car did everything he could, it really just shows off how, well, in theory, skinny this circuit is. You'll struggle to go 3 wide round here, and well, they gave it a go, and it didn't quite work, and you can see that gap has just built up between Michael Pedersen and Luke, and yes, actually, between the Allied Esports car, I was getting mixed up on my timing screen, between Michael Pedersen and Boudewijn Koester. Boudewijn just still doing everything he can to stay on the tail end of Martin van Loozenhoorn, but You might also notice on the timing screen that Michael Pedersen has got Lucas Dolzer just behind. Yes, there's 4.5 seconds between them, but that Radical will be very quickly working his way back up through the order and trying to get it up to a battle within its own class. But we've seen that these Porsches, they can give the Radicals a good run for the money on the straight. So I think that'll be quite good to watch and to see how the Radical mixes in with this battle.
Yeah, he's I'll get my words up. He's going to want to get through it as quickly as possible as Lucas Dolzer, so he can get about catching the guys in his own class. But even then, you know, he doesn't want to disturb these Porsches too much. And I think these guys are going to have their wits about them. It's close in GT4. This is Maxime van den Hove finally making the move on Kevin Lemons in the Scuderia Sim Racing car. This is for the class lead, and whether Kevin lets him go or not is yet to be seen. Still side by side on the brakes. Pitches it in. Go on, Hasse.
Oh, I was just about to say it might be a little early to really start duking it out. I feel if you if you go for it here after 20 minutes like that, it's going to be a long race indeed here. And the Scuderia Sim Racing car is not having any of it.
Yeah.
Into the horseshoe. Yeah, Kevin Lemons.
Kevin's saying, not on your life. He's like, you can try and get it done as much as you want. I'm not having it. Cuts the nose off him. Maxime thinks, right, I need some extra horsepower. Flash the lights. Flash the lights. That's what does it. But, you know, they're having a great scrap already. Like I say, only not even 25 minutes into this race. We've got 5.5 hours to go. And I love this sort of mindset, though, Jack. These guys don't care. They're racing drivers. They want the racing all the way through. Very, very aggressively. A little bit late there from Maxime, and it's that little bit of pushing that you could use to overheat the tyres, and it could ruin a lap like that. And unfortunately, it looks like that's just happened there to Van den Hove.
Yeah, that slight little lock-up and, like you say, pushing the car an extra little bit more than you actually have to. That's also dropped him back to the tune of about 0.7 of a second as well. So that might just be within the draft, or the draft range of the car ahead. But it would want to be much, much closer than that. If you're within about half a second, you can really start to see the gains of the draft effects from the car ahead. But obviously, you go through the bus stop, and that's an extra little chance just to gain a bit of speed. It's more about confidence through there than it is the line you actually take. And it does look like Maxime van den Hove has gained a 10th through the bus stop. Going into turn 1, I don't think he'll be anywhere near close to make a move, but I'm sure he'll have a look. And now look what we've got. We've got the lead battle for the 911 Cup class coming through as well, so those guys are splitting the middle of them as well.
Yep, the traffic once again providing lots of entertainment and probably a lot of stress for some of these drivers there. Look at the traffic here, beautiful to see though, and it's great that these guys can all sort of make the moves and get through it so professionally. A bit close there between the Scuderia car and the Allied Sim Racing machine. Closer in the order further up though, these two. Martin van Loozenhoord still with Boudewijn Kuster right behind, and I don't think Boudewijn's going to push the issue too much here. It's actually getting close in the Radicals as well. Here's Laurens Kuipers with Yannick Lemons just behind him there. And yeah, Yannick's doing the same. He's just holding back that tiny bit. He thinks there's no point pushing it too hard at the moment. We may as well just battle together and get through it all. Quinn van Hooijdonk as well is right on the back of Jesse Hendricks in the Dynamics Racing Blue machine. These guys having a good scrap too. Just going to have a quick look at the TCR class as well. Bram van Putten leading that there. Currently on their 14th lap of the race. And then we have Attila Sipos in second. I know it says Joseph Kovacs, but I believe Attila had an issue logging in or something. Tom van Put's had an issue though, Jack. Let's have a look.
So once again, going into the international horseshoe, that's very, very late on the brakes. The second horseshoe, in fact, well, he does a great job of slowing it down, or he did most of the slowing down before he hit the grass, because as soon as you hit the grass while you're on the brakes, it'll lock up and it's going straight into the wall. He did quite a good job there of keeping it on the circuit and keeping it out of the wall.
Yeah, it's not easy to slow these cars down. Oh, Matthias Maas and the Radicals have an issue in the meantime, though. Let's just have a quick look at what's happened here. This is going into turn 1. Is it just going to loop around? Yeah, snatches a brake and round it goes. Oh, just clips the inside of the wall. That's not a nice place to be. Does a good job of getting it out of the way, though. But just going back to the TCR class, though, on this one, Hasse, it isn't an easy car to get stopped once it does start getting out of control, is it? It's a big old bus.
Yeah, it really, when it rotates, it's kind of hard to get it stopped again, and it's very counterintuitive with it, as it is with front-wheel drive machines and a lot of four-wheel drive cars as well, that it does so that the best thing you can really do if you have the time and space for it, it's basically just to floor it. Because as you know, with a front-wheel drive car, the front wheel is going to stabilize things, and I think a lot of the drivers are not really used to these kind of dynamics unless you drive the TCR a lot or the glorious Jetta. That's also in iRacing, because there really isn't that many front-wheel drive machines where this is the way to save it. Because of course, if you do the same thing in a cup car, it's just gonna, spin you right round, baby.
It certainly is. Certainly is. It's not easy to do. Again, we're just going to have another look here at what Boudewijn Kuster does. We'll keep our eye on Martin van Loosendaal. Boudewijn will just creep into frame gradually. There he is. Little funny update from my phone, because we had the original broadcast scheduled a little bit later than this. Apologies about that, by the way, everyone. I got my time zones mixed up when I scheduled the broadcast. My phone has just decided to remind me, oh, you've got Belcar in an hour. No. We're already half an hour into the race, mate. So thanks, Google Pixel. Just Boudewijn, though, at this point, talk to me, Jack. He's just holding back, isn't he, and just playing it safe. And would you do any different? Would you think, I've got the pace on this guy, I can break away, or would you just still be holding position and just making sure the pair of you break away at this point?
I think I'd probably do the same. Maybe just show him that I'm not a threat for position at the moment, and just stick behind him. And let's hope that that Martin gets the memo. He's a clever guy, and I'm guessing he's already got that in the back of his mind. He's just going to keep on churning out the laps, keeping it clean and consistent. And I think, well, sort of, he's not intending to drag anybody else with him. But it looks like Michael Pedersen wants to be a part of this as well, and just sit on and gain that extra little bit of a fuel advantage. And I think, yes, I'd probably do exactly the same, because, well, it might be an unpopular opinion, but I think this race will be decided within the last hour. That will be where the race, in theory, takes place, because everybody else during the race, you're just turning the laps, making sure you stick to your pit strategy. A slight little mistake from Martin van Loosendaal, and you can see Boudewijn Kuster, he just went very slow around there. More than happy for Martin once again to regain the lead in class and just and sit behind him once again.
And what about you, Hasse? Would you be in the same boat as this? Would you just be sort of holding position like that, or do you reckon that you'd want to go for the move and try and run away?
I think Boudewijn knows that Martin van Loosendaal could be just slightly faster. He did set a very good pole position time as well in class, so I don't think he necessarily thinks he can go a whole lot faster than the 13 car in front, and that paired with the big advantages in fuel burning is more than enough for him to just think, I'm just going to stay here. And especially since we have had a couple of situations where the Allied racing car has been almost dropped, I want to say, from the train here. And it could be due to traffic or any other small mistakes could be made. And if that happens, it could all of a sudden be a really big advantage for the Simtech EMG car to just hang out here. So I think they're, as I said earlier as well, just trying to play the long game, trying to be strategic about putting themselves in a strong position for the second hour of the race.
Yeah, it's big sideways moment there as he clips the gravel. But I think the Allied car will be trying to do the same as well. It's just got to be about fuel, hasn't it, really? Because 6 hours to go, if you just add up a couple of laps, or maybe just a lap of fuel per stint, then you're going to have a big advantage come the end of the race. It's close again in GT4. These guys still scrapping away in their little Caymans. Great to watch as well. Do love these cars. They do provide some epic racing. And the TCR class is all very spread out at the moment. Here's Bram van Uytven in the Dynamic Simulators red car. He is down in 29th position. And he's 4 seconds ahead of Tom van Putt in the Graphite Racing TCR. Bart Levens is in the BMS Motorsport 2 Belcar machine. He's just getting passed by that group of Porsches there who are still battling away. And it's actually the Vapor Shop RDR car that's now in front of the pair of them here. So Dries Rohart's done a fine job. Let's have a look back at this, Jack.
I was looking at this on the timing screen at the time, and it did look like they were getting very close. And I'm not sure what happened to Gregory Vranks while all this was going on, because he was on the very tail end of Dries Rohart. But it looks like it dropped back, and Dries, yeah, just on the, he took the shorter line, went lower down, and I guess there's a bit more grip down there as well, got in the groove, and just went streaming on by. And now I guess that has also put the Sky Limit car in a perfect position to once again gain the draft. But yeah, there's Gregory Vranks. He's dropped back even more as well. So, that's the Sky Limit car as we talk about in commentators' curse for you going into turn one. outbrakes himself, and he's going to lose both those positions he's just gained, and he's
this
very
was just
close as
before
well.
that. This was just previous with the.
Oh, I thought we went back live with him.
No, this was before that, because the RDR car obviously got past Sky Limit before somehow getting past Gregory Frank. So the three of them have completely switched around, with Gregory Frank staying in the middle. So David had that moment, and then Dries Rohart went on to overtake Franks as the traffic got in his way. But now it looks like David is back on it, and Gregory Frank's now back at the rear of this train again. So these guys, it's never-ending position swaps here. But the thing is, over a course of a race like this, Hasse, you don't need to worry about those little moments like that, so long as you can stay in the hunt a little bit, don't you?
I think Hasse has once again decided to go for a very quick refreshment, as is expected. Well, we're going through a 6-hour race. We do need to make sure we eat, drink, and breathe, and all that lot. But at the moment, I don't think we're going to get much time to breathe with all this that's going on. Yeah,
Yannick Lemons there, just very tiny gap down the inside of the Sky Limit car. Managed to try and make it work, but whoa, that was brave stuff from the third-place driver there. Could have been a real scary moment for him, but he's managed to survive it, and through he goes. Dries Rohart still leading those guys there. And well, I think it's starting to calm down a little bit there, which is nice. The gap in GT4 has opened up to a second. A bit further down, Tim Claeson's. Renzo Eulenbroek's just gone past him in the Red Ant racing car, which is having a bit of a connection issue at the moment by the look of it, blinking in and out quite a lot. You can see it on the left-hand side of your screen. Just hopefully they get that sorted out. I know all too much about technical issues, I'm afraid. The gap, though, from Tim Claeson's to Sebastian Keimel, a few places ahead, or one place ahead in class, is actually 9 seconds in the Flemish Sim Sports car. So at the moment, Sebastian's not got too much to worry about, but as we've seen this season, Hasse, Tim is possibly the quickest driver in the field in GT4, so it's probably a case of when, not if, he catches up.
Yeah, I think you're very right, and this time I am done with my refreshment. I just want to say, in my defense, we're seeing almost 30 degrees centigrade in Denmark these days. I am sweating like a pig sitting still and commentating on this, so I'm trying to stay hydrated here and not slurping too much, I guess, on live stream. But anyways, you're very much true there. You're very much right on the Flemish Sim Sports car, that they have very much been on pace when they've been running. They've been running fast indeed, but it's just been the fate of theirs that it hasn't really been able to come together for the entirety of a race yet. While that might still happen, I think they could also be, just you see that's a little bit of a knock to the left front on the bumper there. I think it's going to cost them too much, but it just a few kilometers now, and just as I say that, there's a little bit on the right-hand side as well. So it's been involved in something at some point, and I'm afraid that it could be enough to just cost them half a second, 0.7 or something per lap. With the long back straight.
Yeah, a bit of a biff, as you'd call it, on each front corner, but yeah, hopefully not too much. I just want to reiterate how lucky we are with these Porsches, because the top three is Van Loosenhoord, Kuster and Pedersen, and they're all very close together. And then 4th, 5th and 6th is Dries Rohart and David Barakov, who are almost side by side, with Gregory Franks right behind them. We're having some amazing racing from these guys here. Dries Rohart getting out of the way there, almost as if to say, I'm not going to defend this too hard, boys. Fabrice Cornelis does the fastest lap of the race. Gregory Franks goes down the inside now, gets ahead of Dries Rohart. We'll go outside so we can see just how they're lined up. Don't think he's going to go through. This is going to get interesting now, though, Jack, because they're all going to try and figure out who's doing what. Gregory backs out of it, though. And to be fair, probably the sensible move in that situation.
Yeah, I think Gregory has made the right move at going into turn one. You wouldn't really want to be 3 wide. Well, you wouldn't really want to be 2 wide going into there, let alone 3 wide, which I think is what was on the cards for a little while. But Greg is now sat behind, and it's a very similar situation as to what the P2, P1, P2, and P3 cars are in at the moment in exactly the same class, because Greg is at the back, and well, he's the one that is making the most of all this, because he's sat in what is in theory a double draft, saving the most fuel, and he would just let the guys ahead start to battle. But it's almost like a carbon copy of what was happening a few laps ago at the top end of the class between the G-Drive car of Martin van Loostenhoord, Boudewijn Kuster, and Michael Pedersen, because they're in a very, very similar situation, all trying to decide on who wants to be where, and none of them really want to be leading the pack, but one of them's got to do it at one point or another.
Yeah, eventually you just got to crack on, try and make the move and get on with it. But whether these guys do that now or whether they do that in 5 hours' time, we will have to see. 37 minutes of the race gone. I hope you're all enjoying yourselves, everybody. This is the virtual Belcar eSeries, SkyLimitEvents.com, 6 hours of Daytona from Daytona, with Chaz Draycott, Hasse, Rømer and Jack Werrell on the comms for you. We are very, very grateful to be broadcasting this for you today. I hope you're having a good time. We've been asked if we want to show driver names instead of team names. Yes, we can do that for you for just a moment. There you go. So we've got Fabrice Cornelis leading the way in the Simtag car. Lawrence Kuipers is second in the Stasis machine at the moment. Yannick Lemmens is third for Fat Racing Team in that class. Then we have Martin van Loozenhoord from Boudewijn Kuster and Michael Pedersen in the Porsche Cup class. Kevin Lemmens leading it for Scuderia Sim Racing in GT4. Maxime van den Hove is racing for Heli ABK Racing. Then we have Edge Esports in third place in that class. TCR, it's G-Drive Racing Exemia with Bram van Putten. And then we have Attila Sipos for Simtag Racing. It does show up on the timing tower as Kovacs. Olivier Bultink is third for BMS Motorsports. And to be fair, if I get my words out right, Hasse, these guys have had a couple of incidents so far this season that we've seen. I mean, Le Mans was especially a difficult round for them, but third place at the moment, they'll be happy with that, won't they?
Yeah, they'll be hoping to be able to just keep on going like they're going right now, and it's certainly going to bring them places, but of course way too early to start being complacent in any way. And amazing to see that the battle in the Cup class is still so close at this point here, 40 minutes into the race. Still separated by what? Let's have a look there. It's about a second between Van Loozenhoord, Boudewijn Kuster and Michael Pedersen. So that's interesting that that it hasn't really spread yet, and I think we've been seeing these two cars a lot on screen, and every time we don't see Michael Pedersen, I think, oh, is he still there? And we go to a wider shot, and oh yes, he very much is still there. Just, I think, maybe having a little bit of a harder time keeping pace with the two other cars than he maybe did at Le Mans, where he was super competitive indeed and really, really quick. Could also be masterful fuel saving. I just want to come back to what I mentioned earlier, and that at Le Mans at least we saw the cars just not being able to run for an hour. I think they ran for 56, 57 minutes or so. And if it's the same situation, there is a Stasis car. Oh, and Boudewijn Kuster.
Yeah, Boudewijn Kuster's off as well. We had a couple of cars involved there. Not sure whether some contact with the Stasis machine. Stasis on the left goes to the inside, hits Boudewijn, and then Stasis has gone off as well. He stopped, but Boudewijn Kuster gets a right old smack from that radical there. And let's just have a quick look at the damage on the rear. Doesn't seem too bad. It's bent the right rear in a little bit there, Jack, but that doesn't seem too drastic.
I don't think it's done much visually. I'm not sure whether it will have done anything to the suspension, because that radical is quite a low car and it did look like he scooped the car up a bit. So maybe on that initial hit it might have damaged the suspension. When it landed back down it could have done further damage, and when it just tapped the wall as well. So it's showing all the marks of a car that hasn't been affected, but we never know. Well, if we ride on board, I'm sure we'll get a better look. It does look like the car's steering straight. There's no major crabbing or anything like that. I think what we were looking at was just a bit of cosmetic damage. So he got away with that likely, but now that has flipped his position upside down, because he has gone from second to third, which doesn't sound like a major drop, but he's now 5 seconds behind the battle he was just in. So that means all that fuel he's just gained will have to be once again reinvested into everything he's got to do to catch back up to that lead battle. But only 13 seconds behind him is another three-way battle of a very similar situation, and I'm guessing Boudewijn is sort of in two minds at this point. Does he slow down and allow himself to drop back towards the Dries Roher and Greg Franks battle just to save a bit of fuel, or does he put in that extra bit of effort but also cook his tyres to catch back up to the lead battle, or does he just sit where he is, save a bit of fuel while he can, and just keep on turning out the laps?
Yeah, difficult situation to read, really, isn't it? Gregory Franks and Dries Roher are close together still in that class. These Porsches have been very entertaining so far. Great to watch as always. But Fabrice Cornelis, you may have seen, everybody, is just doing fastest lap after fastest lap at the moment. And the Simtag car really flying away as things stand. And they have been doing in the championship. I mean, to be fair, Hasse, we come back to races like Spa and, I mean, even Le Mans at certain points. They didn't have it all their own way, did they? I mean, we remember Rudolf Nagel was an absolute hero in the Porsche curves at Le Mans, and probably one of my favourite moves of the season. when he did a Hakkinen as such around one of the Audis going into the Porsche curves, which we thought was crazy. But SimTag Racing really have sort of set the bar at certain points this season, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They have been the team to beat, and they've only been beaten once, and it's just been they've been super consistent in a way that just only top teams are, while still keeping that kind of pace. And you also just see now yet another fastest lap here from Fabrice Cornelis, 41.349, and Stasis with that incident before. Still second though, but with Yannick Lemmens, it says in the Fast Racing Team car close behind here and coming into the pits to, I think, do some repairs on the car. Stasis, so luck is turning for the beautiful Stasis machine.
Not again.
Not again.
Honestly, it's all we see from them. We tell them what we say out loud that we like a car, and it has bad luck. Just a little update as well, by the way, everybody. Of course, with this being a 6-hour broadcast, and me, Hasse and Jack, no matter what people believe, we are humans. We will be having breaks at certain points, potentially every 2 hours. I'm going to wait for a disagreement live on air from these pair, but I think we'll probably go for every 2 hours. Just give you a few minutes. Just probably go do some onboard shots or some beautiful chopper cams. We do have settings on the sim that obviously allows us for the actual sim itself to choose what you're looking at, so it's not just stuck on the same car, but we will obviously be having just a couple of breaks here and there, so we'll just pre-warn you of that. But wow, Gregory Franks though, he is not letting this Vapor Shop car get away. Dries Rohart is going to be pushing hard. Dries Mujdi's gone up to third, by the way. And the Radicals down the inside though, Gregory, just pries the door open, get that crowbar out, mate. Flipping heck. That was a real push there, wasn't it, Hasse? That was a proper advantageous move.
I'm not sure that was entirely pre-planned there. That could have been a bit of a dodgy one indeed there. There's a very poor exit for the Vapor Set machine, and that could indeed open the door for Gregory Franks in the 23 car. I don't think he would be close enough now to just try and edge clear. And the question is, does he really want to? But judging from the move he just pulled in there on the second horseshoe, that we have to take it that he wants to get past indeed. Another thing I just noticed is the gap now from Martin van Loosenhout there to Michael Pedersen is hovering around 2 seconds. So it's not like Martin is really able to break away from the Dane in the Allied racing car, but importantly so that he's almost, I'd say not entirely perhaps, but almost out the slipstream. And that could be really important and really good news for the G-Drive, the number 13 car, the G-Drive Racing Eximia, as it is, of course. That they don't have to have someone hanging out just right out on their rear bumper like that.
Yeah, it adds pressure to you, doesn't it, over the course of a race? And I mean, even though we know this is a long race, you don't want that pressure sort of hanging over you for the whole time. It's I mean, even in a sprint race you don't want it, but especially on a race this long, because these guys are that quick that they can hang with other drivers of similar speeds for as long as that. They don't mind doing so. We're having reports, by the way, from Bram Reniers. Thank you very much, Bram, saying that Status got a black flag after the incident that they had. So they've actually had to drop down now 6th in class and almost 2 minutes off Fabrice Cornelis. They're actually a lap down on 2nd and 3rd place now. So real shame for Lawrence Kuipers, but to be fair, a bit of a late move, and he's paid the consequence for it, and hopefully that car can get further back up the order. And speaking of one that wants to get back up the order, can't really go much further, but Maxime van den Hove on board here, Jack, really chasing down Kevin Lemons again.
Yeah, you just see how powerful that draft is going down, well, what is in theory, I don't know whether this is classed as the final corner or the first corner, but they cross the line now. He pulls out of the move, he sees the Radical ahead, both of them trying to pull out of the move. They can't decide who wants to lead the battle. Maxime van den Hove on the outside, so he will have to go the longest way round, which obviously means he will drop back. There we go. So Maxime van den Hove still just sitting under the rear wing of the Scuderia Sim Racing car. Going into the International Horseshoe, no moves being made at the moment. And I think we're going to be stuck in this situation at the same time. Both of them want to lead the class, but neither of them wanting to, well, lead the class, because if you're leading the class, you're punching the hole in the air for the other car as well. So it's really sort of, once again, a tit for tat sort of battle.
Oh, the Hasse's accent's gone very strange, hasn't it? Just noticed as well, Pim Bow and Matthias Massa changing round again, even though Matthias is trying to unlap himself. Although actually he's not even a lap down, but Matthias just can't keep with Pinbow down the straight, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that this G-Drive car and the other one, they both had mixed fortunes all season. It's great to see the 13 car, Martin van Loozenhout, doing a brilliant job at the moment, leading the way. He's absolutely flying. Update on Tim Claessens, by the way. He has only got 1.1 seconds ahead of him now to Sebastian Keimel. So the Talk Freak Racing GT4 car is definitely not any hindrance after the incident earlier on. So this thing is really flying. And I think he's going to still get there. You can see the beautiful spec map on that car as well as it reflects off the roof as it goes around the banking. What do you reckon, Jack? Do you think it's going to be an epic comeback from them, or do you think they might not just have the pace advantage to do it?
I think at this point it's sort of a little too early to tell because, like Hasse mentioned earlier, it's really about strategy, and if you've got to take an extra pit stop, that's very hard to make up on pace alone. And, well, Talk Freak, I think they've actually already had a pit stop. Let me have a look. They have indeed. They have had one pit stop so far, so that's one extra they didn't need to do. And because it was so early on in the race, obviously you wouldn't need to take tyres. You might have just topped up with a little extra bit of fuel and taken the one fast repair. Tim Claessen's now going round the outside of the Flemish Sim Sports car. So that's Sebastian Keimel losing out to the championship leader. But I think going into the end of this race, going into the final couple of hours of this race, we'll really see what that Talk Freak car can do, because they'll be pushing harder than ever because, well, like I said, they can secure their Clash Championship today. If they push hard enough and they get the points required, they will be able to get it done. What I will do is I'll disappear to see if I can get the maths done in time. But I do think that if they finish third or higher, they will get the championship.
Yep, it could be done. Definitely could be done. We'll have to see what they manage to do. And like you say, Jack will now try and figure that out for you all. Thank you very much, mate. I don't have a maths degree. I don't know if Jack does as well, but to be honest, I think I'd probably need one to try and figure this out. Just a little view on the track map, just so you can see the spread. Don't forget the red cars, as you'll see at the top of your screen now. Well, you should do. The red cars will be the Radicals. Excusing me for a moment there. The red cars are the Radicals, the orange are the Porsche Cup class, the greens are the GT4s, and the blues are the TCRs. So the TCRs are certainly very spread out at the moment. And the Radicals starting to lap one another as well already. The amount of pace these cars have got, it's very easy to get around a lap and gain a little bit of time every single corner on your opponents, no matter what class they be in. Looking at Bram van Putten here, the TCR leader, very close to the back of the GT4 car, just gets out of the way. That's the Decipit car. And this is actually for position at the moment here, Hasse.
Yeah, it is, and it's not the first time we've seen the TCRs and the GT4s actually mix it up, and I think a lot of people who've been driving the official series featuring these cars as well will recognize this situation. It's something that happens more often than you'd maybe expect. The GT4 does have a little bit of an advantage on top speed, but it doesn't take a lot of damage to really pull that out of the equation. And through the corners, the amount of speed they can carry is very close to one another, with a little bit of a stability advantage, I want to say, to the TCR car, actually. And that, of course, especially in these longer races, could be a bit of an advantage, as we've also seen in places like on the Nordschleife.
Yeah, very true. You've got to take those chances, and you've got to push it wherever you can. Closest battle on track at the moment is still in the Porsche Cup class. Gregory Ranks just under 0.7 of a second behind the Vapor Shop car. And I think this chase is going to go on all race long, because we've seen that Gregory likes a battle, and the Vapor Shop RDR guys, very supportive of this championship, are in the same boat. That's David Barraclough as well, who's just actually been off track and come back on. He just sneaked his way into shot there. Oh, out of shape through the kink. Is he going to keep it out the wall? Just keeps it out the wall. Nicely styled out there as well. But there you go, they just creep through. I was thinking he was going a bit slowly there, and I thought, hang on, we recognise that one. He was in the battle before. But now he's down in 13th place. And, well, again, more position swapping in this battle here, so it's been going on all race long. And like I was just saying, I think it's going to continue that way, don't you?
It really looks like it. They haven't been separated so far. I don't think they're really going to be. Interestingly, also, Michael Pedersen is gaining ever so slightly on the G-Drive Racing Eximia number 13 car in the lead of the Porsche Cup class. So we could be seeing the lead battle coming back to life within the next, well, almost in the next couple of laps, but it's been taking him around 10 laps to gain back a few tenths. It could just be swinging back and forth, but I just noticed the gap being a little bit smaller here yet again. Too wide into turn 1 up in front. And the outside line, really not a bad bet here until you want to make this apex. Oh, David. The 69 machine sneaking through on Gregory Franks in the 23 car. Very nice opportunistic move there. And I'll tell you what, Chaz, he acted like as if he was on a bicycle, a Scott bicycle even, sneaking into there.
Well, he certainly made it work. I wasn't expecting Gregory to give it up that much. Maybe he went in a little bit hot and just thought, right, I'm not going to fight this on the outside line too much. You guys can have that there. Just behind, by the way, is one of the radicals. That is Matthias Maas, and this is going to be for position. He's making his way back up the order through these Porsche Cup cars. Back down the inside as they then go on to the banking. The acceleration of the radical maybe a little bit superior, but then we're going to see this Porsche come back through again. So we'll go on board. Excuse the jagged shadows, by the way, everybody. As previously explained, I have had PC issues recently, but a new one is being built tomorrow, and I'm very excited. But for the quality of the broadcast, I do have to, unfortunately, drop those shadows down. But look, there you go. Look how fast that Porsche is. Just flying away there. You got no chance in the radical, unfortunately. And it's going to make it all the more frustrating trying to come back through. And to be honest, Jack, when you're in one of the radicals just trying to... I mean, this is obviously for position, but they know really they're not battling each other, if that makes sense. It can be... a very, very difficult scenario to be in, but apparently you have the maths with us, so I'll put you under pressure and let you go through that then.
Right, I do have the maths with us, and it is quite a complicated one. But Talk Freak Racing, if they finish 4th, and Heli ABK, who at the moment are in 2nd, if they win today, and Talk Freak Racing finish 4th and get 12 points, the championship will go on to the next round.
Okay.
And it will be decided at Zolder. But if Talk Freak Racing finish 3rd or higher, no matter where Heli ABK finish, Talk Freak Racing will win the GT4 championship.
Okay, so that's all they need to do then.
That's all they need to do. They need to finish on the podium. That
is the ultimatum. A bit sideways there as well. So all he needs to do is catch the Edge Esports car, which is 10 seconds ahead. And there it is, the very, very pretty car. Oh, I heard Hasse's intake of breath then. It pretty much mimicked mine because that was a lively one. Never mind Sky Limit events. It was getting almost in the sky then, just like his heart rate will be. There's your race leader just coming by as well, Fabrice Cornelis. Another great performance from him so far. And we're not even an hour into this race so far. Anton Dupin saying hello in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And I do want to just address as well in the chat, guys. I know there have been calls for the driver names to be displayed, but the majority prefer the team names just because there's multiple drivers per car. So we like to know that, you know, a lot of the supporters of these teams, rather than just supporting one driver, you know, they support the whole unit. And they like to know where their teams are if they don't know certain drivers off by heart. This is still going on just in front of Fabrice. You can see him just in the background of shot there. This is on board with David Barraclough in the Porsche. I thought he was going a bit high up the banking there, but suddenly an Audi just comes out of nowhere. Suddenly German engineering hugs the yellow line down low. And is he coming in the pits? He is. So we're going to get our first Porsche pit stops. But Gregory Franks, very interestingly, carries on there, Jack.
Yeah, I did notice that Michael Pedersen dived into the pits as well. What was at the time our P2 driver. So we've still got Martin van Loosnord out. Boudewijn Custer is continuing on, and so is Greg Franks. So it'd be great to see what these guys do in terms of strategy, because if they have picked up a slight bit of damage and they haven't turned off that one fast repair, it will use that. So you've got to be very careful what you do on strategy. A full tank of fuel, and well, we're seeing the number 69 car take tyres. That's David Barraclough. So whether he knows something we don't, but a lot of the cars in the pits at the moment aren't going up on the jacks. So they are going to get the quicker pit stop, but they will have to nurse the tyres through another stint. Oh. So this will be quite interesting. That's the number 34, Ala. That's JJ Motorsport car.
And he kissed the wall as well.
Yeah, I think he's just hit the wall with that. Let's just let's just go back to that. Is it going to show us who it was? It was Quinn van Hooijdonk, wasn't it? Came in the pits there. So he's missed his box, and then... Oh, just on that left rear. The left rear just hits the wall, unfortunately, and that's... well, I mean, it's a perfect time to get it repaired. Well, you crash it coming into the pits as Van Loozenhoorn comes in. Hopefully he won't crash it in the pits. We saw a lot of these Porsches, actually, Hasse, before the race, just at the end of qualifying, practicing their pit entrances. And I tell you what, some of them were pretty wild because of the rear brake bias on this Porsche. They were sliding it around all over the place, weren't they?
Yeah, and that's also because you're coming off the banking, which offsets the weight balance of the car, and that in turn makes for some very sketchy entrances to the pits. Just noting that none of the 911 Cup cars seem to have made it running an hour, so our calls are correct on that one. And Simtech EMG in the pits alongside G-Drive and the Pro Assist Sim Racing car now. Let's see where they all stand here. Elon Buckhor now in the Allied Sim Racing car, or the Allied Racing Esports Belcar it is.
I think that Elon's going to be quite nervous now about where the other guys are going to come out, because he needs a good outlap here to try and make some time. But to be honest, I mean, Martin Van Loozenhoorn, he's already out of the pit lane. So
they did not. I don't think they. Yeah, I don't think they took tires there, and that's it's a bit of a gamble with the track temps we've been seeing so far here. And I was just about to say only 6 hours of racing, but that isn't really a lot of time for the track to cool down when we're seeing these types of temperatures.
Well,
yeah.
I was just going to say Martin Van Loozenhoorn spent 1 minute and 1 minute .1 in the pits. Elon Buckhor, who we're looking at here, was 1 minute 28 seconds. Martin Van Loozenhoorn's pit stop was 35 seconds, and Elom's was 1 minute and 3 seconds. So definitely a difference there. Either that, or Elom's got an extra fuel tank or some AdBlue or something to put in on the way in case he wants to turn it into a really economic machine. The Vapor Shop car is now ahead of Boudewijn Kuster's EMG machine. Boudewijn, of course, trying to now make it further up the order after his earlier mishap, but he is also taking tyres in that stop as well. The two cars ahead, Vranks and Dries Rohart, no tyres for them either. So it's going to be interesting to see how this overlaps towards the end of the race here, isn't it, Jack, with these different sort of timings of who's taking tyres and who's not.
I think it will be, because we've seen everybody go in between the 56 and the 58 minute mark, and well, we all know that doesn't add up to a square hour. So going into the final half an hour, I'm guessing we may see a couple of splash and dashes, whether it just be an extra couple of litres to get the car to the end of the race. But obviously you've got like the crew chief software and the rest of your team to support you and decide how much fuel the car needs. So it really is not just about the drivers, it's about whoever else you've got sort of helping you throughout the team. And I was speaking to a couple of drivers before the event, and some of them have got like proper engineers where they decide how the car's feeling, when to take tyres, when to add that extra bit of fuel, and even, I'm not sure whether it's possible in this session, but to change the setup to sort of negotiate your way around a bit of damage, whether it just be raise the car a little bit if you have to, whether that's done through tyre pressures or not. So the teams are really committing themselves to these events, which is great to see. But let's hope that their hard work pays off, because we've seen lots of battling very early on in the race. We've just ticked over the 1 hour mark, and everybody's spread out quite nicely. We're looking at Dries Rohart, who, well, he is the closest car on circuit, chasing down Greg Vranks. Here is him leaving the pit lane, and there you go. We've had an issue for Gregory Vranks, Chaz. I think we'll have to go and have a look at this, because it looks like a big one.
There's a curse. Instantly, honestly, I go back to a replay of him leaving the pits just to show how close they were. Is he going to snatch a brake or a gear? Oh, just over rotates as he comes off the brakes, sorry, not the gears. It's always on the gears. Manages to not lose too much time though in getting it going again. Doesn't spin it on the exit, but there's the red ant car just behind him. And I believe the red ant car, that's Renzo Eulenbroek. He's actually a lap down the number 17 machine. Very pretty car though, certainly looks good. But Gregory's going to be rather annoyed at himself for that one. I mean, it's a mistake that I'm sure we've all made on iRacing. But to be honest, I think we're going to see a lot of that over the course of the race. And I want to give a quick shout out to my wonderful girlfriend, who's just delivered me a bottle of Lucozade Sport, bang on time as I asked for before the broadcast. I told you it was going to happen. David Veracloth, anyway, he's just trying to chase down that G-Drive car now. That's the number 15 of Rob Tyson. This is a good little scrap that we didn't expect to see. But again, Rob's been in the pits, 39 seconds. David Barraclough's pit stop, 1 minute and 2. So this just shows now that other people's strategies, Hasse, they could affect your race in ways you hadn't considered if they don't take tyres and end up gaining a bit of track position. Because David now, Rob battling him quite hard here into the bus stop. He's going to be losing him time in the long run here. But, I mean, you can see the difference the tyres make. They're out of there. And Rob Tyson, never mind, he's not going to be losing him time. Oh, Kevin Lemons. Kevin Lemons, who I believe was leading the GT4 class. He was. What's happened here?
That's in the second horseshoe chest. Yet another rear end that just slowly goes around. I think he's going to manage to bring it back without too much drama. Did he lose a position on that? I don't think he did.
He did.
No,
That was Maxime van den Hove had gone through there for the class lead. So
that's true, yeah. That's true.
The pressure paid off. Really, really frustrating moment there for Kevin Lemons. GT4 cars haven't pitted yet. Neither have most of the Radicals. We've had Lawrence Kuipers in the pits earlier, of course, after a black flag. But yeah, the Porsches showing that they are... I don't think they're going to have an extra stop here today, but we'll have to see, because it can all add up very, very quickly. In TCR, here's Olivier Bultink, currently third in class for BMS Motorsport. I really do like that livery. Nice metallic effect on that. Dynamic Simulators Reds, Bram van Uytven just coming into the bus stop. He's about 12 seconds behind him. Attila Sipos is second at the moment for SimTag Racing, but he has got 15 seconds to gain if he wants to beat G-Drive Racing Xemia TCR. And to be honest, Jack, I'm not sure whether we spoke about the maths on this one earlier, but these guys could pretty much wrap up the title as well, couldn't they, today?
Yeah, you're going to have to give me a few to work that one out as well. But, but yeah, I think it will be a possibility. I'm not 100% sure, but it will be quite a tricky one to work out. But I do think there is a possibility that today can be the day for the G-Drive team to win the TCR class. And I'm getting ready to run away because I'm guessing the BMS guys will run at me with pitchforks and flaming torches. I do love that livery, but it does remind me of the JJ Motorsport livery on the Porsche 911 Cup car.
Well, let's have a direct comparison then. So here's your BMS car, blue on the right hand side, red on the left, and there's your JJ. See, it's blue on the left, red on the right, or well, in places, but I hate to say it, but I agree, so let's look at something else. Here's Alex Cascatau in 4th place in the Naviflex E Racing by GHK Racing car. Those guys love a long team name. And I'm wondering as well, everybody, let me just have a quick look. We have over 90, we've had about 100 people watching so far today, and we only have 15 likes. And in my opinion, that is not high enough, so I'm going to put it on the table again. We'll have a minute, and I tell you, a full minute of Hasse commentating in his best Dutch once again, if we can get to 50 likes, please. So I want to see that number increase. And our very beautiful Hasse Rømer will give you a bit of Dutch commentary. There you go. He didn't even know that was coming. But yeah, he's had his coffee, so he's fired up for it.
He'll need some Dutch courage for some Dutch commentary by the sounds of it.
Yeah, most probably. But we'll not get into his habits. Bram van Uytven's just gone off with Dries Roha at the bus stop. I saw a bit of a flash of red, and I thought, uh-oh, stuff has gone wrong here. Is this just a miscommunication here, Jack?
It does look like it. The TCR goes to the inside, and it doesn't look like he was going to slow that down. He was on a very shallow line, and he was almost going twice the speed of the Vapor Shop Porsche. So I'm not sure what the plan was there for Bram. But you can see there he's going very, very quickly in. I don't think he would have made that even if the car wasn't there. That shallow line. So I'm not sure what happened there, whether that was some sort of mechanical failure. But I'm sure the stewards will have a look. You can see Dries Roha would have been none the wiser that he's there. Just a big old hit. He just cut across the front of him. And grabs the gear, gets it back going again, but really not what the Vapor Shop car needed. So I'm sure the stewards will look at that. And well, we're 1 hour 6 minutes into the race, and Fabrice Cornelis has once again set the fastest lap time.
He's absolutely on fire, isn't he, this boy? He's in a rhythm now, and he's cracking on. He's got 40 seconds over Yannick Lemons in 2nd place, so another amazing performance so far. But yes, the moment there between the TCR and the Porsche Cup car, unfortunately, well, you were saying he was going twice the speed of the Porsche Cup car. I thought you were going to say he was going twice the speed of sound, because that's how much it looked like from the from inside the Porsche. But I mean, Dries gave him the room. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. Kevin van der Wielen's had an issue in the Decipit car. That's had a big hit there. I think the word Hasse would use is a biff. Take us through what's happened, buddy.
Let's see. It's into the bus stop yet again, and it's going to be a classic one, a bit of a fishtail. And I think that's going to keep on rotating. Yeah, all the way into the wall. Oh, that's expensive, I want to call it, because the hit wasn't actually that hard, but it seems like it's done a lot of damage to the car. With the front bumper missing now, and or the bonnet, I'm sorry. And a bit of suspension damage, I suspect, as well on the left front there.
Yeah,
just to mention as well that, I'm sorry, but just to mention that Dries Rohard, who had that incident in the Vapor Shop car in the number 12 machine before, he was sitting second in class. So that's some drama there at the top end of the Porsche Cup standings.
Yeah, it's certainly shook that up a bit as well. Justin Nair is in the pits in the Stage 1 Racing Belcar machine. Not that you can see it behind the Rolex. Bit of branding there. This is still closer. Dries Rohart now has Gregory Franks behind him again. So after Gregory's earlier mishap, Dries is now at his own. You can see actually a bit of damage on the front of that car. Budwin Kuster in on this as well. So again, we've got more battles in the Porsche class than we know how to shake a stick at. And it's what we want, though, is this Simtag racing car then leading the race now in the pit lane. And, well, it's going to be interesting to see if that safety car can be driven through or driven around here, Jack.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is. You can see the car is, well, he's up on the rear jacks. Whether they've changed the front tyres while I wasn't looking, but he is taking tyres now. We're 1 hour 9 minutes into the race, and well, with 10 minutes over the hour, and with it being a 6-hour race, 6 times 10, that gives you about an hour. So whether they can pick up a pit stop throughout the race with a bit of clean driving and keeping it consistent, I'm not sure. But we've had an incident for Rob Thiessen.
Yep.
So while all the action's in the pit lane, we have got a bit of action going out. So this is the other G-Drive car going into the second horseshoe, runs wide, going through the kink, takes out all the cones. So, well, it's got to get a few little points there, because he took out all of them and didn't leave one standing. Yes, he slowed down before the grass. Does a great job. I don't think he will have picked up any damage from that. Just, well, it looked like a small mistake, and it developed into a big one, kept out the wall, and he's carried on going.
Yeah, he managed to get away with that. I think it was just the orange vinyl was attracted to the cones and it couldn't give in anymore. Koen Klopman has jumped into the race-leading car now after Fabrice Cornelis' first brilliant stint there. Koen is now going to get the hammer down, and second place Dries Mousty is in the pit lane. And he is another one that's been flying so far this race in the Dynamics Racing Opticum car. Dennis Lukes for Fast Racing Team pitted last time round. He is now 42 seconds off the race leader, both of them having similar pit stop times. Koen Klopman's pit stop actually 5 seconds longer than that of Dennis Lukes, and they both had a driver change, both had tyre changes, so interesting to see. And Thomas Smet saying that's what you call a strike from the G-Drive car. Yes, definitely. Big fat strike there for him. Just at the side of your shot there is the Talk Freak racing car. Championship leaders in GT4. As Jack said earlier, with his master great, they need a podium to win the championship today, no matter what the Helly ABK racing car does. Maxime van den Hove is doing everything he can at the moment, leading the class. Seems like quite a lonely race. Let's have a look. Nobody that way. One car very far in the distance that way. And to be honest, around Daytona, it's kind of what you want, isn't it, Hasse? You want a bit of clean air just to get the hammer down.
Yeah, that's perfect conditions to just get down and get in the groove and get some good laps in. Get those consistent laps in most of all, because that is what makes and breaks a race here. Budwin Kuster. Oh, what has he gone and done? That's a huge one.
That's surely got to take him out of the race. That's a massive impact. Car rolls over multiple times. Maciej Mlinek was in that as well with them. And I think, to be honest, Budwin a little bit impatient there. Puts it down the inside. There's not much room, and yeah, I have to say, he could have just waited to go around the outside on the banking there, Jack. I mean, not to sort of point fingers, but what do you reckon?
It did look like both cars were going for the same piece of tarmac, but it doesn't necessarily fall onto the slower car. The faster car has got the same amount of responsibility, if not more, to get past the slower class cleanly. Both of them have got damage, both of them struggling to keep it in a straight line. I thought Boudewijn Custer would have thrown it into another GT4 car, the Flemish Sim Sports car that's just passed him. You can see that car is very heavily damaged. But they have already been into the pits with damage, so whether they have used that fast repair will be the make or break of their race, because that was a big old hit. They've still got the engine, well, performing it at some point, at some stage of a performance, but I'm not sure whether they'll have that fast repair. We'll have to keep an eye on them. It does look like the Edge Esports car has picked up the fast repair, so they've got away with it likely. We'll look back at Boudewijn Custer. Does he stop and get a new car straight away? He does indeed, so both of them getting the fast repair, so Boudewijn Custer saved by the one fast repair provided by Belcar. So the battle, although it's paused for the moment, I'm sure it'll very quickly pick up its heat very, very shortly.
Yep, and that's the beauty of sim racing, a fast repair like that, but like you say, it's not always that straightforward. So, he's actually, well, there's how you make a mess of it. Boudewijn very keen to get on with it here, Hasse, but, well, that's a silly mistake to make, isn't it? But desperate times, desperate measures, and maybe a bit too happy with the right foot.
Yeah, I think he just got out of shape there. The tires might be just a little off temp. That wouldn't really make sense with such a short stop in the pits. But that almost very nearly went wrong for Boudewijn Custer. And I think he's escaped that one without any real consequences. It didn't look like there was actually damage or any contact either, of course, to cause the damage. So, yeah, close call indeed there for the 63 car. That was... Whew, my heart went right in the throat there.
Scary, scary moment. Porsche Sport join us in the YouTube chat. Good to see you guys. Fabrice Cornelis is also in the chat as well, giving it the dab emoji. Absolutely love it after that brilliant first stint. Very well done, Fabrice. And thank you everybody that is viewing so far, and hopefully having a good time watching. The likes have gone up, but we've got 28. Don't forget, we want 50, and we'll get Hasse to do a minute of commentary in Dutch for you. We'll get him probably. How do you feel about describing a lap on board, Hasse?
I think that's gonna be a bit over my capabilities, but a minute of commentary, I think I could muster that. Mind you, I'm not in any way fluent, but I do know a little here and there. It should be a good laugh.
Well, we'll see if we can give it a go. Martin van Loozenhoorn, though, he is currently going to be a bit of a happy boy now. He has a 27.5 second gap over second place in the Porsche Cup class, and what has been an unlucky 13 car this season has really turned its fortunes around here at Daytona so far. 1 hour and 15 minutes into this race, and Martin has done a cracking job. Just in front of him there on track is the Graphite Racing TCR car of Tom van Put. He had a couple of moments early on in his stint, but he's managed to get into a rhythm now just outside of the top 3 in that class. But to be honest, Jack, this TCR class has got a bit of a habit of stretching out quite a lot. He's got 27 seconds to Olivier Bultink, and then behind him he's got 56 seconds to Bart Levens.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how they do it, but they seem to spread out more than any other class on circuit, and they do it quite well as well, because it's not like there's incidents or damage or crashes. Whether it just be picking up a bit of draft here and there off the cars that are lapping you, or just being maybe quite conservative with your car, and that might inadvertently make the thing quicker. But yeah, I see what you mean. The class is spread out to, well, quite an extensive amount. And speaking of the TCR class, I have done the maths. The championship for the TCR class can't be won today, sadly, so it will go on to the final round on what will happen. But I have peeked at the 911 Cup class championship, and I'm going to do an extra little bit of maths in a bit, but I do think there is a possibility that could be won today.
And would that be the EMG car that would win that?
I think it. Let me have.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Yes, I think it would be the EMG car. I was looking at my notes and I've got it down as bin goal by SimTag. I haven't added the little EMG bit on the end, but yes, it would be the EMG car that would win the championship. Well, as far as I'm aware, would win the championship. I'll get some closer figures for you in a bit, but I do think there's a possibility that the 911 Cup class, as well as the GT4 class, could be won on the 6 hours of Daytona.
Well, it's all to play for, everybody. And don't forget, the final round of the championship, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that one. We've got until Halloween, where we'll have the, oh, excuse you, Zolder 24-hour on Halloween. It's going to be a very spooky affair. And trust me, the jokes are only going to get worse as we get closer and closer to it. Gregory Franks, though, is just behind Dries Rohart. David Baraklov is 8.9 seconds behind now. We go on board with Mr. Franks up the banking. I mean, every time you go to Daytona, Hasse, it just surprises you more and more how steep that banking is, doesn't it?
It's an absolute hill to climb. It's really, I think people trying to walk it. I've seen pictures as well with people trying to walk, almost just sliding down it. It's very steep indeed through the corners, and it's something you really have to account for when setting up the car as well. I think they might have done a bit of adjustments to just make sure the tires handle the banking correctly in terms of reusing their Le Mans setups, as we were talking about earlier. But it is special, and it is one of the few places in the world where you can have this sort of racing on these. Some people call them road ovals. I guess that sort of makes sense, and it's interesting to watch. It makes for some really good racing, because what we like to see often is big speeds, and straights also make for overtaking with the slipstream and everything. And it's always interesting to watch when there's racing here from Daytona.
Yep, and that was the move. Gregory Franks there getting past Dries Rohart. Nice and textbook stuff from these guys so far this race, but Dries just goes a little bit deep into the horseshoe. Wondering whether it's that damage on the front end that's affecting that there, Jack, because it does look quite severe here. You can see, not quite under the bonnet, it's actually the design of the car that makes it look like you can see something under the bonnet. But it's quite crumpled there, and it's pushed the bodywork away from the wheel. I mean, we've seen worse, though, so far, and the cars have still performed. What do you reckon?
I'm not sure, really, because it looks like it's affecting the car to quite a small extent. It doesn't look like it's like unsettled in the corners. On the straights, it may possibly be that extra little bit slower because of the change in profile on the front of the car, and in the corners, yeah, possibly it might have a slight effect on downforce, but we know the bonnet doesn't really do much in the way of downforce, so it might not make a massive extent in the important bits, so on the infield, but on the oval where you've got that extra little bit of draft assistance from the car ahead, I don't think it will make that much of a difference. But if he does get out in front of Greg Franks, I think that's when the damage will start to show and really start to play an effect. But at the moment, he's more than happy where he is, and I'm sure he's just going to carry on, keep churning out the laps, and not really be bothered by it.
Yeah, that's the thing. You've just, no matter what goes on, you've just got to keep your head in the game and crack on with it. And that's what the Stacy's car of Lawrence Kuipers has done so far. He's back up to 3rd place overall. Kobe Klaas is the next one behind him in class in the Dynamics Racing Optic car. We've not seen too much of them so far today, Hasse, but again, it's another team that's just cracking on and getting the job done. Some more points on offer, of course, here for them. And I imagine they're going to be happy, even if they just take 4th place, but they'll be rooting for a podium, though, won't they?
And unless they've taken their fast repair already, they've managed to keep the car clean for this long, and I think it could be vital. It could be a pivotal point later in the race if you keep that fast repair for that longer bit, because it can really become useful later on. We've seen a number of teams, I think, opting to use them pretty early on. And the PMS car there, he just sneaks in on the inside Kobe Klaas, and he does well to make his way through. Now the Torque Freak Racing car is up ahead as well. JJ car in the 34 machine there lets him by, coming onto the banking. And something interesting we saw earlier in a situation I just want to mention as well is that we saw a GT4 car actually being able to close up on a Radical in the slipstream. I don't know how much damage. Could have been some kind of damage to the Radical. I was expecting that, because otherwise that's I think that's pretty extreme.
Yeah, it's not something I really expected to see. I mean, you know that the Porsche has the advantage over the TCR car in a straight line, and not really much anywhere else. But yeah, I didn't expect it to be catching the Radicals, to be fair. That's quite impressive. But I think over the course of a race, it might not be anything to worry about too much. But even still, you know, it's not what you'd want being the fastest class in terms of lap time. You wouldn't want to be caught up by those guys, really, would you, Jack?
No, it's one of those things that I don't really know how to explain it. If you get caught up in slower traffic and, well, other people's battles, it really will slow you down. But Dynamics, they've kept it sort of out of that. It's one of the cars that we haven't looked at for a little while, and I guess that's probably one of the better things. It's a slightly under the radar performance at the moment. They haven't gained massive amounts. They've gained 4 positions. They started in 8th, and they are up to 4th, which, well, by any means is a really good improvement. But they've now got a 27-second gap ahead to the car ahead of Lawrence Kuipers in the Stasis car. So they're in a world of their own at the moment, and I think this is where Kobe Klaas just has got to keep the car on the track and, well, just keep churning out the laps. We're going to keep on coming back to it. It's all about keeping it clean and keeping it consistent in a 6-hour race. And also, I do have new maths. The 911 Cup class, as far as I'm aware, at the moment, as it stands, the championship will go on to next round. But Allied Racing, to really keep that sort of championship hope alive, they need to finish in the top 5, and that is going to be a push. If they get in the top 4 and start gaining those what have you got? For first you get 25 points, for second you get 18, for third you get 15, and for fourth you get 12. So top 4, top 3 is really where they need to be to keep the championship going on to Zolder. But we've also got to remember, some of these teams have already picked up 1 point today. Specifically, if you get a pole position, you get 1 bonus point, and if you get the fastest lap, you get 1 bonus point on top of that as well. So it's pretty undecided in the 911 Cup class. The only class that can be decided today is the GT4s.
And even still, anything these guys do today, doesn't mean that you won't wrap up the championship a bit closer down the line, does it? I mean, it's very hard to judge exactly what's going to go on in the race, but I think that we've got a very, very good format for a championship here. These guys have been absolutely loving it out on track, and to be honest with you, Hasse, it's very demanding to have race after race like this, because the amount of track time that you have and the amount that you can lose as well in terms of one race. Oh, you're right. Is it can vary a lot. With people's mindsets race to race can just be so different.
Yeah, and how strong are you at the different tracks? Where is your starting point, your starting level? You might be a lot more comfortable at Le Mans than you are here, or might be a lot more comfortable at Zolder than anywhere else. Whatever. So there's a lot of factors that could really come into play when having just a couple of weeks to prepare for the races like this. Just had a look at the GT4 class, and would you believe it? Torque Freak's in the lead, and I think they've yet to take their first pit stop.
Yeah.
Could be because they're running their full fuel capacity here. I believe that because we haven't seen too many pit stops from the GT4, and normally with I think, don't get me on the gallows if I'm wrong, but I think it's 120 liters actually. So usually you see these cars able to run for about 1.5 hours, and that would of course make sense.
Yeah, they have big tanks in them, so we don't expect to see them making as many stops as everyone else. But yeah, good job so far from Tim Clayson, to be fair. I'm sure he'll be happy to see a number 1 as his position again. But as the race goes on though, Jack, it's one of those things now where they don't need to worry about how they sort of balance out against other people's strategies. They just need to get the hammer down lap after lap. We're going to see another lap from him here as Bram Van Putten comes in from the TCR class lead. But in these scenarios, you don't worry about what other people's strategies are, do you? You just crack on.
Yeah, I think that is the case with these guys. I think they've got about a 40-second gap ahead of Anthony Beekman. So I'm not quite sure how they've done that, whether they are just a pit stop ahead. But it looks like that. Well, I'm not 100% sure actually. I don't know how he's gained all of that time. Bearing in mind he's been into the pits once, and Helly have also been into the pits once. I'm not sure how he's done that, because he was at the very bottom end of the class with the lap 1 and lap 2 incidents. But he's just, I'm lost for words. I don't know how he's done that.
I think genuinely, it says his pit lane time was 28 seconds, so I think he might have had a penalty or something earlier on, or maybe just a fast repair. That's the only time he had his pit stop. So they were obviously caught up in the lap 1 incident. He must have been in to just take that fast repair, because it says 4.5 second pit stop, and we know that is not going to be enough no matter what you do. So he's Yeah, 40 seconds though. I think that they were only about 20 seconds behind, and the other guys have all done just over a minute in terms of their pit lane time. So it adds up really in terms of how long they were stopped for is just the only difference, I think. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that and see how that comes back around full circle once Tim pits. But here is another battle in the Porsche Cup class, and two of our very favourites, Hasse. It's Gregory Vranckx and Dries Rohaart.
Yeah, they've been going at it for quite a while now, these two, and they've really put on a show. And I think with that damage is now settled, that Gregory Vranckx is just pulling him along a little bit faster. And what we saw before really looked like a finely orchestrated maneuver, I want to say, by Dries Rohaart. So really just got out of the way without losing too much speed, got right in there in the slipstream, and it could be a good move in the long run if it turns up really kind of nullifying whatever time lost on that front end damage there. Just looking, I think we've had a couple of incidents here. Ben Thanes, Rob Tayson, and I think if I'm just looking, I saw before at the corner of my eye.
Ooh, Rob, that was a bit of an odd one into turn one, wasn't it? Just rotates on the brakes. We've seen that from a few guys so far, and shows that he's not immune to that. But something happened to Kevin Lemons as well here, Hasse.
Let's see. That's down towards the second horseshoe. That's a bit of late braking, and oh, he just cannot see him there. I think that's the 66 GHK car. It just doesn't know Kevin Lemons is in there on the inside. And to be fair, I wouldn't really expect a GT4 to be up the inside of a radical through a corner like that. So fair play on him. He just turns in as he normally would. Oh. All of a sudden, there's a car there. And Ben Thanes, see, that's the problem. Did they not set up their fueling or something? And could that be the explanation for the really, really short pit stop we saw before?
Very strange one. I think that was in the GT4s that we had. That was a big wobble there from Sam Buttervilles into turn one in the Graphite Racing TCR car. Nice recovery. Back on the throttle and away he goes like nothing happened. But Ben Thanes, though, Jack, he is dropping right down the order now. He's second in class here.
I'm not sure what happened. He's up on the jacks taking tyres. So well, I'm not sure what happened. Whether that could have been a penalty, I doubt it, because they've driven extremely cleanly. And it is a 25 incident point per penalty sort of limit. And I haven't really seen them go off track once. So like Hasse said, it could just be that they forgot to set something up in the pit stop. It might have been tyres, but I'm guessing you can probably stretch tyres quite a while in these TCRs. The fronts might be a little trickier to manage, but I know the rears are quite easy. But we've now got the Simtag racing car in the lead of the TCR class, and there's actually a GT4 just popping around in the GT4 class, or in the TCR class, as well as a GT3. You've got Robin van Gogh, who is still showing up on my timing screen as a GT3 car, but we have been made aware that he is in it. In fact, there we go, he is in a TCR, so I'll just have to edit that on my end. But the GT4 class I was mentioning was that man here, Pierre Yves de Soto, I believe, for the Dassault Pit racing team. We've seen him on the stream a fair bit, obviously with that massive incident earlier on, and it's nice to see that the GT4s can mix it in with the TCRs, isn't it, Chaz?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that some of the guys that do jump in these TCR cars are so quick, like unbelievably quick, and they can really get the most out of the car and get the better of some of these GT4 machines. And Kevin Lemons, by the way, and Bram Reniers. Whoa, there's a big sideways moment there from the Sky Limit car. This is for position, and this is the Carrot car and the Scuderia Sim Racing car. These guys we've been battling all season, and this is for second place in class. Bram now takes that position, and now he's actually had his pit stop. Yeah, that is actually for position. Now, these guys have had similar pit stop times. Talk Freak have literally decimated the gaps around them, and now the number 69 machine getting involved in that fight there as well. Obviously not for position, but that is David Barraclough in the Sky Limit race team car, and he's going to be out of their hair in just a moment. But that puts Bram Reniers and the Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot team in a championship winning position now, Hasse.
It really does, and they took their fast repair with that pit stop as well. They've had Whatever small damage they had to the car before has now been repaired, and the car is completely clean again. And it's going to be interesting to see what kind of speed potential they've been carrying all along, because they haven't been considerably slower than, well, really any one of the other GT4 contenders. So seeing them now with a fresh car and in second place, I think not only could they very well take the championship today, but I don't think we should discount them from taking the win either.
Well, we know Bram and Tin are the guys to get that done. Been so consistent. Look at that Scuderia sim racing car closing in though in the slipstream. And Bram's gone high and then back down low. And I tell you what, Kevin is really pushing here. He's got his teammate, of course, Werrell, in the pit lane, waiting to jump in. But long stints in these Porsches here then, Jack, in the GT4. So when you get a driver in there, you really have to consider where you're at in terms of the race and who's around you and who you need to battle with, don't you?
You do. It's something you've got to eye up before you even get in the car, because I know during endurance racing you've got to sort of pick out who you're going to be racing against. And well, Scuderia, they might not have thought that they'll be racing Torque Freak. Bearing in mind Torque Freak were at the very bottom end of the order, and they've just worked their way up on strategy, driven, well, apart from the initial incident, a very, very clean and quick race, which is what you need to do. And yeah, you've got to eye up your competitors, maybe where they're a bit weaker than you and where you can brake later and everything like that. And that's just something you've got to keep an eye out for. And well, Scuderia are in a prime position here just to sit in the draft, gain the position, and well, sit on the back of Torque Freak. And well, I've said that well quite a fair bit, but Torque Freak, I'm struggling for my words there. I'm not sure why, but yeah, Torque Freak might drag Scuderia all the way up to Heli ABK into an even higher position. And if Torque Freak goes through past Heli ABK, Scuderia might watch on and see exactly where to make the move.
Yeah, it's very true. Oh, excuse me. They just have to think about saving fuel potentially as well. That's one of the main things. Is even though it could just gain you an extra lap or so, it can make all the difference over the course of a race, as we alluded to earlier. But an hour and a half in already, boys, and I mean, I'll come to you first, Hasse. We've had a good opening to this race, but it's flown by again.
Yeah, as it seems to always do. This time I think we've had the race settling down a little bit faster, but we've also had quite a bit of moments here and there, and they seem to come and pop up from out of nowhere, as it is with traffic as you're going around at different paces. The other cars here, a very good battle here as Torque Freak cuts back on Kevin Lemons, who does a big send going wide on the exit of turn one. And it's as they were, and there was a bit of a flash there. And a send it right back, and is that the giving back of the position there? Oh
no, I don't think so. I think that Bram's just being that kind. He's just leaving him the space. The GHK radical comes up behind and goes, "Oh God, not this again! I'm not going to get involved." The Scuderia car defends the inside then, and Bram really is. Can't do anything about Kevin Lemons now, but I mean the timing screen that we have here. We have some of the golden event viewer, and every time somebody overtakes someone or goes off track or does anything of significance, basically it lights up. And all it is at the moment is Kevin and Bram just swapping places again and again, filling the whole timing screen on the right hand side for us. Looks absolutely brilliant. But now Bram needs to just try and sit in that air and see if he can save himself any fuel. Closest battles in the Porsches at the moment are Gregory Vranks, and I believe he's chasing down. Sorry, he's got Dries Rohart behind him. It's not the gap ahead. But look at this at the top of the field, though, Jack. Koen Klotman 1 minute and 13 seconds ahead of Dennis Lukes.
He's been handed a car in a prime position once again for a win in that car. That was, yeah, Fabrice Cornelis on the first stint has pulled out and well, we've got to be quite careful what we say here. Has pulled out quite the gap. There we go. I'm not just going to leave it as he's pulled out. And he's left quite a nice margin ahead. Like you say, 1 minute 14. It's going up very quickly. I'm just watching. It's gone up by a full second just in that short little section of circuit. So whether Dennis Locks is struggling to get the fast racing team number 7 car up to speed, it's dropped by another second again. I'm not sure what's going on in the second placed car, but yeah, the car we're looking at the moment, the SimTag racing machine, has won. There we go. Yeah, so SimTag have won round 1 and round 2 of the season, but SimRC, who haven't had the greatest day so far, well, I was expecting them to come off that round 3 win on quite a high, and sadly they got caught out very early on in the race. But there's the Fast Racing Team car. It's still looking straight, nothing bent or broken on the car, and he's keeping it up to speed. Whether he was just caught in a bit of traffic or something like that, but I'm not sure why he's lost all that time. But now the gap's up to 1 minute 17. So whether Cohen Klopman is just absolutely on it, or Dennis had a bit of an issue, but he's just pulling that gap even further away.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem that anyone can really match them at certain points. I mean, Cohen Klopman was amazing at Le Mans as well, and I did fangirl a little bit because I've been a fan of his on YouTube for quite a while as well. But Lawrence Kuiper's in the Stasis car. He's really had a good comeback so far, hasn't he, Hasse? I mean, we love this machine, but it's been a good recovery drive. It'll just be interesting to see how the pit stops sort of re-lap over again. Always Mike Goosens will have a ganders. Pardon the pun, I'm going to keep doing that. He's had an incident here in the BMS car, and that's already pretty battered.
Oh, and they were running third for a long time, and yes, indeed, just to finish on what you said before, why? Oh, he's gone and parked it. So that looks like some damage that was picked up on an earlier occasion. Just collects.
No.
That's the Dynamics car, isn't it, on the outside? And straight into the wall. That looks a little bit strange to me. Very good recovery so far to be in a podium position for Stasis, who did have a bit of an incident earlier on, but they've managed to not really lose too much time and still be in a good position. It's a long race indeed, and a lot of stuff can still happen here. So really good to see Simtech being, I want to say their usual self, just keeping it cool, calm, and collected, and making easy work of what seems to be a tough job for everybody else, more or less, dealing with the traffic here at Daytona.
I was just trying to have a look through and see if we could catch the earlier incident that caused the original damage, but it doesn't seem like there was anything, so not sure where that's come from, whether he's had an incident really early on in the race and then it's just got to the car and he understeered wide, or whether it was just that one mistake. But yeah, it seems that something has certainly had a negative effect on that car at one point. But now we look back from Kevin Lemons' car at the Torque Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot Machine, which, as we've been saying, has been so dominant this season. Look at Bram Reniers on the brakes there, gained so much time. And then we have the class leader in the Porsches there, Martin van Loozenhoord. He's about to fly around the outside of these guys. There he goes, and look at that speed difference there from the GT3 Cup car, Jack. It's just brilliant, isn't it? I think it's Jack's turn now to be sipping a coffee, I think. But the difference is pretty immense. Here's Budwin Kustep, who he's got Jürgen Gullicher behind him in the JJ Motorsport car. And coming back to you this time, Jack, I mean, JJ Motorsport, we've seen them up there a few times this season, second and third, battling for positions, but it's not quite gone their way so far at this round.
No, I don't think it has. We've seen them be quite aggressive and quite well confident with that aggression, and work their way up through the order, or what I've seen of the championship or of the series anyway. I know you've seen a hell of a lot more than I have, but it looks like they just haven't got the bit between their teeth today. They're slowly starting to climb their way back up through the order, whether it be for one reason or another, but it doesn't look like they're on a nice little groove today. They are still chasing down the cars ahead, but not to quite the extent I was expecting, because it's always a car that seems planted, and it's all the drivers seem to get in a rhythm nice and early and start churning out the laps, but it doesn't look like they can get it in. They'll get it, or keep it on the circuit today in theory. They've been dropping wheels here and there off the circuit. We're now looking at Lawrence Kuipers. Has he run out of fuel?
Oh, I hope not.
Oh.
I really hope not, because Lawrence Kuipers is back in the pits, and I was just saying a moment ago, wasn't I, boys, that yeah, that's all we've got for that, unfortunately. But I was just saying that it'd be interesting to see how it overlapped with the strategies, but that's definitely a car that's going to be towing back to the pit lane now and dropping down, I'm afraid. So it looks like the podium is going to be out of the question there. Back to your race leader here, Cohen Klopman, Simtag Racing, doing an incredible job so far. Dennis Luke's in fast place, well, second place for Fast Racing Team, doing a good job. Kobe Class is now up to third, despite that little moment before with Mike Goosens in the BMS car. And Jelle Verstraeten and Narviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing. I'm sure I could be forgiven for getting that one wrong. They've recovered well, because I mean, these guys, Hasse, were involved, of course, in the incident on the very first lap at the very first corner.
He's gone for a quick break. I think that's what I've seen anyway.
Apologies.
But he's gone to go make another cup of coffee. But yeah, it's been a busy old race for Jelle Verstraeten. Well, for the time he's been in the car, and well, they're in 4th position at the moment, and they've still got quite the gap ahead as well, 26 seconds ahead, and what will very quickly become almost 2 minutes if the stasis car can't get back out. I'm not sure whether it will have damaged the engine running out of fuel, but he's been in the pit lane for quite a while. I think that this might just be my timing messing up a little bit, but apparently that stasis car has been in the pits for 58 minutes and 41 seconds, and I struggle to believe that.
Yeah, same here. I think it's because it has a little glitch sometimes with when they've been in the pits for a while. Great shot there, and the car's going across the line just as it swapped cameras. But hopefully the stasis car with Erin Babber at the wheel is back out and at full pace. And I do have to admit, everybody, I did miss Hasse's little message. He has just hopped away. It's very hot where he is. It's been very hot in the UK recently, but it's cooled down again a little bit. And Sam Putterfields has just gone off the circuit again here in the graphite car. He had a moment into turn 1 earlier, and he's gone in a bit too hot this time, Jack. And a bit of grass, manages to keep it out of the wall, though, does he? No, a little kiss there. To be fair, the Audi's a bit of a tank, so I don't think it will have damaged it too much.
No, it just seemed to be a little graze off the wall. Doesn't look like it's done much at all. I don't even think it's bent any bodywork, so he's just carried on, get the car back up to temperature and clean all the grass off the tyres and carry on going. And here's the nice little direct comparison we were looking at earlier, the BMS Motorsport car and the JJ Motorsport. Oh, well, I had to go say something, didn't I? JJ Motorsport car spins through 360 degrees, gets a few little style points there for rotating it round, and gets back going again. But that's what we're talking about just a little earlier on, Chaz. They just can't seem to find the rhythm today. As soon as they start to churn out those consistent laps, something puts them back.
Yeah, it's a shame, really. It really is. Just looking at this, by the way, in the GT4 class, there's your class leader, Kevin Lemons. There's 2nd place Anthony Beekman, and there's Bram Reniers in 3rd place. So these 3 teams that have all been in the title hunt so far are right together again on track after nearly 2 hours of racing. So absolutely amazing stuff. That's what we love to see. Look at that, going up high as well. I think they all want to save fuel and all want to be the one in the slipstream rather than giving the slipstream here. As Bram Reniers down the inside, and he's gone into the back of the Scuderia Sim Racing car. Makes contact with the back of Kevin Lemons. He was a bit later on the brakes, and Heli ABK are going to be laughing all the way to the bank now. Anthony Beekman back in front. I don't know why Kevin was flashing his lights there. The car's behind you, mate. Wasn't that one that hit you? But wow. Big moment there, and whether that's going to have damaged either car in some sort of performance way, we'll have to see. Mike Goosens has had another issue here. Just on the back of Hasse going for a break, by the way, everybody. Make sure you do stay hydrated if it is too hot where you are. We have had a very, very bad heat wave this week in the UK, and I'm sure Jack will vouch as well. It's been pretty difficult while broadcasting to make sure that you do stay hydrated as well. But little moment there for Mike Goosens, not too much to worry about, is it?
Nah, just Mike Goosens getting a little loosey-goosey on the grass, but he's got it going again. Sorry, I had to drop it in. I had to get it in there. There's Kevin Lemons doing everything he can to keep Anthony Beekman behind, and I'm not sure why Anthony Beekman was flashing. Like you said, he was flashing his lights going onto the road section of the circuit, and then going around the International Horseshoe again, he was flashing his lights. So whether he's just got slightly confused with which car hit him, you can see a direct comparison to the Radical, and the Radical's not that much quicker than the GT4 on the straight.
No, it's really not. It can't break away too much. But this battle then has been really shaken up now. Tempers will be rising between these GT4 cars. Bit of a wobble there from Kevin Lemons through the bus stop chicane, but still good performance from him at the moment, doing everything he can, I should say. I had a bit of a cough there, sorry. We have the Allied Sim Sports car going past there. Allied Racing Esports car, very pretty livery. Elon Bock up 6th overall at the moment, 2nd in class. 31 seconds off Van Loozenhoorn, Hasse. It's not a gap that seems to be closing, it's just getting bigger and bigger every lap.
Yeah, and you'd expect them to be able to actually to get in some of that time again with his fresh tires. Remember, they took tires and that cost them about 30 seconds on the pit stop. They were running pretty close before that, so it seems like the tire gamble is really paying off for G-Drive Racing. That number 13 car, Martin van Loozenhoorn, what a job. If it turns out he's managed to do both all the fuel saving that the others did to actually do an extra lap. Remember, they were one of the cars who did, I think, 57, 58 minutes of running before pitting in. And they didn't take tires, and still at the front of affairs, haven't really lost any time. It's absolutely huge to see, and make you wonder if the rest of the team is going to be able to to keep that up. Sometimes it can be a little bit of pressure coming on with having to take over the car from someone who's done such a dominant performance.
Yeah, he's got he's left big boots to fill for the other guys. I think that's one of the safer ways to say it, I think, without offending the other guys. But yeah, brilliant performance from Martin van Loosenholt so far. Trying to look down the order, see where the closest battle is on track, and it is still these GT4 cars. Anthony Beekman just ahead of Kevin Lemons and Bran Reniers in the little Porsche Cup cars. They've got a bit of traffic behind them now. We've got the Stage 1 Racing Belcar Porsche of Hans Blankert and one of the Radicals as well, and this will be a good comparison to the speed. You'll see the Porsche come flying through. Look at this formation flying here, love it. The Stage 1 car in the middle, having to keep it nice and clean. Through it goes and away, and we're not going to see such a massive clearance from the Radical here. If we're going to see the Radical, oh, you can just hear it to the right. Just about, it's there somewhere, but no, look, still can't make its way through here, Jack. And it's got to be frustrating that, being in the Radical and not able to make that difference.
Well, yeah, it can almost be demotivating as well, knowing that you're in, well, the leading class out on circuit, and you've got all that pace that, oh, well, there you go, you've got all that acceleration coming out of the corners and going through the corners as well. It's just on the straight, your foot's flat to the floor, and, well, you're trying to put it even further through the floor, and you just can't get that move done. And yeah, I can see it being demotivating as well, going, oh, I'm the fastest class on circuit, but I can't even overtake the second slowest class on circuit. So it's, sorry, not the second slowest, the third fastest. We'll be nice to him. The third fastest class on circuit.
Oh, big send, so, Kevin Lemons.
Wow, yeah, I see what you mean. That was, I don't know how he slowed that down in time before the grass, but I don't know what to say. Everybody's nose to tail, and they're all deciding who wants to be in the lead of the class.
Well, there was another moment just a second ago going into the International Horseshoe where Kevin put his nose down the inside. It was almost contact. Anthony Beekman wouldn't have been told there was an overlap, because if there was one, it was minuscule. And I imagine Bran Reniers is probably just sitting there now, Hasse, thinking, well, if you guys want to fight as hard as that and Kevin wants to chuck the car around, I'm happy to sit here, wait for an incident, and then we've got the championship in the bag. Yeah,
exactly, and mind you, they don't even have to charge up ahead. They could just sit in their position and actually, I think, get that championship in the bag. Anyways, Chaz, as you called it, they do battle ahead, and now look at this. The top freak. Oh, Chaz, that's the commentator's curse. Oh, they almost get picked up there. Bran Reniers is doing a really good job of staying clear of the spinning heli ABK car. Oh, that was close indeed. Well, and yeah, sorry, Chad, go on.
It's all right, mate. It was always going to happen. I mean, they should, to be honest, I don't know. There's so many ways you could look at that. If we look at it in slow-mo, at this point, I mean, Kevin Lemons has gone down the inside. He's committed to it. He's gone in a little bit deep. At this point, you've got to be thinking Anthony Beekman's probably just going to back out and just let Kevin get back on his line. Yeah, it's obviously a battle for the lead, but there's plenty of time left to go. You can see that he moves over, leaves plenty of room, but just as the car comes back on, it's not quite enough room left. There's still about half a car length to the side. He gets unlucky with the contact that it spins the car so aggressively. Kevin Lemons gets away with it well. Bran Reniers, though, great avoidance, though, in making sure that he doesn't go into the back of him. But, you know, Anthony Beekman will be a bit sour after that one, but at the end of the day, I think it was 6 of one, half a dozen the other. Kevin went deep with a manoeuvre like that, but you've got to wonder, Jack, did Anthony really need to get back involved again with it so quickly?
I'm not sure he could have done, but it's one of those things. He's hit the grass, which has minimised the grip that you can get out of those front tyres, and maybe, well, obviously it wasn't intentional. You don't intend to hit anybody, but yeah, it's just a bit unlucky once again. It seems to be the word that you use for no matter which Porsche class. It's just being unlucky. And yes, I was literally just about to say that the Stasis car is showing up as, well, they're out of the race.
I think the word's gutted, to be honest. Erin Baba got in the car, but then it didn't go anywhere, I'm afraid. So that was the end of that. Brilliant shot there. You can see all the cars circulating from above. Looks fantastic. Here's your race leader, Koen Klopman, making his way around the Porsches like they're not there. Once again, that was the number 15 machine there of Rob Tyson, who actually has Boudrin Kuster only 9/10 of a second behind him now, so These guys closing up again. Three ways, big commentary, says Andre Zeller. Yes, Chaz Draycott here with Hasse, Rømer and Jack Werrell in the booth for you guys. Hope you are enjoying the show so far. Certainly is a lot of fun. We've still got a bit of a close battle here, actually. We've got Senna Hulsmans in the Flemish Simsports GT4 car. Lawrence Kirschmacher's just ahead of him. Oh, we've actually got an issue for Jürgen Gullicher. Let's have a look what's happened here. Second spin here in just a handful of laps, Jack.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we've mentioned it, not just for this class, that little bit of elevation change going onto the oval, and wow, cuts across the circuit quite aggressively, but he clearly knew that there wasn't a car on its way. We'll right on board just to see what happened, and it's once again the JJ Motorsport car. He runs quite wide going in. I found that hitting that curb can almost help you. It unsettles the car before you hit that bump, so it almost rattles its way over it. But yeah, JJ Motorsport car once again being caught out. And it's not great to see, because they're now down in 12th position, and we've just you're beating me to it, Chaz. Do I just go home now? Because I was about to say the G-Drive Racing Eximia car has dived into the pit, so they will pick up a position. Will the JJ Motorsport car? You can see G-Drive changing driver as it's blinking in and out. I'm assuming that's what's going on. The JJ Motorsport car must just be coming around the final corner. Oh, there we go. He's just crossed the line now and gone past the G-Drive car, so he's picked up another position. But if you are Jürgen in this situation, you really have got all the work to do, because you've got a 1 minute gap ahead, I think, if I'm reading that correctly, and you're gonna very quickly have that Traxxas car up behind you, and the G-Drive car that's in the pits at the moment. You've got to remember that he may well be on a different strategy, so you've got to think about him as well. And we're just looking at Elon. Who's this? Why have I've only got his first. Yeah, I've only got his first name. I've only got first names everywhere. Bear with me a second. I'm just gonna have to reload the overlay.
Well, technology is our friend, everybody. Believe me. Just an update on our favourite car, Hasse. Erin Barber and the stasis machine has a blown engine. Thank you, Jean-Louis Deschamps, for the update. But yeah, blown engine for those guys in that Radical. But to be fair, it's only the size of like an Intel i7, so you can probably just whack one out and whack one back in very quickly, can't you?
And that's where it comes into play that they took that fast repair earlier for what they'd collected on the earlier incident. And had that been available to him, it wouldn't really have made that big of an impact. But now, I think that's going to render him effectively out of the race. A new engine, that's usually, even if it's a lucky escape, you could say, it's going to be at least half an hour, and it's often about an hour's worth of repairs. Really, really bad luck for one of the best-looking cars on track, and certainly a favorite of ours, and heartbreak again for Stasis.
It is a real shame. We've got Porsches in the pits. Davy Suffley is taking over the Sky Limit Race team car. EF Vanger Necton getting in the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport car, and Jürgen Gullicher has just come in the JJ Motorsport machine, popping and banging its way down the pit lane on the limiter. Slams on, gets it stopped in the box. Nicely done as well. And he is now going to take the service that he needs. Crack on with it. These guys almost having a minute-long pit stop here as the Vapor Shop car down off the jacks. And off it goes. Saw spits of flames as well there, just ahead of the Sky Limit Race team car with Davy Suffaliers in there as well. Those two both having pit stops that were 1 minute and 2 seconds. So no severe difference between those guys. It's such a tricky exit to get out the pit lane at Daytona, because it's such a scary wall, isn't it, Hasse? It really, really is weird as you try and make it round there, especially with the grass on the inside. There's no room for error.
No, there isn't any whatsoever. If you get it wrong, you get it badly wrong, and it's going to damage the car. And when you have races where there's a lot of traffic at certain points in the race and a lot of cars coming out of the pit, you can even see some really, really serious traffic jams, because if a car spins around and gets wedged there, Austin Power style in the middle, there's just really no way around, and I've seen that happen in races as well. So it's one where you just have to, you're not on track before exiting that corner. And I know some drivers use the pit speed limiter to kind of limit the speed coming into it, and there are different strategies of how to make sure that you don't go too fast because you have to scrub off so much speed. And in that way, it's a little bit reminiscent of the pit entrance or exit. I'm sorry, of the pits on Laguna Seca, which also has a very tight, very narrow exit, but in the end without the wall.
Honestly, if I had one of the Queen's finest British pounds for every time I've seen a car go into the tyre wall on the entrance to Laguna Seca on iRacing, I would be a very, very rich man. It's very easy to get wrong, as is the pit exit here. And we're just getting Elia Racing saying hello as well. Johnny Elia, who races in the Porsche Club GB series that we broadcast on Simracersworld TV. Good to see you, mate. We have Attila Sipos. Don't believe what you see on screen. It's Attila Sipos in the Simtag racing car leading TCR at the moment. Robin van Gogh for BMS Motorsport is in second. Ben Thayens, after their earlier issue, is now in third place. I still can't decide what happened with that car, you know, Jack. It was a very, very strange one. Pulls it over straight after the pit stop. Whether it was something where they didn't fuel up or something. What do you reckon?
I do think it could be that they've done the sort of muscle memory thing. As soon as you get into a race, you sort of clear your fuel, clear your tyres, because you don't intend to go in to the pits. And if you do have to go into the pits, you don't want all that extra weight and that extra time in the pits. But yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Bram. Oh, was it Bram van Putten that was in the car at the time, or was it Ben Thayens?
Yeah, it was Bram.
Yeah, it was Bram. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him, because like you say, he pulled over straight away. That's Glenn van Parijs rotating the car through 90 degrees and bobbling over the grass after the second hairpin, and he's only just got in the car as well, so still getting used to the limits. But yeah, I do think it might just be something as simple as they didn't ready the pit stop before they went in.
It's easy to do. There's so many of these things. Oh, Robin van Gogh, we were just looking at him a minute ago. He's just gone off in the BMS Motorsports car. Back on though. Nice little bit of recovery there. You can see Budwin Kuster in the background. Just going down the inside of Ben Thayens. That was a bit of a close one, wasn't it, Hasse?
Yeah, very much so. And Ben Thayens there, that's the battle for second place in the TCRs that's come right together all of a sudden. And I was just looking at the lap times over the last couple of laps, and the G-Drive car has been lapping over a second faster and looks to be pretty consistently over the last couple of laps, so they have certainly not lost any pace, despite those small issues, of course, not picking up any damage, not having to do any repairs, so the car should still be in mint condition. We're seeing really now coming onto the rear end of the BMS car and looking, oh, that seems like a pressured hand coming through the bus stop to me. And I think we're going to see Ben Thayens go for the move straight away. 3 wide for a short moment on the banking. And I think there should be enough overspeed for Ben Thayens to make it clear. Though as I say that, he's on the long way around. This looks like a NASCAR battle to me. They're neck and neck across the line. And into turn 1, that outside line is not a good one to hold, though you can brake a little later. It is a little bit more stable. Let's see here. The BMS machine, though, seems to keep it, though, sliding a little bit and going wide. And here's the opportunity for Ben Thayens.
Oh, nice.
And through he goes. Beautiful move there. G-Drive up into second.
Yeah, that was beautifully executed there. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He just wanted to force the mistake from the BMS Motorsport car, and that's exactly what he's done. You can see now he's trying to push to stay with him. But Ben Thayens, as we've seen before in this car, keeping it very nice and clean. Just really, really calm approach to it. And that's what you've got to have really in these situations, isn't it, Jack? You need to just keep your head, and if you know that you're going to be quicker than the car in front, you don't need to make any sort of issues for yourself. You need to just crack on and just keep your rhythm, really, don't you?
Yeah, that really is what it is. You've just got to let it happen almost, because you need to be confident in your own ability and confident within the car as well, that it's just going to happen naturally. And whether it be not necessarily a forced mistake, but an induced mistake, if you're sat in the rearview mirror and of the car ahead, and they just maybe start driving in their mirrors a little more than they want to, make the mistake like we saw, go a little bit deep into turn 1. And Ben Thayens gets the car up the inside on the cutback and gets the move done with very minimal time loss, if any. He might have even gained a little bit with that extra little cutback. But he's now in what is 3rd in class. And Attila Sipos is just under a minute ahead, 51 seconds. So that unscheduled pit stop really won't have helped them at G-Drive Racing Eximia. But we've just ticked past the third of a way through the race, so the 2-hour margin. We've just gone past that, which has gone incredibly quickly, but with still 4 hours of the race to go, I'm sure he'll get that down over the next coming laps. And when he hands the car back over to Bram van Putten, it'll be exciting to see what he can do.
Definitely will be. And speaking of said 2-hour mark, everybody, we are going to just go for a quick break, the three of us. We're going to just be doing these at the 2-hour and 4-hour mark. We are humans, and it has been very hot wherever we are at the moment, especially where Hasse is today. It's about 30 degrees Celsius, I believe. So we're just going to have a quick break. We're going to go on board with Koen Klotman and show you exactly how things look from his point of view. I tell you what, actually, sorry, just before we go, Anthony Beekman has just had a bit of an issue here, and so has Robin van Gogh, and they were together. This BMS car, again, has caused an issue for somebody. Oh, he's gone in deep, smashes into the Porsche. And I tell you what, Anthony Beekman is going to be sick of being hit around at the moment, but that was a big hit from the BMS car, and, well, it was just a little bit late on the brakes, but he's lost some more places in class now. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the easiest of things to pull back, especially with the damage. But as I said, everybody, we'll give you some on board with Koen Klotman for a couple of minutes. Give us 5 minutes and we'll be right back with you on Simracersworld TV. We are back, everybody, and thank you very much for your patience there while we just had a quick break. You've been riding on board with Koen Klopman, our race leader at the moment, who has been really flying around. And just from the first third of the race then, Hasse, I'll start with you, mate. What's been your highlight so far, or your favourite thing about the whole opening scene?
Well, the double three-way battle we had earlier in the Cup Car class was really nice to watch and to follow. Before we had a bit of a moment there for the Simtech EMG car. Let's put it down the order. Still third in class though, so it's been a good comeback for Bodo van Kuster and company here. Michael Pedersen, the Dane, still looking strong in second place. Although that tire change might really have proven pivotal. Really interesting to see if they're going to go for the double stint this time around, seeing how it's worked for the G-Drive number 13 car up ahead. So, but the battling in the Porsche Cup class, for me, it's been the highlights so far.
And what about you, Jack? It's been an action-packed one. What have you taken from it?
I'm going to sort of second what Hasse said. The duo of, well, the duo of trio battles in the 911 Cup class was really good to see, because they were carbon copies of each other. But I've got to say, the standout one for me was probably the GT4 battle, which we've seen only recently, where it was once again a trio of Porsches battling for position. And I think we're just looking at, well, speaking of a Porsche 911, we've just had an incident for Luc Thies going through the bus stop. Does he keep it out of the wall? No, that's a big old hit in the wall. You saw the car crumple at the front. Good thing is the engine's in the rear of this car, so it won't affect engine power or anything. I think we've also had an issue for Steph Delnews we have as well. So Steph really far down the order at the moment, 29th overall. And the lowest radical, just a quick spin, and I've got to say that car's looking second hand. But yes, the GT4 battle, which we've seen only recently, was really great to see. And I'm just going to add on to the end. We've got 110 people watching, so a warm welcome to every single one of you. And if you haven't liked the video, please do click the like button, because we've still got Hasse's 1 minute of Dutch commentary to look forward to. So if we get to 50 likes, we can make that happen.
Yep, he's not wrong, everybody. And I think you'll all agree that the battling in the Porsche Cup class, I mean, as we've seen from, well, every endurance race we've seen with these Porsche Cup class so far on Simracersworld TV. I mean, you guys covered the event at Spa, of course, a few weeks ago, and it was just as amazing then. And this class has been a real standout for us in the virtual Belcar eSeries so far. But more racing to come your way. 3 hours, 45 minutes still to go. It certainly is going to be a nice long race for these guys. I imagine that 2 hours, to be fair, already has probably felt like quite a long one. Here's Loren Kirschmakers in third place in the Porsche GT4 category, chasing down Senna Hulsmans in the Flemish Simsports TCR car. Now the Torque Freak Racing car of Bram Reniers has dropped right down here, guys. Maybe a pit stop, actually. Yes, it was a pit stop by Bram just after we went for our break. So it looks like they are slightly out of sync with the pit stops from these other guys here, Hasse. Maybe it's just a case of when they are amongst them, when they've obviously been on track for a while, they need to sort of ruffle a few feathers a bit, don't they?
Yeah, I think no one of the GT4s has been able to actually run for an hour and a half here, so I think they'll be all right by a pit stop extra. Given that it seems all the GT4s are going to be coming in not too far away from the end of the race. But it has to be a little bit disappointing. It's been tough luck for them in this race, Torque Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot. And it's been something they haven't really been used to in the races coming up until this one. So it's at least in the virtual Belcar eSeries for them, it's unthreaded ground, really having to make up this sort of time now. Edge Esports is exiting the pit lane or entering, I think. Yeah. Oh, that says they're out now. That might just be a bit of a connection issue here. Steph Delnews in the 66 car again.
Yeah, another issue, bad look of it. Oh, wow. Very quickly around into turn one. And I mean, we've seen it before as well, Hasse, haven't we, with the short, the short wheelbase. That was a class leader as well. The short wheelbase radical really does spin on a 2-pence, as they'd say. Or is it 6 pence? I can't remember.
It really does. It's one of those cars that really snap, and I think anyone who's tried to drive it, especially it was really tough on the old V6 tires. The new tire model has aided that progressiveness in the slide, although I don't want to call the way the radical slides about. When it starts going, it's more than often it's just going to be too late. And Steph Delmoose has found out on a number of occasions, also just the low ground clearance, I think, when coming into turn one, they're off the banking and onto the banking as well. But I think especially off the banking, that's gonna be a bit of a tough one for the car to handle as well. I think that could be part of what offset this car coming into turn one today.
Yeah, I mean, what's your experience like around Daytona, Mr. Werrell? Have you driven many laps around here? I mean, I know that a lot of the guys on iRacing that have driven in the 24 obviously know it like the back of the hand. It seems to be a track that it's difficult to get an advantage on, isn't it, from a driver's perspective?
Yeah, it really is. I did do the Daytona 24 hours at the start of this year, and I've done a couple of other series races around here as well. But yeah, it's hard to find time. When you're in testing, obviously you start to find that time initially, but then once you've done that, it's hard. To find time, you've almost got to relearn the track, because you find a new way to take maybe turn one or like turn three, and you've then got to relearn that ready for doing it again. And that's quite a tricky idea to get your head around, because you just go into muscle memory of what you've done before. And the tricky thing is, with endurance racing, you might find that extra bit of time during the race, and then you're overwriting that muscle memory, which is then what introduces mistakes. So I think everybody out on circuit at the moment have pretty much stayed on the pace where they've been expecting to be, and it tends to be the cars that are spinning is either because of a downfall with damage, or they're just they're pushing that extra little bit harder to find that extra bit of pace.
And it is easy to do that, isn't it? I mean, to sort of really open the car up and push beyond its capabilities, as Michael Pedersen, who now Hasse will be very happy to see does actually have a Danish flag on the overlay. Will be it's easy to do, basically, to put it in a very simple sentence. You try and get those extra tenths. You know that you could catch up to the car in front. It gets you a little bit excited, and you go, yeah, let's go get him. Next thing you know, you're putting it in a wall. Not like I've ever done that in the Daytona 24 hour. Trust me, I have. But the temptation to just push the car that bit harder as well in an event like this, as if it's like a sprint race, is so major. It's very hard to ignore. Another thing that's hard to ignore, other than the livery on the G-Drive Racing Exemia car, is Ben Thane's progress back up through the order. He's 51 seconds behind Attila Sipos, who's leading the class for Simtag Racing. But Ben has overtaken Sam Pottervilles after he had a couple of issues, to say the least, and some spins at turn one. But I think, to be honest, Hasse, I mean, we've seen this car usually at the front of the field undisturbed most of the time. I mean, at Le Mans they had a bit of pressure from Simtag, but it seems like as the season's going on, obviously the issue in the pits before that we'll obviously try and speak to them about after the race, it's really put them on the back foot here.
Yeah, it has. I think it's up to Simtag now not to make any mistakes, because their pace has certainly been up to the mark. If you've been looking at what kind of that time's been Thanes, at least has been putting in. Oh, a bit of a mistake there. It's going to make life easier for Michael Pedersen there. And you mentioned before, Chaz, as well, I'm just going to continue on with what you said before here. If you push too hard at a track like Daytona with such massive straights, and that's, of course, coming out of this corner as Hans Blankart does in this very instant, and then, of course, coming out of the bus stop as well, those two places can cost you massive time if you push too hard coming into these corners. It's all about corner exit. And thus, often, you find that the fastest way around here is actually a sort of relaxed way, where you just brake on time and on point, don't carry too much speed into the corner, and able to get on the throttle, stabilize the car, get a lot of speed out of the corner, and just it's going to aid you all the way down that long straight. But of course, once you start really stressing about it and trying to gain time on the corner entrance, braking zones and such, it often becomes counterproductive in the end.
Yeah, that's it. It's I often refer to the fact that everyone says when it comes to setups, loose is fast, but when they come to driving, it's smooth is fast. So it's like, well, which one do you want? I can't do either. But to be honest, it is just about keeping it composed. If you push too hard, then you're going to be... It depends on the car sometimes. You can push really hard and get away with it in certain cars, but in others, like the ones that we have in this championship, you really have to be gentle with it, and of course trying to make it last over the course of a race is the aim of the game. But this is your own Werrell, who has jumped into the Scuderia Sim Racing Porsche Cayman and is now on the back of Bram Reniers, and these two rivals in the championship and rivals on track now as well here, Jack. But we've seen that these Scuderia Sim Racing guys, they don't take no for an answer when trying to get past anybody else. Do you think we're going to see another Banzai move here on the Carrot car, or is it going to be something a bit more textbook?
I'm not sure at the moment. I think it's going to be a bit of both. You're going to, I don't know whether this is your own throwing it to the outside to maybe sell him a dummy, make him think he's going to try and go the long way into turn 1.
Oh.
Well, he is going to go the long way into turn 1, gets the move done before he even gets the turning in point. Great job from your own to get the move done, and he's now promoted himself into the final podium position, which does mean Talk Freak are on the very back foot. If they finish 4th, I think they might just be in with a chance of securing the championship if Heli ABK stay where they are. But Talk Freak have got all the work to do now. Yes, they are hot on the heels of the car that's just passed them, but it looks like that gap is slowly going to start to evaporate into something a little bit larger. But yeah, Talk Freak, original leaders of the class. Well, they were at the very bottom of the class, and then at the very top of the class, and they're now mingling around in the middle. But it looks like Bram Reniers is struggling to get the bit between his teeth and get into a nice little rhythm early on in his stint. But we are only 2 hours 20 into a 6-hour race, so you've still got plenty of time for this battle to develop.
And to be honest, I mean, even looking at the last pit stops as well, they were both around the 30-second mark, so they're both on at least tyres that are... oh, actually, let's have a look at the lap. There was 8 laps difference between their pit stops. Your own Werrell is on 8 laps newer tyres. So, to be honest, I think it's going to be a case of the Talk Freak guys just not really fighting it too much, letting them get on with their own race. But in terms of the incident points, we don't have the exact numbers. The timing software does pick up slightly different occurrences, but Bram Reniers is reading here as only having 2 or 3. I think he actually only just got his 3rd one there. Your own Werrell's got almost 14, and as we were saying before, Hasse, it's 25 for a drive-through. So you've got to be very careful about that in a race like this. I mean, Daytona isn't difficult to get off tracks on, but when you've got a race that's this long, you have to really be mindful of it, don't you?
Yeah, and at this point, if they keep up at that rate, they're going to be looking at a penalty around the final hour mark. So it's not going to be something they want to do here. Obviously, that's going to hurt their championship contention chances big time here. And then again, it's just a testament to the approach of Talk Freak Racing. They've really shown over this the course of this season that they are a really, really strong and competent endurance racing team. And they've shown on multiple occasions that not only are they fast, but they know how to approach these races. They know how to keep cool, and they know how to probably also communicate to the driver in the car that, okay, you're doing well, you don't have to push, you just, I know a lot of teams go for a set lap time and say, we just do this because we know that the car can do this for the entirety of the stint. And that's often a really good way to actually handle it, because you just make sure that nobody's feeling forced to push any further than you need to. They've been really consistent up until this race, I feel like, and even in this race, they got spun out there in the horseshoe on lap 1. Pretty sure that wasn't any of their own doing. Doesn't seem like the car picked up too much damage in the incident. They might have had a little bit of another one early or later on. And now sitting in, 4th place in class, 4th or 5th. Still no disaster whatsoever, and mind you, they are the team that has to finish 3rd to win the class.
Yeah, it can very quickly turn around. Just looking at Fabrice Cornelis, because he's jumped back in the car after a pit stop, and the first lap he's done is the fastest lap of the race. So this boy is flying. I mean, he's done a 1:41.0, and the next best lap by anybody else is a 1:42.3. He was 3.2 seconds quicker last time round than Jury Crispin in the fast racing team car here, Jack. And that's just savage pace, isn't it? That's like literally... People say that like pace is disgusting when someone's fast, but that is disgusting for Fabrice Cornelis, isn't it?
It really is, and that's, yeah, like you said, it's his first flying lap back in the car, and you'd have thought it might take a couple of laps and maybe like a couple of incident points just to get back used to the car, find the limits of the car once again and get in your groove. But it's like he's been in the car all race. He's just got in the car and turned that immensely quick lap. And if I have a look, he's put at least one lap on everybody in the field, him and his teammate, just working their way even further into the distance. And that is quite a nice buffer. Then I'm not going to say it, but
go on.
But if they come to strive throughout the race, they have got that buffer ready if they need it. Yes, it's only a lap, which is around, well, at Fabrice's pace, it's a 1 minute 41.04. But at everybody else's pace, it tends to be around the 142, 143 mark in the class. So they've got a bit of a buffer. Not that I'm hoping that they need it, but under the circumstances, if they do, they've got that ready. And this is just going to further improve the lead over the SimRC car. And, well, they haven't been on for a great race either, so they're just going to disappear into the distance. And if they get the full 25 points, as well as a pole and a fastest lap at the moment, that's 27 points. On top of the 71 they've already got. This is going to put them to the test. I think that will leave them on 98, 97 points, something like that. So very, very close to the 100 mark. And that puts all the pressure on SimRC. I actually think if SimTag win today, with what they've currently got, the fastest lap and the pole position, they will win the championship.
Especially with SimRC so low down as well. I mean, they're 14th at the moment. Patrick Young in that car at the moment. It's not quite going their way. So we could see it. Be interesting to see whether we can calculate that at the end and just get confirmation, but as you can all imagine, it's not as straightforward as that. Either way, I mean, to be fair, the laps you mentioned before, Jack, the 42s and 43s, that's their best laps as well, so they're currently doing 45s and even sort of 48s in the Porsche Cup class as well, so the pace from Fabrice has been unbelievable. He's just on 41.2 as well, and the last lap by second place, who we're going to look at here, was a 45.8, so it's just 4.6 seconds quicker. And I mean, obviously traffic has to be considered in that. Look how close the jury's getting to the wall as well. You can't side draft the wall, mate. But well, it's another performance that we've expected to see from him, Hasse, as we go back to the Porsche Cup class. And guess what, they're closing on each other again.
Yeah, it's Pimbao now getting closer and closer to that rear end of David Souvaliers in the Sky Limit Raid team number 69 Cup car here, and that pressure could be mounting. And oh, look, the 23 car is on the tail end. That's Glenn van Parijs now, of course, behind the wheel of that car. They had a bit of a moment there when he, right after basically on the first lap, he got in the car, maybe cold tires or whatever, but lost a bit of time there. And so nice to see that these Cup car battles are still being kept alive. I would say it's been a pretty good drive from the Sky Limit team to kept there in 5th place. It's been quite tumultuous throughout the Cup car class. In this race, it's been this way in the other races as well, but here in particular, there's really been some incidents. Oh, the 15 car.
You like it that much, do you? Pimbao has just gone down the inside, coming onto the banking, and well, that was a I want to say forceful, but I think that might be a bit of an overly aggressive word for it, because it was just, look at it, he just goes, right, all right then, nose down the inside, scares the life out of Davy Souvaliers. You would have thought if you were Pimbao that he's gone off and into the barriers, but yeah, it was nicely done, good opportunistic stuff. Matthias Mass is just in the pit lane at the moment. He's recovered up to 6th place overall now. He's on the same lap as Martin van Loozenhoorn, leading the Porsche Cup class. Just in front there is the SimRC Club Sport car of Lucas Dolce. Cedric Wouters goes into the Traxxas car just behind. Just asked as well, everybody, if you have any questions for us in the commentary box, please do send them in via the YouTube chat. And Porsche Sport asking me a question I probably don't know the answer to. Is there any drivers who actually race in the Belcar series in real life? I believe there is, actually. Oh, there you go. There's Pimbao having a bit of karma for that move earlier. Back straight across the racing line, but gets on with it. If I'm honest, I believe there were some of them at the start of the season or in the original virtual Belcar event we did. But I can't remember which of them have stayed in and which of them have departed to go and do their own thing here, actually, Jack. Did you have the list of that?
I didn't. That's the one thing I didn't actually research. Of the 2.5 pages of prep I didn't even bother to see who's got actual background in racing. Although a message has been sent to Mr. Ronald Means, the man behind it all. So I'm sure we'll get a response from him very shortly. Good question, Porsche Sport. You've put us on the spot, and we don't have the answer. So thanks for that. But yeah, I'm sure we'll get you. I'm sure we'll get you an answer very shortly. Riding on board with Pip. Wow, very very nearly avoid or hits the tyre barrier on the end of the pit exit. There we go. On the end of the start of the pit exit wall. There you go.
Yeah, that. Okay, so we don't have questions flying in, but thank you, Porsche Sport, for making me look underprepared, which I usually most probably am. But to be honest, I think no questions need to be asked of Martin van Loozenord at the moment. He's really flying out there at the moment. The unlucky 13 has changed its ways. Apparently some of the Dynamics drivers have raced in the real Belcar series. There you go, Ian with the answers. Ian has answers. Thank you, Ian. Many real drivers have stayed on, although I'm not the right guy to ask exactly who. I know my teammate Davey is one of them, says David Barraclough. Roger that. Thank you very much for the info, buddy. That is the Sky Limit Racing team. Davey Suffaliers. And that number 69 car at the moment, that is not for position, the car in front. Stephen DeWolf, Kobe Klass, Jeremy Hessels. They are real drivers. And to be honest, I mean, I always say this about sim racing, Hasse, especially on the iRacing level as well, but it's great to get the real drivers in against the sim racers, isn't it? And just see how the skills translate.
It really is, and you never know when you're going to be facing a real-world racing driver. I remember first time I was in a lobby with Max Verstappen in the IMSA race on Laguna Seca. He was in a GTE, I was in a GT3, so there was no direct competition. I think it was a case of top split GTEs with something closer to bottom split GT3s, to be honest. But to be fair, in the 24 hours of the mile, my team just raced and had a very, very long, basically a race-long battle with Sheldon Fenderlinde and his team, consisting of 4 GT3 drivers. So real-world GT3 drivers, of course, that is. Everyone's a GT3 driver on iRacing, but it really adds to it. I think it's such a cool thing, and of course, I think recent events has always also shown that that it is different after all. Oh, the Dynamics car there, the 14 machine, Dries Moody. You know what? Well done, not getting any worse off in that situation.
I think Dries is going to be moody after that one because, to be honest with you, if you all look back again, sorry, I'm really sorry, Dries. Look at the car that he gets involved with. That is the GHK car, but that's not the one that they were battling with for a position on track. That is actually the 66 car of Steph Delnews and 27th. But his teammate is actually Jelle Verstraeten in the Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing car, chasing them down. So that could be looked at as sabotage. Not that I'm stirring the pot or anything. I mean, I've got my ladle in my right hand, but yeah, interesting little development there. But yes, I agree totally, Hasse. It's an interesting thing to have, and you know, like you said, you got to race against real-world GT3 drivers in the 24 hours of Le Mans, and the fact that sim racing can give us experiences like that is pretty epic, isn't it?
It really is here, and just Jürgen telling us that Glenn van Parijs either drives or drove in the Porsche Cup as well. You'd expect him to be well familiar with this car here as he's latching onto the tail. I think he just got passed actually by Pim Bao in the G-Drive machine. It also just shows first of all, the level of competition and the competitiveness in this field generally, but also just that the point from before, that the really strong sim racers do have maybe even an edge on the real world drivers because they're just used to having rely only on eyesight and force feedback, basically, as opposed to our good old friends Hans Joachim Stuck would have said that sensor in your behind. That's often used in racing. So an interesting prospect there, because I think there's been kind of I don't want to say a myth, but it's almost been like a myth that, the real racing drivers, the mythical real racing drivers, those that haven't maybe done a whole lot of sim and have years of sim experience aren't necessarily up to pace with the fast, experienced sim drivers.
It's very true indeed. And I mean, to be honest, I hate to point this out to everybody, but Glenn van Parijs was the driver who we saw spinning the Porsche Cup car before. So it just goes to show again that not only is it down to the real skill as well, but even in a car that you know and that you have driven before, it can still catch you out in the sim because, as Hasse said, you don't have the same sensation. You have to rely on your eyesight a lot more to judge when the car is breaking away. You don't have the feel in your backside that you do in the real car. You don't have the actual G-forces, unless you've got a direct drive wheel that flings your desk over in front of you, because they're pretty powerful things, let me tell you. Ayrton Redan has had an issue here. He's behind the TCR class leader. That's going to be... Wow, how did you not make contact with that there? Oh my goodness me. Let me tell you, Ben Thayens, the back of that G-Drive car will not be orange anymore. It will be brown, Jack Werrell. That was a scary one.
That was very, very close. Quite lucky from Ben Thayens, I think. Ayrton Redan, he... Not something I was expecting to see, because a lot of people, if they know they're not going to slow it down, they'll do everything they can to get the braking done. And maybe use the car ahead just for that extra little last bit. But he spun out of sympathy, did Ayrton, and great sportsmanship. He did everything he could and more to not collect the tail end of Ben Thayens, which is great to see. And while all that was going on, Fabrice Cornelis, he's gone, oh yeah, you know what, I'm not satisfied with my 141s. I'm just going to go into the 140s. And he's done a 140.95.
Absolutely flying once again. And also, while that was going on, while that Ayrton Redan spin was going on, Thomas Smets has just given us a comment. Also, Redan 8 Racing, Ayrton Redan and Eulenbroek are regulars in Belcar. So, another real-world driver showing us how different it is in the sim as he moves over slightly there. Don't quite think he saw the radical of Yuri Crispin, second place overall, but it is easy to miss them because it is literally the size of a flea's inner thigh, the radical. But it goes like one as well, it flies. And to be honest, Fast Racing Team have got a bit of clear air at the moment. 47 seconds back to Dries Mousdi and 2 minutes 38 ahead to Fabrice Cornelis. Just ahead of him on track there, Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot, of course championship leaders. They just need a podium finish here today to take the championship. 3 seconds ahead is your own Vatlet though, and to be honest, Hasse, while he did get away originally, the gap hasn't opened up that much now, so you've got to think that the tyres maybe have got to a similar stage in their lives.
Yeah, I think that's really true, and it's going to be an ongoing problem, I think, for many of the teams as well with the hot track temps. And we've also seen Jeroen Vatlet. He's been fast, but he's also been a little bit on the edge, maybe. He's had a couple of incidents at this point of the race already. And I don't think that Talk Freak are not going to be too busy getting up there to battle him directly. I think they just want to run their own race. I think that's on their mind at the moment, coming into the halfway mark of the race. But yeah, indeed, good pace still from Scuderia Sim Racing, even with a bit of damage on the car. I think that was after the touch they had with Heli ABK, who's now back in front, by the way, in second place in class. And when they had a bit of a touch, and Heli ABK went around in the bus stop and nearly collected Talk Freak. And speaking of Heli ABK, well, didn't he come from? Was he off? No.
I think he just had a moment. Literally, as we went to him, just had a bit of a moment on the exit there. Scared me a little bit as well because I thought the backup was going around. Oh, there's the Sim RC Club Sport Radical, 14th overall. It's Lucas Dolzer at the moment. Pretty sure his teammate's called Rudolph as well. So you've got Prancer, Dancer, Dolzer, Blitzen, and Rudolph, haven't you? But to be honest, I shouldn't have made that joke. I'm really sorry, boys. I've just noticed again we have another battle in the Porsche Cup class here. Jack, please save me.
Yeah, I'm not sure what these guys have had for breakfast, but they've had a bit of a mix around, and everybody's back racing again. But it's all started again. You've got the G-Drive car of Pim Bao leading the way, followed by Davy Suffalers for Sky Limit Race Team, and then Glenn Van Parijs with the Pro Assist Sim Racing car. And I'm glad we've started to speak about Glenn Van Parijs, because I am aware that he is a real-life racing driver, and so is that livery as well, because I've seen that. I've seen an actual photo of that livery on that car, and it just looks the part. I love that livery. It's one of my favourite liveries on the grid, and it's got to that time again. Not that I need to ask you anymore.
Uh-oh.
But Actually, no, I'm going to mix it around. What is your favourite livery of a car that is still out on circuit, so you can't use the stasis one?
You jammy son. Let's have a look then. Let's have a look. Oh, I know what it is. It's got to be the Allied Racing Esports Belcar machine. Even without the spec map showing properly on it, it's a really good looking car. I love a gradient. Anyone that's seen my branding will know that I love blue gradients. And to be honest, the livery on that thing with the little digital lines all over it as well, it's just, that's a tasty looking car, that. And to be honest, the guys drive it very well as well, and I think that just helps, because usually, and I'm going to use the 1997 Minardi from Formula 1 as the prime example here, good looking cars are slow most of the time, in my opinion. But no, that one certainly isn't. What about you, Hasse? What do you think?
Well, you took that one out of my mouth, because I was going to say the Allied car as well. But for me, it's the Flemish Simsports car as well, looking really, really nice. And Torque Freak, if you take that GT4 as well. But especially Flemish Simsports with the spec map, the gold. That's so tasty indeed. And I got to say, that's beautiful. And just the color combination and design on the Torque Freak Racing and the kind of carroty orange that which is nice to have. And they have the carrot in white on the carroty orange. It almost looks like a carrot down above the fender wheel there. If you just cut it off like that, it would totally be a carrot. So I like that. I like that design as well. I think it's really nice, but more so because of the color combinations and the design than the fact that a little bit of orange looks like a carrot. It takes a little bit more to please me.
Paint your car like a carrot and Hasse will be happy. It's simple as that, everybody. Anthony Beekman has had a moment here. Oh, that's a red ant car. Anthony Beekman, honestly, he's going to be filing for restraining orders on a lot of these boys going into the horseshoe soon, because he's been punched out of the way so many times through there. That little Cayman has really, really earned its keep today. It's going to have to go in a museum or something after this. Let me just remind you, everybody, everyone that is Allied Racing, saying thanks for liking the livery. Not a problem. You boys did it. I like your logo as well, actually. To be honest, just looking at the stats on it now, we have had the viewing figures just over 100. We're on about 110, 112 at the moment. Thank you everybody for watching. We are very grateful for it and hope you're enjoying the show. Chaz Draycott here with Hasse, Rømer and Jack Werrell on Simracersworld TV for the virtual Belcar eSeries SkyLimitEvents.com 6 hours of Daytona. Take a breath. And we've set ourselves a bit of a challenge here. We do have over 100 people watching the video, but not even 50 likes on the video yet, guys. Please do give us the 50 likes mark, and we will give you a minute of Hasse Rømer commentating in Dutch as your own Vattler there actually tries to sneak through on Anthony Beekman here, Hasse, and he gets it done as well. After all the incidents he's had and avoiding traffic, it's actually lost him the time. Yeah, and I think Anthony Beekman here might just be a little bit concerned about having picked up a bit of damage there with the collision before. There wasn't much of a touch, but it was right around the left front suspension, and just know how these Caymans can really become unstable in such situations, but he isn't really having a lot of it. He's going to be trying to get right back on the Scuderia Sim Racing car, and I think indeed he does, and that's a thank you for last time around into the bus stop. Yeah, I was just about to say, we've been there before, haven't we?
Yeah, most certainly. I'm putting Vattler. But anyways, putting the Scuderia Sim Racing driver in a position where it is indeed Vattler, but in a position where if he tries to defend too hard, they're most probably going to have an accident. They don't want that, so it's a tough bit of determination there from the Heli ABK boys.
One thing that I did notice as we were just looking at those GT4 cars is how close that Torque Freak car had got while they'd been battling ahead. The Scuderia car, there's lots of cars going pretty much everywhere. That was the JJ Motorsport car running very, very wide through turn 1, but he's got it back on the road again, and he's carving his way back up through the GT4 traffic. But look how close Bram Reniers is to the tail end of your own Vattler, and he's going to be pushing forward to stick on the tail of that Scuderia Sim Racing car, because just in front is Anthony Beekman, the main championship rival of the Heli ABK racing team. And if everything stays as it is, I've just done a quick bit of maths, they will still win the championship. They are so close to the car ahead, only, well, in theory, 2 positions back from their main rival, they will win the championship if everything stays as it is. But we're not even halfway yet, so we're way too far away to decide on anything. That's the Radicals throwing it up the inside. That was the number 14 car of Dries Mudry, the Dynamics Racing Optica, splitting all of the Porsche. I think there's another one yet to come through as well. Might have already got through. But that was a very busy corner going onto the oval, and, well, I'm not sure it's affected the Radicals much, but those GT4s have had a proper good mix around, and they're closer than ever.
Yep, battle is certainly on here between these guys, as the TCR leader comes in the pit lane then, Attila Sipos. Ignore what you see on the screen, everyone. It is a very, very pretty looking car, that as well, actually. Red does work on the Audi, gets it stopped in the box. Up on the jack straight away. That's a very efficient pit crew that they have there, and very stealthy as well, I must admit. Anthony Beekman has a mirror full of yellow Porsche Cayman GT4 right now. And to be honest, Bram Reniers is probably just in the background a little bit here, thinking, I am not going to get too involved to get in that one. Just getting asked where the Decipit Racing team are. I believe they are, there they are, 29th overall at the moment. A couple of laps down on the guys that they're chasing, unfortunately. They had a bit of an incident earlier on, and the car got quite badly damaged, but Jeroen Vatler has made the move on Beekman, and to be honest, I think we all expected him to do so. As the three of them come out the first corner, the flash of lights, we all know that adds an extra 5 brake horsepower. We all know it. We all know and love it.
And we've made 50 likes, Chaz.
We have. We have indeed. So
het is tijd. Het is nu tijd.
So what
voor de Nederlandse. Voor mijn Nederlandse minuut.
We'll give it you now, everybody. Is actually
voor mij, en hier is Bram Reniers voor Top Freak Racing. Hij is vierde in de Cayman GT4 class. En dat is hij is zo dead van Heli ABK en Scuderia Sim Racing. En dan deze drie zijn is een beetje wel achteruit van Flemish Sim Sports aan de leiding. In de Radicals aan de leiding Syntac Racing met Fabrice Cornelis. En de kopman, Klopman. En in tweede positie Fast Racing Team Dynamics Racing is derde. En aan de leiding voor de GT3 Cup class, dat is G-Drive Racing Eximia met Maarten van Doosenoord, een Nederlander. Dat is een overneming there. And I think that was about a minute.
Well, nicely timed. We'll give you that. I was going to say we'll have a look at Hans Blankart having an accident in the Stage 1 Racing Belcar machine. Again, out of there, little bit of a crest there. Look, so easy to do.
He couldn't take the Dutch commentary coming in.
He's thinking, oh God, I'm going to park it, boys. No, but thank you very much, Hasse. Good spirit as always, mate. Fantastic stuff. We hope you enjoyed that for just a moment there. And here is this battle still going on, honestly. These boys need to just calm it down. Leave each other alone. It's an endurance race, not a sprint race. And once again, the Heli ABK car has gone back in front. They know they need to be as high up in this class as possible to hold on to this championship. However, Senna Hulsmans and the Flemish SimSports GT4 car currently leading the class here, Jack, with quite a lot of breathing room.
Yeah, he's got quite a nice margin to Anthony Beekman behind, 33, almost 34 seconds to the Heli A. I'll try and get it. Heli ABK Racing. It's all these pronunciations of different teams. Oh, that looks like an incident for the Heli ABK Racing car. He's dropped right down the order, dropped 3 positions, and it's popped up on the event viewer as well, going into the second horseshoe. Very late on the brakes, gets the tap from the Scuderia car, and once again, Anthony Beekman, through no fault of his own, is facing the wrong way, gets it back on the black stuff, and continues going around. But it's just been a rotten race for Anthony Beekman, but somehow he's still in high positions. It just shows that no matter how many times you get hit in these guys, you can carry on.
Yeah, it was a bit late, in my opinion, from... yeah, it didn't need to happen, really, from your own. We've seen, like you say, Anthony getting banged about a lot here. They've had a lot of bad luck in this race with the other drivers. Senna Hulsmans, by the way, in the pits now. But in my opinion, I don't think your own should have put it down the inside as aggressively as that, especially as he didn't get the move pulled off cleanly as well. So we may see that car come in for a penalty at some point soon.
Yeah, good point, because I was, sorry Chaz, but I was just about to say they must be edging closer and closer to that drive-through penalty by now. If they had 14 incident points, and that's been quite a while ago now, they've had a few incidents since then, and a couple of those were more than 1Xs. That could very well have been a 4X car contact incident, that one, so yeah.
He's just, Brown was trying it there, but still thinks, no, I've seen what you do to drivers when they go around the outside of it. I don't want the same. Apparently, Marvin Gilliam Amhans is saying, in the last hour of the 24, you speak perfect Dutch, Hasse. So,
if we do the hourly updates, I think I'll have to do a bit more practicing. There'll be a lot to tell all of a sudden, but that would be a fun thing to do, and a good kind of motivation to do a bit of work on my Dutch.
Yeah, I'll second that. I think Jack's probably up for that one as well, aren't you, mate?
Yeah, 100%. You've got till the end of October, mate, and anything to help and all that. Not that I can do much. I can say danker and that. Well, there you go. That's my Dutch. But yeah. I think that would be really good, whether it be an hourly Dutch update or just a little bit here and there. I think that'd be great to hear. And it's just diversifying as well, because you can't really get more Dutch than that. Well, you can, but you can't get as motivated as Hasse. We've been working together for a while, and he's never fails you to make you laugh, and you don't know whether he's having a good day or a bad day, because he's always cracking jokes, and it's a pleasure to be in the box with him once again.
And he's always got coffee. Yeah, I've just heard a knock at the door. I think it's my P45 from Ian Roots. So anyway, the Allied Racing Esports Belcar machine comes into the pit lane, as you see here. Pim Bauer's joined him as well, so it's another round of pit stops for the Porsches. The GT3 Cup car ones. Anyway, we've still got radicals that are in and amongst these. Cedric Wouters there. Not seen much of the Traxxas by J&V Services car, probably because it's in that very subtle camouflage that we can all see on screen. And hugging the wall, blends in nicely against the wall. Like I say, the camouflage works brilliantly. Big Belgian tricolour on the side plates of the wing as well, the end plates I should say. But to be honest, I think these radicals have been great to watch this season, and don't forget we do have another entire race yet to go. Brent Verheyen still making his way back up the order, 24th overall. Ben Thayens comes into the pits from the TCR class lead. Now it's Janos Scheiner that is in the Simtag racing car, and he's only just coming round the banking. So to be honest here, Jack, I think it's, well, safe to say he's going to be in the lead.
Yeah, he's been handed a car in quite a nice position, and he's looks like it's been quite a good outlap as well. There's been no incidents or anything like that, not fastest sectors or anything like that, but he's kept it on the road, and there we go. He's picked up the position. Yes, that he has, and he is now in the lead of the TCR class. Well, I was just looking. I'm glad we've looked over at the timing screens, because Brent Verheyen in the GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. There we go. The Radical is working his way back up through the order. So is the SimRC Club Sport car. I didn't see him working his way up, but he's come out of the pits after. Or he came out of the pits a little while ago, and I haven't noticed him climbing up the order. But he's now in 13th overall, and he's midway through, going through the 911 Cup class, and the two cars ahead of him are in the pits. So he's going to be in the very sharp end of the 911 Cup class, and maybe even back onto the tail end of the Radicals.
It's just amazing there. Just sat back watching that go through the bus stop, then the pace of it is absolutely mind-blowing. But these guys as well, don't forget, it's not just the car that's fast, the drivers are just as quick, because they have to have the reaction times to deal with it, put the car in the right place. We've had an issue for Luke Thies in the Porsche, that's already got a bit of damage on it. This is the Dynamics Racing blue car, and again, another Porsche goes around there, almost saves it, but like we said before, oh, as you can see, he hits the tarmac change there, and it lifts it up in the air. Back onto the racing line. A bit of a risky one to do, but it's quite a wide exit in the corner there, so you can usually get away with that. He crosses the line, continues. I don't think that car is behaving itself all the way. There's the Traxxas car down the inside. Looking for the closest battle on track, and it's actually Robin van Gogh and Evold van der Meren. Oh, as the Procis car gets between them into the bus stop, that's going to slow him down. That's the number 23 machine of Glenn van Parijs. And we'll go on board with the BMS car here and just see what sort of slipstream you can get. And in a big bus like this that punches a big hole in the air, Hasse, it's quite an important thing to have the slipstream in these, isn't it?
Yeah, it really makes such a big difference, and you can also see how it's just eating its way into the car in front. Robin van Gogh is getting closer, and that's to say the very least he's going to be flying past. And no real competition there.
That was a huge overspeed, wasn't it?
Absolutely, just straight past, and but it's such a long run. And if you just, like, Robin could have had just a little bit of a better exit from the bus stop as he gets a poor entrance though into turn 1. That might cost him. But it really, like, if you combine that with that slipstream, it really doesn't take that much to get that kind of run at the end. And in the same way, if you picked up just a little bit of damage to the car and it's just going to be 2, 3, 4 kilometers an hour slower, you might find that all of a sudden you aren't really gaining in the slipstream anymore. That can really be a problem as well. You can have a driver that's really on point, but if you just lack that little bit of speed, it's really one of those tracks that really hurt and that really penalize drivers and teams for running with damage.
Yeah, and we saw the same at Le Mans, didn't we? You know, all it can take is one little ding on a corner or a biff, as you say, Hasse, and it can affect so much more than just the handling of the car. You know, even just a bit of damage to the floor of a GTE car we've seen before can really shuffle it up. Speaking of shuffling thing up, Davey Suffle is. He's going to suffer here. By the look of it, it's turn 1. Sorry. Number 69.
That's a two-syllable rhyme, Chaz. That's straight out of the Bronx.
just a bit deep into turn 1. Back across. Oh, Davey. He decides, well, the car's white, the wall's white, may as well merge the two. He's in the middle of the road, though, for this rabble coming through here. 2 of the radicals and then a fellow Porsche coming through as well. Doesn't lose out too much, though. And he's actually dropped down to 8th place in class now. The Allied car that's going past there is actually lapping them. They're now 3rd place. That's Elon Bockhawk in 3rd position. But that Sky Limit race team car has dropped on quite a bit now, unfortunately. But, you know, they're still in it, they're still pushing, and they're still after the points. And to be honest, Jack, in these races, I mean, we've said it all season through every race, and people probably get sick of it, but you need to really drill home the mentality these drivers have. And you've got to just take everything with a pinch of salt in these series and just keep pushing.
Yeah, you really do. We've seen cars on their roofs and on their sides and with bits of bodywork missing throughout the race, and they just go into the pits, get the fast repair if they've got it, or they just wait around for the repairs to be completed and head straight back out there, because you never know what's going to happen in a 6-hour race, because whatever happened to you can also happen to your rivals as well. So you just, like I say, keep pushing, keep churning out the laps, and it might come back and well, win you the race or win you some good points. And well, speaking of good points and possibly winning the race, Fabrice Cornelis for Simtag Racing has gone and posted an even quicker time than what he's already done. He's done a 1 minute 40.944, and that's crazy quick. He's the only driver to be in the 140 or to get in the 140s at the moment. The next quickest time is a 1:41.9, so he's a full second quicker than anybody else. And bearing in mind, the last time he pitted was on lap 80, and we're now on lap 102, so his tyres are 22 laps old. Yes, the car will be nice and light with the fuel, but you got to remember that he's also got traffic to negotiate as well. So I don't know how he's finding all this pace, but he's something else, isn't he?
He's absolutely flying. I'm just showing the best lap times on the left-hand side for everybody as well, just so you can see what we see in terms of how quick these guys are, and it's just frightening. Absolutely frightening pace by these radicals. What we'll do as well for you is we'll just break this up by class for you. So we'll give you the 1 second. Sorry about this. We'll give you the class standings then. It does look like the Stasis car is out of the race, I'm afraid. Down in 8th position in that one. There are your 8 radicals in the Porsche Cup class. Budwin Kuster now leading the way for Bingol by Simtag EMG. 1.8 seconds ahead of Steve Clays. Where has that happened? Because that didn't light up my timing screen.
Steve Clays was in the pits. I think they've taken tires, and then the Simtag EMG car has done a double stint
yes, they have.
to mirror what the G-Drive car did before and try to gain back that time. And impressively so, they've been so good at keeping the pace that they've come out right in front. That's absolutely brilliant.
It is scary, scary pace from those boys. GT4s then, Flemish Sim Sports GT4 still leading the way, 32 seconds ahead of Tim Clayson's and Torque Freak Racing. Oh, we've got Hans Blankart has again had an issue, I'm afraid. He's on the infield. Just looking back at the GT4s there on your left-hand side. Janos Scheiner currently leading the way in TCR, just 5 cars in that class today. Behind them is Bram van Putten in the G-Drive Racing Xemia TCR car, then Robin van Gogh and Evold van der Meren. He's actually just above Kevin van der Wielen as well, so let's make sure I don't get those two confused. Then we have Mike Goosens in the BMS Motorsport 2 Belcar machine. And that is your classes divided up nicely there. And here is your track map of just how things are spread out. You can see quite a group of cars on the infield here. Just actually having a look at, sorry, it's 11th overall, that Pim Bao. Just at the front of this, there's a lot of Porsche Cup cars behind. Just coming off the infield, some of the GT4s as well. TCR car just in front of 12th place overall, which is Glenn van Parijs. But to be fair, I mean, we've seen big spreads around this circuit before, to be honest, Jack, and it closes up and then opens up again, doesn't it, over the course of a race, just based on how people's strategies are working out and the pace of the cars.
It really does, and you could see how congested that infield was, or the infield section was. It's just where everybody seems to slow down that extra little bit, because on the oval section you're pretty much flat everywhere but the bus stop. So you start to spread out, and that's where the speed differentiation really does take effect, and you can see that the Porsche is the quickest car that we've got out on circuit on the straights. But then when you get back into the infield section, that's where the Radical comes into its own. It's quicker than anybody else, and the Porsches and the Audis can't quite keep up with it. So it just shows that the different cars have like vastly different strengths, and I guess it also shows in the times between the drivers. Just like you say, the TCRs, although there is only 5 of them, they've spread out massively. So it does show that whether that would just be luck or traffic or damage avoidance, but that's Pim Bao spinning the car through 180 degrees, keeping his foot planted, struggling to grab a gear, finally gets the one he wants, gets going again, and that just shows how unpredictable the race can be.
Now the JJ Motorsport car's within a second here, actually, Hasse.
Yeah, it certainly has, and actually it just seen that the Pro Assist number 23 car came right through as well, so that's now a 3-way battle right in front of the 3rd place car in class at the moment, which is of course the Allied Racing esports car. And they, I think, will be a little bit disappointed with now sitting 3rd. I think they might have expected to be comfortably 2nd. They might also have seen it coming. Did they take tires again? That's what I'm thinking, because they're about half a minute off. But that was that half minute they were off already, so actually that might just be it. But it's still, I think, a little bit disappointed here with Elam Bocco now behind the wheel of the car, trying to make back some of that time.
And even if he isn't making up time and he's on his way to a podium, big moment through the bus stop there. Change your pants at the next pit stop, please. That was a huge one. He's got a great view of this battle now as Pim Bao tries to get back past Glenn van Parijs. And that is Jürgen Gulischer just behind him, watching now. So they're going to almost go 3 wide down the straight as Jürgen looks into the middle to say, oh, maybe I could go through there. There's a Porsche-sized gap. Elon Bocco hands out wide, waits for a good run. Look at that down the inside by Jürgen. Thank you very much. Collect your ticket on the way out, mate. Flipping heck. What a send that was by Jürgen Gulischer. I tell you what, Glenn van Parijs, he's going to absolutely cacked his pants at that one. That was a proper good move there, Jack. That was committed.
It really was. It was something you wasn't expecting to see. You get a perfect camera angle here, so it doesn't look like the move's there. And as soon as that door opens, he doesn't even hesitate. Late on the brakes, gets it up the inside, runs slightly deep, obviously, because he had that extra overspeed from the draft. But gets it out of the corner nice and cleanly, and he's got the car, or he's got the Allied car just behind him. We can look back from Pim Bao just to see what happened. Look at that. He just appears from nowhere. Look how close he gets on the brakes. He does a great job. I think he maybe pressed the brakes a little too hard, unsettled the car just out of sympathy, trying not to hit Pim Bao. But absolutely amazing driving on show by the JJ Motorsport car.
Yeah, that was very close indeed. And we've got a bit of a battle going on here. That was Tommy Rao coming out the pit lane for Bingo by Simtag EMG. And the Vapor Shop RDR car just behind the mare of EF Wangenekten, which means that Steve Clays is now back in front at the top of the pile. Ed Redant's gone off the circuit. He's in the wall here, Hasse. Let's have a look what's happened.
Yeah, let's see. and I'll do my best to talk you through it here. It's in the horseshoe. It's not the first time we've seen that, and that's just coming in, I think, clipping the grass on the outside, and there's just no grip whatsoever. And it just sucks the car off. Into the wall he goes, and that's some pretty considerable damage to the left front. Could have escaped luckily, or it could be pretty bad for him. I was about to say that, of course, the pit stop of the EMG car, of course, makes me very wrong on what I said before, because that, of course, means that Allied Racing Esports is indeed back up into second place. And I did also think that it would have been a very swift, very impressive comeback from being quite a bit down the way down the order, and that is the case now again for the bingo by Syntec EMG car. So running order, I think, has been sort of restored. Here's Glenn van Parijs is gonna suffer the cutback of the JJ Motorsports car, who's now at least holding the inside line. But no, it's not gonna be in Glenn van Parijs, cold as ice. He swings in front there and cuts off the way of the JJ car, and a bit of traffic there from the BMS TCR machine as well. It's going to spice up things here as they head down towards the banking, down towards the oval, making sure that there's no opening on the inside there. Glenn van Parijs looking for the exit now. The number 15 car is right ahead there, and this is still a battle for position. And that 15 car, mind you, it's just had the same kind of race as it seems they've had every race in this series, because they've had pace, but they just haven't really been able to find the rhythm. Here's Davies of course.
Yeah, Davies gone in way too hot there, and he's going to put it in the tyres as well. And to be honest, I've hit that gap between the two sets of tyres before, and let me tell you, he's going to be glad he didn't do that. It looked like he might have been crabbing a bit there. I'm not sure if that's just down to the bodywork, but doesn't look like that's a car behaving itself. We'll go on board and have a look. Once he gets out the international horseshoe, just have a look at the steering lock on the left-hand side of your screen. No, it looks fine to me. I think it was just a bit of an optical illusion from the bodywork being knocked out slightly there. Still close though between Tommy Rowe and Lucas Dolt, so this is actually for position as Lucas makes his way back up the order. It's also close here between Glenn van Parijs and Jürgen Gulischer. And I tell you what, it was like someone oiled Jürgen up before and just threw him down some sort of like ventilation shaft. He just completely went, and it was amazing to see. Managed to not make contact, and these guys are having a really, really good battle here. And I'm just waiting to see whether he puts it back down the inside again, but doesn't seem like that's the case. Still great pressure being put on here. And another good battle in the Porsche Cup class. We've been treated to them all season. We've got yet another one here, it looks like. Van Parijs just goes down the inside to defend a little bit there. Again, back on the power. And then a very tricky corner here in these cars. There's like two little bumps and elevation changes as you get on the power. And obviously you're turning when you're on the power as well, so the car likes to light up the rears and rotate, but no such issues here. We're over the 3-hour mark, by the way, so we're over the halfway point. And what a race we have been treated to so far as they fly past the GT4 traffic. And don't forget, everybody, we are going to be taking another break at the 4-hour mark, just for a bit of a moment, make sure everyone stays hydrated and fed. I must also give a quick shout out to my wonderful partner who has provided me with a drink bang on the dot of 4 o'clock earlier, and I'm waiting for another one at the moment, so get your orders in, lads. But no, I'm being promised a Copperberg soon, so we'll have to see. But someone who's probably going to want a beer or something after this is going to be Jürgen Gulischer, because he's trying so hard to overtake Glenn van Parijs, and Glenn is also entertaining him a hell of a lot as well. They're having a great fight on track. Love it to watch. A little bit of a twitch there from Glenn, but that's the sort of body language we love from these cars, isn't it, Hasse? They dance around a lot on the brakes, and they're a joy to watch, these Porsche Cup cars.
They really are. That's two drivers, two cars on the limit there in the braking zone into turn one. Both, as you say, dancing around that a little bit, getting squirrely with the rear end, with that heavy rear end, the big girthy booty of the Porsche 911 Cup cars indeed. And this battle, I want to say these two drivers have been going at it now the last couple of laps. What we've seen here, it's been looking as if it could be 10 minutes remaining of the race, and they're trying to settle it. And there's still 3 hours to go, so it's really impressive here. Oh, and that's the ABK car.
Yeah.
The 19 machine off at the right-hand side.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's gonna be quite an excursion. No, he manages actually to stop the car. It looked like, to me, for a short moment there, like it was going to carry on all the way across the infield.
That was... I'm not sure how much I agree with the reversing onto the racetrack, but that could have scared a couple of guys. But that Heli ABK car has been in the wars, to be honest. They haven't had all of the luck this race. It also means as well now that their championship rivals, Tim Clayson's back in the car, Talk Freak Racing GT4, second in class now and on their way to win the championship. But like Hasse has just said, we've got just under 3 hours left to go at this race, so anything can happen. Sebastian Keimel, well, it's your favourite livery out of all the GT4 cars, Hasse, but they're doing an absolutely outstanding job at the moment. They've managed to jump all of the issues that they had with other traffic and obviously pit stops and how they all sort of overlapped each other, but now these guys have just got on with it and doing a beautiful job out front.
Yeah, they've done what Torque Freak has done on so many of the other occasions here of the virtual Belcar eSeries, and they've just gotten on with it, and they've kept it cool, kept it clean, very consistent, and patient as well with the traffic, just letting faster cars through and not really being too aggressive. And it seems it's really paid off. Also, it thinks Sebastian Keimel isn't really under a lot of stress here, and he's able to just turn out those laps. He seems to be in a very good place right now.
Through the bus stop once again, which is a corner that you can get very, very wrong. Jack's just sorting some technical issues out in the background, just for a moment while we keep watching this Porsche Cup battle. We hope you are all enjoying the stream at the moment. Don't forget to subscribe to Simracersworld TV, like the video as well. I've got myself, Chaz Draycott, the fantastic Hasse Rømer, and the brilliant Jack Werrell in the box for you today. And this is the virtual Belcar eSeries Sky Limit events, 6 hours of Daytona, the 4th round of the championship, a 5-round series where the final takes us to Zolder for a 24-hour race on Halloween, where you'll have us three as well in the box for you then as well. And I'll tell you what, I cannot wait for that one personally. But someone else that can't wait is Jürgen Gulischer, who wants to get past Cliff Van Parijs. He's just trying so hard, he's just never off the back of him, is he?
Really not, and he's looks like he really has a lot of pace. The JJ Motorsports car has been seemingly having a bit of issue. Here he goes, halfway down across the yellow line and 3 wide, down towards turn 1. Jürgen Gulischer with the absolute
contact!
And Pim Bow!
Was the contact, or did Pim just lose it? He's very lucky there was no one else around. Let's have another look. Yeah, there was.
There was a slight contact there, but he seems to have quite a lot of direction change for such a light contact. Although it doesn't seem to have done a lot of damage to the car, it seems, at least. So, not the luckiest of situations, but again, in the end, it could have been a lot worse for the number 15 G-Drive car there, who... but it is ambitious. I want to say it's overly ambitious and very scary indeed, going 3 wide into there. As Jack so perfectly mentioned earlier on, you hardly even want to go 2 wide into turn 1 here, and doing so at this point of the race for me just seems a little bit pointless.
Also, just thought I'd mention Lucas Dolzer has had an issue. The car has stopped at some point here. Let's have a look into the International Horseshoe down the inside of the Audi. Don't do it from that far back. Slams on and spins it. Nice avoidance. Very nice avoidance. I don't know whether there was a tiny tap with the Audi, but even if there was, I think they got away lightly with that there. I believe we do have a Werrell back with us. Are you there, Jack?
You do indeed, yeah. I'm back. Got the issues sorted. The cars kept on disappearing and reappearing, but a quick little restart of iRacing, and good. It's not an issue I tend to have often, but when I have it, I know what to do now. But we're back to normal, and we've still got all the stream and the footage correctly, looking how it should do. So I don't think we'll miss any more action anyway. But it's tell me what's changed. Update me. What's happened?
Well, Jürgen Gulischer has shown us that his man fruits are far too large to fit in the seat of the Porsche Cup car. To be honest, it's been amazing to watch some of the moves he's done in Turn 1, but again, it's the fact that some of these guys are really starting to push the boat out now, and we're thinking that tempers are going to start flaring, I think, towards the end of this race with the remaining hours that we have. But to be honest, these guys are just all about the consistent lap times at the moment. There's little mistakes here and there. We've got EF Van Genekten right on the back for Tommy Rauh. Oh, he was about to have a row with the Radical there. But there's some good battles all the way up and down the order. These Porsche Cup cars have been the real highlight for me today. Amazing to watch, as always. Bram Van Putten's had a little bit of an issue in 2 places here where he's gone off track and on again. But just look there, Jack. The amount of time that you can lose just from one corner of getting stuck behind the slower traffic as the Dynamics car, closing in on Van Genekten there. That's not an ideal situation to be in.
Now, I've got to say it's questionable driving from Jeremy Hassels in that Dynamics car. I know you're not required to get out of the way immediately as soon as the car gets onto the tail end of you. There were a couple of options that he could have taken, but let's hope that that won't affect the race too much. And knowing Van Genekten, he will very, very quickly once again be on the tail of Tommy Rauh. We're now looking at Glenn Van Parijs in the Process Sim Racing car overtake Jürgen Glicker. You're gonna have to Guliker, right, there we go. All these European names still getting used to them, but that's the Process car once again. Trying to find the room around the outside. The JJ Motorsport car on the inside, very, very close, almost door to door, going through the first little chicane at Daytona, going into the International Horseshoe very late on the brakes by Glenn Van Parijs. He almost gets the move done on the apex, but the JJ Motorsport car will get the better run round the outside. But it looks like he's had to tuck into the draft for a little bit longer. But while all this is going on, only 4.5 seconds behind them is Finn Bauer in the GGR Racing Exemia car.
Well, that was feisty stuff from these boys. I absolutely love that. Let's have a look then at what happened here. So this is as they go down the straight into turn 1. Glenn Van Parijs goes around the outside, just gets in front, and then Jürgen brakes a little bit earlier, and Glenn thinks, all right then, I will send it around the outside. Bit of a slide on the exit that you're going to see just now. There he is, gets it settled, turns it in. The car grips very well. Just as he gets on the power, it steps out a little bit side by side, almost kissing wing mirrors. The shadows overlap. He gives him all the room in the world, drives off the circuit, but he's still on the inside into the horseshoe, onto the brakes, a little bit of dust on the inside, so close together, and just manages to keep it in there. But amazing racing by them again. And now we're through the bus stop, Hasse, and they can do it all again.
Coming right back on there is the JJ car now being shown the outside. And
he's
he
moving
really
around.
don't want that outside line. He wants the inside. He's going to try to squeeze Glenn Van Parijs as much as possible. And by the way, I think Ayrton Verdant has just had a moment, and it could have been a bad one. We're just going to see what happens here, because it's deja vu for these two coming into turn 1. And yet again, Glenn Van Parijs is expertly defending the position, and there's no room to get past there for Jürgen Guliker, who really is showing quite a bit of aggression here. And it's Glenn Van Parijs locked up.
Yep, that's that then. That's all it takes. You can defend as well as you want. One little mistake, and through he goes. But once they get back onto the oval again, I think we're going to see the same. He's going to get held up by the traffic a little bit there. One of the BMS cars. Back down the inside, he switches it over. The BMS car knows he's there. Gets out of the way, but we will have a look back. What's happened to Ed Red, Jack?
So on the pit exit, he's avoided all the sausage curbs. Does a great job of winding his way through there. It's quite tight. Oh, I think that was just cold tyres. Hit the brakes, locks up the rears, which these Porsches are renowned for. Doesn't get any damage from that, I don't think. Just a little trip through the grass, and gets back going again. Very patient. Lets the Audi go by, and no dramas. Keeps going.
Well, we've seen them lock up like that before. I mean, when we commentate on the Porsche Club GB Sim Racing Series, we often refer to the fact that these cars do run quite a rearward brake bias. And if you just get on the brakes a little bit too hard, especially when the tyres are cold, it can go around. Tim Claessens has been off track. Oh, no! Contact with the 15. And it was Pim Bow, wasn't it, driving that at the time? Gets back on, doesn't lose a place. He's now 23.8 seconds ahead of the Edge Esports car, but again, just looking back from it, Pim tries to go to the inside, and Tim gives him the room originally, but then still manages to turn in. So Tim and Pim come into a bit of a blow there, but they've managed to carry on, and without too much damage, and they're still, at the end of the day, Hasse, they're still in a championship winning position.
Yeah, and I think that's the focus of them and their car for now, is just to get it home in a position that it's going to secure the title, because you never know how many of these kind of instances you're going to have, and to my mind, they could have been a little bit more safe and just saying, okay, you can go past. But at the end, at this point, it's maybe a little bit too early to start playing it safe in that way. And also, just to say, it can also become more dangerous, I feel, actually, if you get overcautious in any type of way, because you're going to start braking earlier than people expect you to, and that's going to upset a lot of the other drivers, and could potentially cause incidents here. Pim Bow goes straight up. There's a huge amount of runoff right there, and he almost made it the potential fastest lap of the race in any class there if he just gone straight on, and almost took out the BMS car as well.
Well, I think he had another issue after this, you know, because into this hairpin, it says he had another stoppage for a second. See what's happened. No, it seems not. Must have just been when he was turning it around. But that happened just after the incident that we saw earlier then, just in the beginning of the following lap. Easy to do. We saw the fast racing team car come in. Yannick Lemons has just taken over, which puts Dries Mujdi up into second place for Dynamics Racing Optica. And we were referring to these guys before, actually, Jack. They've had a very, very good under-the-radar performance so far. As I've just noticed, Bart Levens had an issue.
So let's see what happens to Bart Levens. This is the second international horseshoe where we see people run wide, and he's just a little too late on the brakes. Maybe he just didn't put enough steering lock on to get around the corner, understeers onto the grass. Keeps it out the wall though, and carries on. No major dramas there, but he's still going round. I've got to say, that's probably one of the cleaner cars we've got on the grid at the moment. No scuffs, no scratches, and most importantly, no bent bodywork. So that's the second of the BMS cars just carrying on around. And yeah, Pim Bow, he's now in the pits as well. So we did just see him have a slight incident going through turn 1. And we've seen that from him quite a lot. So whether that's just a general little struggle that he's still getting, but we know the car is hard to stop generally going into a flat corner, but on a car that on a corner that undulates as much as that, with the depression going onto the road course in theory, where all of the weight is over the front wheels and then a bit more as you hit it, it really does make those rear wheels quite light, even though they have got the engine over the top of them. So it doesn't surprise me that we've seen a couple of spins there for various people. It just seems that Pim Bow can't get the bit between his teeth for turn 1.
Yeah, it's not quite in his element around there by the look of it at the moment. He hasn't changed driver though. I thought they might have brought him in and said, right, come on mate, just get your head back in the game, step out the car for a bit, and we'll get someone else in. We've seen it before, but in this case, Pim has done his pit stop and got back in. Maybe it was just the tyres going away that was causing a bit of an issue. And the TCR class, it's still Janos Scheiner leading the way in the Simtag racing car. He has a big lead at the moment over Bram van Putten, 1 minute 31. And Maxime van den Hove has apparently just popped down the order there. Looks like that car's actually out of the race now, Jack. The Heli ABK car, which was fighting for the championship, is now showing as completely out of the race. So surely, I mean, it's definitely not confirmed yet, but you've got to think that's going to give the championship to Talk Freak Racing GT4.
That's what you'd think. If they get 0 points, I'll have to do the maths once again just to see how far ahead they can get. But looking at it, in theory, if they don't even need to finish, they have won the championship. They are on 80 points. Heli ABK are on 42. And Talk Freak Racing, I'm not 100% sure where they started. I think they might also have the fastest lap in class. They do indeed. So they do get 1 point at the moment, but that can all change, obviously, as the race goes on. But as far as I'm aware, Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot have won the GT4 Championship.
Well, big developments then. Obviously, it's not confirmed yet. It's provisional. However, it's a real shame that it'll get decided that way. I'm not sure whether it was due to the contact earlier on or anything like that, but we know the Heli ABK car has been knocked around a lot. I'll just have a quick look and see if there was any other issues for him, but can't see anything at the moment. Just in Naya went off earlier. I don't quite think we caught this one. Let's have a look. This is into the bus stop. Oh, he's just got a bit hot after the radical went through. Nicely recovered though, to be fair. That was a hell of a save through the bus stop. It's not the easiest of places to sort of regain control of a car. But yeah, that's a proper shame to see that though, that the Heli ABK car has gone. And, well, hopefully they do still hold their heads high in the fact that they've had such a great season so far. Plenty of points, but we all know the Talk Freak Racing car has been very difficult to stick with. Just looking at Tommy Rao at the moment in the 63 machine. And we've been told by Sven Janssens in the Discord chat, by the way, that the Naviflex car is actually a real livery as well. So that's based on a real car. And you know, it's great to see the sort of the crossover from the sim racing cars to the real racing cars, isn't it? Like, just how close they can be. Oh, the 24 hours is double points, apparently. Ronald has just told us.
Oh, right. Well, that does change it then.
Everything
That changes everything.
Everything we've said about championship points, ignore. Sorry, Jack.
We'll keep an eye on Talk Freak Racing, because I think if they get... You're going to have to give me a while. I'll figure this out in a bit. But the championship can still be won for the in the GT4 class. I'll do a bit of maths and see what I can come back with, but I still think the championship could be won today.
Well, we'll make sure Jack confirms it all for you. 3 hours and 25 minutes gone, and a hell of a race we've been treated to so far. These Porsche Cup cars, though, Hasse, still not leaving each other alone.
No, it's been 3.5 hours of close racing, at least somewhere in the Porsche Cup field, all along the way. And it's been just like that last time out, and the time before that, and the time before that as well. It's been amazing to watch. It's been so good so far. And speaking of Porsche Cup cars, we've got Bram Renier just mentioning that the number 15 car received a penalty for the hit there in that situation. So that's the explanation for the pit stop, where they didn't do any driver changes, and they couldn't even do any fueling as well. So that's a bit of a knock to the chances. Oh, that's the 17G drive machine involved in something I was about to say. It's just Ayrton Redand on the outside, barely avoiding the tires and the wall, and that extra bit of concrete wall that sticks out at the end to catch you. And he does well to keep it going for now. Ayrton Redand, yet again, one of the best looking cars on the grid. They've had a bit of a tough time tonight, haven't they?
Yeah, definitely. I think someone's put a magnet in the outside wall there for that car, because it does keep having its moments. Oh, that was one of the GT4s. That was the Edge Esports car off. That was Maciej Mlinek. If I say that right, I'm sorry, Maciej.
I think it's Mlinek. Mlinek,
yeah, I'll go with that. Oh, to be fair, that was really good avoidance by the guys behind as well. It's just a simple moment to have there into the bus stop, but nicely avoided. And to be fair, he did a good job to keep it pointing the right way, did Maciej. So very well done, mate. As the Porsches come flying by. Race leader though, Hasse, back in the pit lane.
Fabrice Cornelis coming in, and is he going to hand over the car to Klopman yet again? I think he is. And they have plenty of time. They're going to be way ahead even when coming out here, even if they had to do a stop that everyone else hadn't had to do. So they're in a commanding position, to say the least. And I think the hard thing is to keep that position and to keep it cool. It's sometimes it can get to you as well as nervousness, as you're in such a good position. If it's bound that something's gonna go wrong or something. But to be fair on these guys, the Simtech Racing team, they have been absolutely flawless so far, and they have been yet again a dominant performance. Although perhaps we were expecting a bit of a bit of battling and a bit more competition, especially from the Sim RC Club Sport car, the number 3 machine, who really gave him a good run for the money at Le Mans 2 weeks ago, who's now beginning to catch up and to pass every slower class car. It's been a while coming, and it's gonna be good to see them be on top. But I don't think with the state of that car that they're gonna be able to pick up a lot of time on any of the contenders.
We're just hearing as well that the Allied livery is actually a real livery that's being run on a Porsche GT4 series. Now, Jordan, if you can send me a picture of that, I would be very grateful, because I imagine that looks fantastic on a real car as well. And he says it looks good on all cars as well. Definitely agree. Red Ant Racing is also a real livery, normally on a Porsche Cayman GT4. Thomas Smet says drove it during the 24 hours of Zolder last year. Whether that was him or someone else, I'm not sure, but still, good bit of kit. Yeah, Bram Reniers did say that the Heli ABK car got a penalty for the hit, was it? Or was it, or did he mean the Scuderia car? Yeah, it would have been, wouldn't it? 'Cause they're a bit further down now.
I've just been doing the maths once again,
Yeah,
and it's almost like the situation hasn't changed, because while Heli ABK were running, Talk Freak needed to finish in the top 3 to get it done. Once again, with the double points, but now it's confirmed. Well, best part of confirmed that Heli ABK aren't going to score any points at all, and the next round being a double points round, the 24 hours of Zolder, Talk Freak Racing still have to finish on the podium, because if they finish on the podium or in the positions they currently are, they will gain 98 points. If they keep the fastest lap, no. Let's start again. If they finish where they are now, they will get 18 points. With the fastest lap, that will make 19, and that will leave them on 99 points by the end of the season. That's if they didn't do next round, if they retired next round. And even if Heli ABK Racing won the next round with the fastest lap and pole position, that will only leave them on 94 points. So they've got to find 5 points somewhere, which can't. It's all on Talk Freak Racing at this point. The championship is in their hands, and all they've got to do is finish on the podium, and they'll secure the championship.
Thank you very much, our local mathematician, Mr. Werrell. So there you have it then. So the gauntlet has been thrown down, and it's pretty much down to Talk Freak now. Second place in the GT4 class. I have just seen a picture of the Allied Racing GT4 Cayman. Thank you, Mr. Hasse Rømer, who very quickly plucked that out of the air for me. And wow, you have a pretty race car there, guys. Let me tell you that for free. You probably know that already, though. Lucas Dolce, who we were looking at before, Jack, has just overtaken. Whoa, no, there you go. That's undone that. Sunshine right into the wall. Oh, why? He didn't need to. I mean, I was just going to say, it says that he overtook Steve Clays, which we're going to see here. He goes around the outside and then down to the inside. Overtakes Steve Clays for position, and then in front of him it's the 15 Porsche, Pim Bao, and for some reason he just chucks it up the inside. Pim moves over a little bit, but to be honest, I don't think he was trying to defend, but Lucas he didn't need to make it happen, did he? It was a bit of a scrappy one, to be honest, wasn't it, Jack?
Yeah, it didn't look like I say, it really didn't need to happen. He could have just sat behind, and I know it's obviously the slower car on the oval, so he wouldn't have been able to work his way back up. He's had another incident with that aero damage, but he would have got the acceleration out of that hairpin and got the move done before he even got onto the oval. But it's easy to say that while we're sat here staring at a screen, but he's in the car. He's had another incident again with the aero damage going through the bus stop, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if he went into the pits this time by. But I think that car has already used its fast repair with the earlier incidents this race, staying on the lower part of the oval, collecting one of the cones just to add to the second minute. Didn't do anything to him, but he thought, yep, we're going to go for that one. So I'm guessing we're going to see him in the pits this time, and I'm guessing he's going to be in the pits for quite a while as well, because I think that car has already taken its fast repair. So just as the Sim RC car was working its way back up the order and was about to gain 6th position overall and start fighting in its radical class again, it's hit trouble and it's dropping back down the order once again.
Yeah, it's such a shame. It really didn't need to happen, though, in all fairness. And he could have just waited to overtake the Porsche. They know that those cars are so much quicker, and it was a bit of desperation, I think, creeping in there to try and make up the time. Belgian Magic's just put in the chat, spin RC Club Sport. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't laugh at that, but fair play for the banter. I really do hope that the guys do take it on the chin though, and just keep their heads up for the next one. And we'll have to see how many points they can salvage from this. Here is your leader in TCR, Janos Schneider, doing a brilliant job at the moment. Simtag Racing leading the class. The car almost on the rev limiter all the way down the straight. I imagine it's not the most entertaining prospect driving the RS3, LMS, TCR, TDI, GTI, LMP1 around the Daytona circuit. Sorry, the Daytona International Raceway.
Road course.
Yes. Yeah, that place. Oh, Rudolf Nagel has apparently... Oh no, sorry, it's because he's changed over. My bad. We had this incident at Le Mans where I thought, oh, someone's had an accident, but it's because it's changed over from Donner and Blitzen and Dolzer to Rudolf, the red-nosed racing driver. And EF Vangenekten, by the way, has still got Tommy Rao all over the back of him. These guys have swapped places and takes a cone with him as a prisoner. But Vangenekten, he's another one of those drivers, isn't he, Hasse, that we've seen in a couple of series before, but he's just absolutely rapid everywhere he goes. And even in an endurance format like this, his pace just works, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he seems to be the kind of driver who has the pace on an hourly basis, I want to say, not on a minutely basis. It's a very consistent, very strong and focused driver who, is just the margins, tiny margins, just hitting the apexes perfectly, putting the cars close to the wall as you can comfortably do, and not really making any kind of mistakes at all. Tommy Rao here is really in a position of not really being able to do much about the Vapor Shop number 12 car at the moment. And that is in turn, of course, helping Allied Racing Sports up ahead, who is standing to gain in the championship standings at the moment, although not enough to really be decisive. But with the new knowledge, of course, of double points for the final 24 hours of Salter, that does indeed change everything here as the Simtech car goes a little deep into turn one there. Tommy Rao, I don't think that was entirely planned for, but manages to get out of it alive as well. That's good stuff.
Yeah, nice little recovery there. A little bit of a pop and bang as well. Sounds good. One of the BMS cars there almost pushing the Vapor Shop RDR car out of the way at the International Horseshoe. But these are the two closest cars on track at the moment. After this, I think that the closest gap we have is about 8 seconds. Cedric Wouters breaks the trend of everyone being out on track at once, other than actually Rudolf Nagel is in there. Oh, Glenn Van Parijs has had, I say his name differently every time. He's had an incident here, Jack.
Once again, I don't know whether this is just the Porsche being caught out on that elevation change, clips the gravel, and it's quite a long spin, really.
Oh.
And, that's a big bump as well as the tarmac changes. And again, so whether that will have done any floor damage, which isn't exactly what you want in these Porsches. Yes, they are immensely quick in a straight line. Once again, the cones being taken out of the circuit. So I'm not sure what the cones have done to any of these drivers, but they're not their friend, clearly. We've seen lots of them be disposed of, and I've got to say, the marshals, they do a great job because we never see them, but they always get the cones back round by the next lap.
we were saying that in Le Mans 24 Hour as well, because the amount of times that people would hit the cone on the way into Mulsanne, and then by the time you cut back to the next shot of another car coming in there, it'd be back. You're thinking these are the most stealthy, ninja-like mechanics, marshals that you've ever seen, and they all want to spin in front of Cohen. Yeah, to be fair, actually, yeah, every time we've seen anyone spinning, it has been pretty much in front of Cohen Klopman, who still leads the race, by the way. Fabrice Cornelis is back in the YouTube chat after another great stint. Him and Cohen doing a cracking job at the moment. And it's Yannick Lemons in the Fast Racing Team machine at the moment. And this Radicals class, I mean, compared to what we usually see, Hasse, it's been quite a bit spread out, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a little bit quiet, I want to say, compared to some of the other races, but then again, it's been really fireworks on some of the other occasions, so I don't think we can be too disappointed with the race that's been a little bit more spread out, and a little bit more strategical race. And at this point, also with a lot of the radicals having suffered multiple incidents, as you can see, the two front runners, I think, if I'm not completely mistaken, the only ones to really be running without any sort of damage. And come to think of it, that might be the reason there are the two front runners in the end, except for, of course, Simtech would also be so on pace. But it's proven to be a little bit more of a difficult one, I think, concerning the traffic than I would have maybe expected it, because Daytona, big long straights and all that, and you expect the traffic to be kind of simple. But of course, with the Porsches, the Cup cars being faster than the radicals, well, that's one thing that's strange and it's kind of hard to deal with. And the infield is still narrow, and there still is 4 different cars of classes overall on track. So it makes for a dangerous cocktail in the end. Clearly, as we can see on the amount of casualties we've had today.
And it's amazing how, look at that thing go through the bus stop, it's absolutely mind-blowing. It's great to see the sort of contrast between going from circuits like Zolder that are short and twisty and narrow to a track like Daytona where, yeah, it has its narrow bits, but, you know, even with the banking here, it's a very open circuit as well. Le Mans as well, another open one, same as Spa. It's quite a big circuit in places, narrow in others. It's great to see how all these guys adapt to every single round, where they have to take different risks in traffic, different sort of approaches to the whole race in just being careful overall. Being asked at the moment, Jordan, is, Tommy Rao and EF Van Genekten have had an issue. Sorry guys, I've just completely missed this one. Let's have a look here. Tommy Rao, that's the TCR. That, everybody, is why Bram Van Putten and Ben Thanes have had such a dream season. That was absolutely beautiful. Let's just go on board and have a look. So he's got a Porsche, he's going to come down the inside. It was a great idea for the move from Tommy Rao, but it just didn't work. There's one of them, and there's the other one. Around it goes. Exit stage left, son. Goodbye.
You know what, Chaz? Glenn van Parijs also just had a crash or some kind of incident, at least somewhere otherwhere in the field, and that's...
This was his spin not long ago, actually, coming back onto the banking. The car just gets unbalanced a little bit and spins around.
We'll throw that out.
Very, very easy to do. But the gap, by the way, Jordan Pierce asking what's the gap between G-Drive and Allied. G-Drive are currently just coming round the banking once again. Onto the main straight, is it, or is that the back straight? It's hard to tell. Yeah, it's the back straight, isn't it? There's no grandstand. They are 22 seconds ahead of Elon Bockhorst at the moment in the Allied racing machine.
But I'll tell you what, Chaz, I had a look 2 laps ago, and that gap was almost 25 seconds. And on the last lap, the Allied racing car has been gaining quite a bit, actually, on Steve Clays, who on his last lap did a 47.95, so almost a 48 clean, as opposed to Elon Bockhorst's 147.3. So Allied racing on a charge right now, and if they keep up this sort of work, they might be looking at gaining. And I remember so that they might be on fresher tires or something at this point that could facilitate the speed difference. But it's good stuff, and it's looking like we might have some close action at the very pointy end of the Porsche Cup field yet again.
One thing I do want to add to that, Hasse, is just stressing the point of how quickly they've been gaining on the G-Drive car. I looked not only a couple of laps ago, but we knew the Porsches were quick on the straights. But on the SDK software, an amazing piece of kit. It gives you all kinds of information. It gives you their live speed and their top speed completed that lap. And I think it was on Elon's 119th, possibly 118th lap. He reached 300 kilometers an hour on the back straight. It is immense speed, given, yes, it was in draft, and I can tell just by looking at the other speeds that people have been doing around the 285s to up to 290, and I don't know how he gained 10 extra kilometers an hour on a straight. He clearly had some amazing draft from a car ahead, but 300 kilometers an hour in a Porsche 911 Cup car, it's mind-bogglingly. There you go. I can't even get my words out. That's how quick it is.
Tongue-twisteringly fast, I think,
yes.
is the one to go for. Well, what we're going to do at this point, everybody, and just while some of these pit stops and things all figure themselves out, we are actually just going to bring the break a little bit forward for you all, just so you can ride on board with Elon Bockhawk as he tries to catch up with class leader Steve Clays. The gap now 21.2 seconds, and after 3 3/4 hours of racing, there are still plenty of battles up and down. Give us about 5 minutes, everybody, if that. We're just going to make sure we all grab a drink, get sorted out, and we'll be back with you again very soon. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience there. We hope you have enjoyed riding on board with Elon Bockhawk. He's been absolutely flying at the moment. Just looking now, Rob Tyson has had an issue, and then we will very quickly get back into things fully. Let's see what's happened to the G-Drive car here.
I think actually at the time it was Pim Bao, and he's just handed over the car because they're in the pit at the moment.
Ah, yes. Yeah, that's a very strange one, that as well. Not quite sure what's happened there. It's picked up that he obviously slowed down quite a lot. But yes, welcome back to Simracersworld TV, everybody, for the virtual Belcar eSeries. SkylimEvents.com, 6 hours of Daytona Round 4 of the championship here. Chaz Draycott in the booth with Jack Werrell and Hasse Rømer. And we have just come back from another quick break. Just over 2 hours in this race left to go. And, well, Jack, most important question, what are you drinking?
I am drinking some innocent smooth orange, and I've got to say, it's rather nice. It's keeping me refreshed. I've already gone through a 1.5 litre bottle of Tropicana, and I've moved on to my orange juice.
Getting some of your 5 a day, and I'm doing the same via a raspberry Copperberg cider at the moment. And I'm sure Hasse is probably getting one of his 5 coffees a day at the moment in the background. Hasse is just sorting out something as things stand, but just to come back to you, Jack, we've had a great race so far. Plenty of ups and downs for these guys, other than Koen Klopman and Yannick Lemons in the Simtag Racing and Fast Racing team. But Daytona's been an attritional little sausage, hasn't it?
It has, and I think it's sort of adding in that extra little bit of curiosity, because we've never raced a Belcar round over 3 hours. So 50 minutes ago, we started to go into the unknown. Yes, you basically just copy and paste the stint you've done beforehand, but it's still that point of what will the drivers be feeling, because they've got to do double the amount of driving they usually do, and the cars have got to do double the distance and double the amount of driving they usually do. So it's still something that you can think about, whereas the normal 3 hours you don't really see what happens in the very late on stages of the races. And we've got to remember, this isn't anywhere close as to what we'll be doing in the 24. We will have probably just about finished our first commentary stint. One of us will disappear to go get some sleep, and then we've just got to do another 4 hours. And I know we've got it's the 31st of October, we're doing the 24 hours. I still don't think there's enough prep you can do before now and then. No,
definitely not. Once the race comes around, a lot of the time, a lot of the prep that you've done can go out of the window very, very quickly. It can certainly be very demanding and very scary when you get to an event like that. I mean, you did the Le Mans 24-hour recently, and when it comes up to a long race like that, you just don't know what to expect, do you?
No, it's one of those things, like, I know I literally just said it, but it is going into the unknown, because you don't know what's going to happen until you're actually there. And unfortunately, on lap 1, we got gently nudged by another car. We did end up finishing the race in the end, but yeah, it's one of those things. It's with endurance racing, you can't go into it with a head of, I want to win, I want to do this. Yes, it would be nice to win, but at the end of the day, during an endurance race, the end goal, in theory, from my perspective, would just to be to finish, and a good result comes at a bonus.
Yeah, that's it. A lot of the time, you can finish wherever you want, really. I mean, me and a couple of friends a few years ago did the Daytona 24 hours and had a great time doing it. You know, it was the first time we'd all worked together as a team. In doing so, we finished 8th in class after being the only car to get hit off at turn 1 and into the end of the pit wall, giving us 20 minutes of repairs pretty much on the first corner of the race, genuinely. And even just coming back through and finishing top 10 in class, you know, getting 8th place, it was just a total elation. And I mean, if there was a champagne bottle there, I probably would have sprayed it everywhere, because it really does get to you. I mean, we've said it a couple of times this season and on other broadcasts as well, that the phrase often coined by Jimmy Broadbent is that the cars may not be real, but the racing is, and I obviously add as well that the emotion behind it is as well, because you can have an incident, get genuinely upset about it, angry about it. Other times, you know, you do well in a race, you can celebrate like mad. It's pretty crazy. And speaking of crazy, Hasse joins us again. Hasse, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking some kind of my homemade concussion, which is like fizzy water and this elderflower, homemade elderflower.
Oh.
very good.
I was expecting a
very
list
good.
of alcohols then to go with that. So
Yeah,
I'm
but
pleased.
I'm actually surprisingly, even for a Dane, I'm not that much of an alcohol drinker. I like to enjoy the alcohol. Someone's off there on the infield.
Oh yes, that's
That
Kevin
was-
van der Wielen, and
Yes,
he
it
is
was indeed.
wheeling that thing around on the infield at the moment. Let's have a look.
Oh, God.
Help. Oh, again, to be fair, we've not seen the GT4s do that much today, actually, have we, Hasse?
No, and I think that could have something to do with, of course, us having a pretty strong field of drivers, but I also feel like it might have something to do with, and it's been some weeks or actually around a month since I've been in the GT4, the Cayman GT4 myself, but it did receive an update in terms of physics, and I think that might have fixed some of the twitchiness of the car, because it was never a car to just suddenly snap on you, but it would just start sliding, and it would just be impossible, no matter what you did, to actually stop that slide once you kind of initiated it. So that, I think, could be part of the explanation.
Yeah, it is one of those cars. There are a couple on iRacing where, like you say, once they're gone, they're gone. And I know the GT4 cars can be like that. They've not got all the power in the world. You'll have noticed, everybody, as well, that we have some beautiful, other than that livery, we have some beautiful lighting conditions at the moment as the sun is going down. Just over 2 hours of the race left to go here. And I am very, very excited to see how this all ends up. And, well, like I said before, Daytona has been very attritional so far. In terms of the classes, what we'll do, everybody, is we'll one by one, we'll just we'll run you through the classes. Jack, mate, if you could take us away with the radicals at the moment.
Yeah, no problem. So Simtag Racing, dominating drive. They have put, I think, 2.5 laps over every other car, pardon me. At least 2.5 laps. So it's none other than Simtag Racing with Cohen Klopman and Fabrice Cornelis behind the wheel. Then followed by the Fast Racing team, currently in the hands of Yannick Lemons. Then we get to the third position, the final spot on the podium. It's Dynamics Racing Optica, currently driven by Kobe Glass. Then we get to Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing. That's definitely not a mouthful, in fourth position. Then the number 5 car, the Traxxas by J&B Services, is in fifth position. Then we get to GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. Another GHK entry is in sixth position. Then the SimRC Club Sport car rounds out the last of the runners in seventh position. And then sadly, Strasis have retired. They retired a little earlier on into the opening couple of hours of the race. But I don't know how Simtag have done it, but they're so far ahead of everybody else.
4 minutes 29 ahead of second place. Help. Hasse, why don't you take us through what's probably been the most entertaining class today, the Porsche Cup class?
Yeah, indeed, we've got G-Drive Racing Eximia with the number 13 car of Steve Claes and Martin van Loosenhout leading Allied Racing Esports, the 26th machine, who's been gaining over the last bit of time. And the gap is now under 20 seconds, and I think we had Elam Bockhor in the pits as well while we were gone. So interesting to see that the gap is coming together there between the two leading cars in the Porsche Cup class. Then Bingo by Simtech EMG right in the pit exit right now, actually coming out of a stop. That means they're down into fourth. Weber Shop, RDR Motorsports in the number 12 car, taking over third place instead. Sky Limit Race Team in the number 69 machine is fifth. JJ Motorsports sixth. Pro Assist Sim Racing with the number 23 car down in seventh place. They've been running well, but also have been finding a bit of trouble here in the midway part of the race. Red Ant Racing is, well, I think I jumped over G-Drive Racing Eximia with that 15 car, who, speaking of unlucky cars, I think they have been less than lucky again today. Red Ant Racing, I think you could say the same. Stage 1 Racing Belcar is in 10th, the 41 machine, and then Dynamics Racing Blue in 11th. And sadly, GHK E-Racing Cup by T2 Racing in the 65 machine is out of the race.
And then we go on to the GT4 class. Sebastian Keimer leading that at the moment for Flemish SimSports GT4. They have a 13-second gap, which has come down quite considerably over Tim Claeson's in the Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot Car, who could wrap up the title at the end of today's race. Not like that, they can't. Flip here, Nick. Jeroen Vatler is third at the moment for Scuderia Sim Racing in the 014 machine. Then it's Laurent Kirschmakers in 4th place. 5th place, quite a while down, is Pierre-Yves de Soete. And then Maxime van den Hove is last in that class. And Jack, if you could do the honours, mate, take us through the TCR boys.
Right, I've just accidentally clicked on my right. There we go. So Simtag Racing leading the way in the TCR class, the number 40 car leading the G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR team in 2nd place, followed by Dynamics Simulators Red, and then Graphite Racing TCR, and then both the BMS Motorsport cars. BMS Motorsport number 51 are in 5th, and BMS Motorsport 2 Belcar, the number 45 machine, are in 6th.
Thank you very much, boys. There is your rundown of the order at the moment. Of course, a couple of cars still not running at the moment, I'm afraid. Here's David Barraclough in the Sky Limit Race Team Porsche. As you can see on the left-hand side, they are 5th in class at the moment, chasing down the Bingoal by Simtag EMG machine. The gap behind, though, to Quinn van Hooijdonk is only 2.9 seconds. So it's getting nice and close between these guys.
Stuff on those.
Sorry. Oh yes, no, you're right. I hadn't scrolled down on the event viewer there to see that. Let's have a look what happens then, Jack.
Going into turn 1, we've seen it catch people out before, very, very deep. I thought he was carrying a bit too much speed and continued to turn the lock on while he was on the brakes, unsettled the car and rotated him through just about 180 degrees. Waits for everybody to get out of the way and joins the race back again. And you did mention it earlier, Chaz, the lighting at the moment is beautiful, and I did a quick check in the sim. We have just gone past the 10:08 mark in sim time, so I'm expecting within the next 20 minutes we'll get all the lights on, so the Radicals, both the Porsches will get their LED lights on, and I think that just adds to it as the circuit gets darker and in theory the cars get brighter because we've also got the track lighting as well. It's gone from beautiful sunshine to a very, very nice sunset, and then we're going to get some properly nice racing, properly nice night racing in as well.
And just to continue at that, just quickly, the dynamic lighting that it's been developed over time in iRacing just looks so good. And I have to say that it's, when looking back, when I've seen screenshots of iRacing, how it looked 10 years ago and such, just find it amazing that so much work has gone into improving something that's so old. To be honest, let's say that without being too harsh on it, but it is quite old. Certainly in the PC world, 12 years, it's a long time. So such a good job, and it's certainly, that sky, beautiful indeed.
It really is. It's had some good work put into it, iRacing. I mean, it sort of upsets me sometimes that people complain about how long it takes them to do things, but it's like, I mean, look at the TCR. It's all the cars are laser scanned. All the data is real data that goes into this, and as a sim, as a broadcasting sim as well, it just looks so natural in how it all works. I mean, we've got a brilliant battle just going past there. It's the most natural to watch out of all the sims, I find, in terms of the broadcast, how the cars behave towards each other, how they all move, and how flowing it all is. Is Traxxas by J&V Services car Cedric Wouters wasn't naturally going to move into the back of the G-Drive car there. He is not having a good time with this. He's saying, just get out of the way. I want to just get on with my own race. But yeah, from when you watch broadcasts and you know how it all works, it certainly is the one to watch in my opinion. Not that I'm biased, but kind of have to be. Sebastian Keimel, who we just saw on screen in the back of that battle a moment ago, doing an amazing job for Flemish Sim Sports GT4, and I think the overriding sort of consensus in the commentary box between all three of us will be that it'll be a very, very popular victory if they take this race win in their class, because we all love that livery and we know that they're a great team and a great bunch of guys as well, don't we, boys?
We do, and I've got to say though, if they win today, they will be the only other team in the GT4 class to win a race apart from Talk Freak Racing. But with still 2 hours to go and Talk Freak Racing only 10 seconds behind, there's a good little battle on the way. And I don't want to jinx anything, but at the moment, with the pace Talk Freak Racing have got, the final couple of hours for Flemish Sim Sports are going to be very, very busy. What do you think, Hasse?
I was just about to say the very same thing, that the gap has come down to about 10 seconds, and that looks like it might just be heating up for the final hours of the race, and it's going to be a hot one here. Sebastian Keimel has done a brilliant job, as has the rest of the team, for this race, and they've actually flown under the radar. We've given them a bit of attention for their beautiful paint job on that car, but in all fairness, they haven't really been involved in anything, and it shows on the car as well. It shows on their pace, and it shows on track position. So at the same time, we've got the two different Porsche classes, the GT4s and the GT3 Cups, both of them with the lead battle seemingly coming together here within the 2 hours, and I think that's going to be excellent to watch.
Yeah, as it gets closer and closer, the race end now. We're into the final third of this one. Thank you everybody that has joined us so far. We hope you continue and stay with us until the end. Chaz Draycott here in the box with Hasse, Rømer and Jack Werrell doing a cracking job as always. The A-team, as we're known on Simracersworld TV. And it's been a very, very enjoyable broadcast so far. Oh, Luke Thies has just gone off the track and come back on. Let's have a look what's happened here. That's not Luke Thies. That's Janos Scheiner entering the pit lane. So, thank you, software. I think it just moved as I clicked on it. Oh, he's gone way too hot into that already, you can tell. Runs a bit wide. And to be honest, I mean, just for your comments on this one, Jack, we've seen a couple of guys go off there today, but they've done a brilliant job not to let it go all the way into that wall, haven't they?
They really have, but I'm not sure how they do it, because I know as soon as I drop a wheel onto that grass, it's well, there's only one way to go, and it's into the wall for me, because it's very, very slippy. You hit the brakes, you lock up straight away. There's no sort of middle margin, and you can't really see it there. But it was what we were talking about earlier with the different cambers and the different elevation of the circuit, where the point on the exit is the highest point, and then if you go towards the middle of the track, it starts going downhill, and you go towards the wall, it starts going downhill. So it just adds to that effect of like how impressive it is keeping it out the wall. And he did a prime example, or showed us a prime example of how to do that, and not to overcompensate with locking up the brakes.
Just hearing as well, by the way, from Thomas Smets. Thomas, by the way, I must say thank you for all of your information this season. Honestly, you've been a brilliant viewer to have with your comments and the info you fed us this season. He said it would be nice if Flemish Sim Sports win the GT4 class. They lost the race yesterday in the Zolder Touring Cup just because Sebastian Keimel had issues with his internet. So it would be very deserving if they could take that. Just want to go on board for a second. Look at the lighting in the sky around here. It's absolutely glorious. A sensational afternoon here at Daytona Beach. I wish I was saying that and I was actually there though, let me tell you. It certainly would be a whole different kettle of fish than being sat in the middle of the northwest of the UK in the ghetto. It's 8:15 in the evening. Everyone says Cheshire's beautiful, they're lying. No, most of it is. It's 8:15 in the evening in the sim, as you can see. And at the moment, it's 20 degrees air temp, 22 degrees track temp, so it's cooled down a lot. 50% humidity though, so as you'd expect from being at the beach, essentially, it's quite a humid one. Oh, and Red Ant's just had another issue here. Oh wow! Whoa!
Whoa!
That's a pit entrance. Look at that on all fours. Go on. That's
a brilliant one.
I'm not quite sure he meant to. Has he hit the wall there on the way down? Let me just click on a different event so we can see that. So this is something else going on, and this is where he was up to then. So it'll say Renzo Eulenbroek because he's just got in the car. Now there's a TCR in front, and I'm worrying whether there's going to be contact here, or Ayrton's going to try and avoid it and hit the wall. Oh yeah, he does hit the wall, and it's broken the steering. It's broken something on the front right. It's a great job to save it that much, but yeah, that's not ideal for Ayrton Red Ant. I'm not quite sure what happened though, but it just seemed to go in a straight line for a second there, Jack.
Yeah, it's like he almost had a bit of a hardware lock-up, but one thing that is worrying me is that a pit exit, he went round the outside of the cone through no fault of his own. He couldn't do anything about it. He locked the brakes like you should do and kept it out of the wall once again. But because he went round the outside of that cone, that could be a stop-go penalty for an unsafe pit entrance.
That's a very good point actually. Yes, he could get that, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. Here is your 5th in class Quinn van Hooydonk at the moment in JJ Motorsport car. They're having a bit of a tidy run in the middle of this race at the moment. Steve Clays, by the way, still leading the class for G-Drive Racing Exemia. And Bingoal by SimTag EMG, that were previously EMG Motorsports, have not had it all their own way this time, Hasse, but makes the championship that more interesting. And to be honest, I think it was a case of when, not if, this G-Drive car or at least one of the G-Drive cars, finally got some good fortune.
Yeah, it certainly feels about time that one of them has had a proper race, and it's at least now for 4 hours and a bit. Still about an hour and 50 minutes to go, so it's not over yet by any means, and we shouldn't try to make it sound like it's like it is. Just want to mention actually on a few interesting things here is Pierre-Yves de Soto, who's turn 1.
Oh, that's hot.
Oh,
no.
That's a big impact, and he's stuck. That's going to be a tow.
Yeah, that's
Just
definitely
a question of there is tow, and that is going to be a
sorry,
long
boys.
one indeed.
I just have to mention as well, after this, we're just watching here, way too hot into turn 1. Car just doesn't want to behave, and thump it goes into the tyres. Renzo Olenbroek, who we just saw his teammate having an issue. Oh, he's also, I think he's going to pull the car over, although it's just disappeared. There's definitely something wrong with it. He's come in the pits and somehow hasn't repaired yet. We saw that before with Ben Thayens, and that is the end of that one. Sven Calbert has also had an issue here. Let's have a look what's happened in this one, Jack.
Going through the bus stop, one of the quickest points on the circuit. You could see the car break away on the exit, and that's one of the main issues with these front-wheel drive cars. Nothing that you shouldn't expect, because obviously the rear of the car is one of the lightest points in the car. It's got no drive there. The only thing that's weighing it down is, in theory, that rear wing and the fuel tank. And well, I think he just held the brakes on a little too much, tried to trail brake it on the way in, over-rotated the rear. Does a great job of keeping it out the wall. Bearing in mind, you're going 150 to 200 kilometers an hour into the bus stop, and it's like I said, one of the quickest points on the circuit. I don't know how he kept it out the wall, but he's carried on, and he's got no damage. And there are the lights. The lights are up.
Yep, they came on just a moment ago, and now everything's going to look wonderful. Just going back to that incident though with you, Hasse, I mean, to be honest, it just shows you that these drivers, no matter how long you go through a big race like this, they are so switched on at all times, aren't they? It's making sure they save every little moment like that. Yeah,
it's full focus. And you see how much throttle input was being given when he was on the grass, just to try to make the car grip and just to give it every inch of opportunity he could to keep it out the wall. And he did. I think hadn't he gone so aggressively on the throttle and just tried to basically just mash it out of there, that could possibly have just continued sailing out into the wall. So well kept in the end there indeed. Here's the Torque Freak racing car of Tim Claessens still going around. I think they had a bit of contact at some point after using their fast repair, but they are second in class, looking very good. And as we mentioned, the gap last time we checked was only 10 seconds, and by now it's trying to have a look. Oh, Sebastian Keimel's in the pits at the moment, so Tim Claessens is going to be, at least for a short while here, our race leader.
Certainly is. Rudolf Nagel's had an issue as well, by the way, in the very damaged SimRC machine. He tries to go around the outside of the BMS car. Oh, it's just not behaving itself. You can see all the marbles on the circuit there as well. Once you get out on those, it can really affect you. Budwin Kuster, by the way, is in this massive battle. Got EF Wangenekton right behind him again. There's cars all over the shop. He's trying to get through this without any trouble. Past the Torque Freak racing car. Nicely done so far. Down the inside of the Edge Esports machine. And now side by side as well in the background there. That's the Torque Freak car as well, who are now leading the class after Sen Hulsmans is in the pit lane. Lauren Kirschmacher is now a lap down on them. And that's the Vapor Shop RDR machine of VF Wangenekton. So, that took some sorting out there, Jack, but they somehow managed to do it.
Yeah, I don't know how they weave their way through all the traffic, but you did make a good point though, that the Torque Freak racing car is now in theory in the lead of the GT4 class, but he's in the lead of the GT4 class on track. When the Flemish Sim Sports car went into the pits, there was a 15-second margin between the two, so now's the time for Tim Claessens in the Torque Freak car just to bridge that gap and put in some nice quick laps just to see how close he can get on strategy, because there's about 5 laps between them at the moment on strategy, so expect that Torque Freak car in the pits any moment now, and it'll be good to see whether the battle is there or thereabouts when he comes back out the pits.
Yep, it can very quickly change as well, depending on what driver these guys put in the car as well. That's one thing you have to consider in endurance racing, is that not all of these drivers in each car can hold the same pace all the time. In the TCR class, by the way, Bram van Putten leads it in the G-Drive Racing Xemia car over Janos Scheiner. The gap is now just over 10 seconds, and Bram van Putten's last pit stop was 26 seconds compared to Janos's 58. So we'll keep an eye on where those guys end up coming back out. They pitted, although Bram van Putten pitted on lap 98, we're on lap 127 in those cars at the moment, and Janos Scheiner pitted on lap 122, so surely Bram will be putting, well, Bram van Putten a pit stop in at some time soon. I'm really going to stop offending these guys with these names. Here's Elon Bockhawk, just gone past the Sky Limit race team car of Dave Barraclough, and they are second in class at the moment, 15 seconds behind Steve Clays in the G-Drive car at the top of the Porsche class. That's the number 67 machine there. Alex Cascatau, 4th place in the Radicals at the moment. The Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing currently doing a good job there. Not quite on the podium. We've got 21 seconds ahead to Kobe Klass, who is in 3rd. But to be honest, I mean, even when we go on board with these guys as well, you can see some great pace there. Love the helmet design as well on that. The old Parmalat liveried helmet as well. And well, you can see just from how much these Radicals bounce around, Hasse, that they are very light, nimble cars, but it seems they can get upset very, very easily.
Yeah, they're light, nimble, but they're also very stiff, and that makes for something that, well, as long as it's settled, it's extremely settled, and then once it's unsettled, it really isn't settled. It's often quite hard for the Radical, it seems to me, at least when I'm driving it, that it struggles to find its footing again once it kind of starts its slippering, or especially when you have this kind of bumps in the road coming onto the banking. And I was thinking this coming into this race actually, that those kind of places on the track coming onto the banking and then off the banking again into turn 1 is going to be tricky points for the Radicals, because you're just going to be inertly off balance, and you want to have the car as low as possible for the infield. You want to have it as low as possible for as much top speed as possible. So there isn't really much leeway in terms of keeping ride height, I think, enough. Of course, turn 1's not that bad. The bump isn't that big as you cross the yellow line, because it's more gradual. It's more coming onto it, that's the point. But they've managed brilliantly so far, and it's another piece of evidence that goes to show just how good these drivers are in the end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, being able to handle such a nimble bit of kit that can really spit you out so fast can... I mean, look at the just look at the TCR then in comparison in terms of response. Oh, Olivier Boulting's going to put it in the wall, and I've seen a lot of cars in the 24-hour events go into there and get stuck on the engine. Fortunately, Olivier Boulting manages to get the car back going again. It doesn't seem too damaged. I must also refer to the helmet. Obviously, I called a Parmalat liveried helmet before. I must sort of explain that. I do understand that it's a Niki Lauda helmet as well, but it's certainly a pretty one. I should have just said it was a Niki Lauda replica, to be honest, rather than the Parmalat livery. But we all know that Parmalat is quite a legendary logo in motorsport terms. If you've ever watched Formula 1, you'll know that that logo used to adorn the liveries of so many cars. It looks absolutely great. It's an iconic logo in my mind, to be fair. I grew up seeing it as well. Kevin Lemons, by the way, has Lauren Kersmakers right behind him here on track. These two right together, and I believe actually Kevin Lemons has just made the move, so I'll let you call that one through, Jack.
Going down the back straight into the bus stop, he jinks out to the inside. You can see the car dived down, the nose went almost through the ground. He hit the brakes so hard it was just that fraction of a bit later than the Edge Esports car. Gets the move done before the corner even starts. The Edge Esports can't really do much there, although Laurent did everything he could to get the position back. Going onto the oval, there wasn't much he could do, and he's now built that gap up quite nicely, almost a second between the two now, so that position is all but secured, and we've now got the talk-free car in the pits.
Yep, here is Bram Reniers, already down off the jacks, and ready to...
Definitely down, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, you might want to check your top mounts after that one, boys. Flipping it. Nerdy fact as well, I always remember that in the 2000 British Touring Car Championship, the Honda team were always sort of criticised for how high they used to jack their cars off the ground, and we all know that super touring cars, they weren't exactly, they didn't exactly have a lot of arch clearance when it came to the wheels, as Senna Hulsmans has just gone past there in the Flemish car. So after the pit stops, they still hold the lead, but the gap has definitely come down because there is Bram Reniers. It's not even 2 seconds now. I'll stop talking about Honda Accords and focus on the fact there's Porsches on track. But to be honest, Hasse, we thought this was going to happen, and with an hour and 50 minutes to go, sorry, 40 minutes, great maths, Chaz, I need Jack on that. This battle is definitely not over yet, mate, is it?
No, it really isn't, and I think the cooling of the track that we've seen is down to, well, last we checked it was temp 22 degrees, and it's certainly not going to get any hotter from there. That's going to open the window for having tire life that's going to be, well, much longer than at the beginning of the race. And that's a profound difference at this point. That means that some of the drivers and teams might be thinking of taking risks of doing an extra stint here. Of course, we saw Bram Reniers. I don't think Torque Freak took tires on that stop, though. I'm not sure. Although in the GT4s, when I'm thinking about it, you're able to actually take tires while you do the fueling. So the question is if it even makes sense not to take tires for the GT4 cars. I have to wonder that, but I don't think it would make sense for him. That's at least how I remember it. Could be changed since last time around I drove it. I think it was 24 hours at Nürburgring. But yeah, interestingly, that battle is really coming together. It's getting hot. And speaking of battles coming together, the gap there between Steve Claes and Elon Bucko is down to under 14 seconds now. So that's come down by, well, around 11 seconds now, and it's really looking as if Steve Claes could be coming under pressure at the end of the race. Although I'd expect them to bring Martin van Loosenhoorn back in the car. And with that, I think the Allied Racing Esports car could be facing a bit of trouble with actually catching up to the lead G-Drive car.
Yep, we go back on board with Elon Bucko. We did so just over the break, just before the 4-hour mark, and well, this is a guy that is absolutely flying at the moment. Elon has been very quick all season, and so has the Allied Racing Esports Belcar team. We didn't see too much of them at the first round at Spa. I believe they got caught up in an incident at the start of the race, but they've done an amazing job here. And they did an amazing job at Le Mans as well. Some incredible battles there that we were absolutely treated to. It was so much fun to watch. But Elon wants to get that win for his team. Every round of this championship so far has been won by the EMG car. They're third in class at the moment, 1 minute and 11 seconds behind these guys. So even though there's still nearly 2 hours to go, or I should say about just over 1.5 hours to go now, it's certainly go time for Elon in this case, Jack.
It really is. Like you say, only well, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go, so not long compared to what we've already completed. And the 12-second gap, yes, it is getting smaller, but you've still got to remember there is probably at least one pit stop, possibly even 2 pit stops still to go. So strategy could play a part, as well as what we've seen before. The Allied Racing car has been incredibly consistent, but we've seen a couple of small little incidents for the G-Drive racing car. Nothing major, just a spin here and there, and obviously traffic is still going to play a major part in this, because as the day goes on and as we slowly get further and further into the darkness, the track will get cooler, maybe people will get a little more confident, and that could induce a few more spins and little incidents ahead of these guys. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they can do, and it's obviously it's not the only battle that we've currently got going on in the Porsches, in the Porsche. And we've still got the Flemish SimSports GT4 team leading Torque Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot. Not to the margin I was quite expecting, though. That gap has really come down to about 0.7 of a second.
Well, it's great to see that these gaps do fluctuate so much, and I think that the different driving styles that these guys have over the changing conditions and the different pace between two drivers in a team really does add to this. Renzo Eulenbroek still in the pit lane, by the way, in that red ant car. I think that's pretty much going to be them out of the race, I'm afraid. They've not had a good time with it. Senna Hulsmans, here he is then at the front of the pack in GT4, and still not able to break away from the Torque Freak car. But look at that, Bram Reniers on the brakes there, really gains a lot of time. They open up a little bit, and onto the banking once again. I'll tell you what, we'll go on board with Bram Reniers just to see the gap disappear. Camera shaking around quite a bit here on the roll cage. Great to see though. Love the little addition of that feature from iRacing. Look at that. It's just Senna's just trying to break the slipstream as much as he can there, without moving too much onto the brakes. It seems so sedate in here, doesn't it, Hasse?
Yeah, it really does. It seems almost relaxed, as they don't go that fast in racing terms, at least the GT4 cars, top speed wise, and they don't have that aggressive turn, and they need to be really smooth on the steering wheel, and that makes the car seem, yeah, as you say, it's really a really good term to put it in. Thomas, there was some really good info for me that Senna Hulsmans is the son of actually a pretty well-known former pro cyclist Kevin Hulsmans, who did indeed used to ride for the very famous and one of the biggest teams in the world, the Belgian Flemish Quick-Step team, headed by I forgot his name, the boss man. No, Patrick Lefebvre, of course. And he's kind of this mafia kind of figure in cycling, and you really love him or hate him, kind of a figure. And actually, saw that little bit of a squirm there from Senna Hulsmans down the back straight before. That was almost reminiscent of a cycling kind of move to try and break the slipstream. Of course, the slipstream, a big matter in cycling as well, and it's like he's copied a bit of his father's tactics there.
Well, 4 hours and 25 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. That is how long it took for Hasse to properly make a cycling reference in this edition of Virtual Belcar eSeries. Hasse, I'm very proud of you, and I will buy you a beer. But to be honest, you're right. In all honesty, as much as it pains me to say, you're right. It is all about making those moves, having the mindset. You can see the cars flying past them here, but don't forget, everybody, we do laugh and joke, but this is the battle for the GT4 class lead. And what a battle it is. The Flemish Simsports car has been doing so well so far, but Bram Reniers has just been putting the pressure on, and that Torque Freak car, as always, it's just showing them where the pace is, aren't they, Jack?
They really are. We've got to remember, we've got to keep it in the back of the minds, although this is an amazing battle, and it will hopefully end up with both the cars finishing. This is not just the battle for the lead in class. If anything happens to that Torque Freak car, their championship is in jeopardy. They have to finish on the podium, and they have got quite a nice margin to the third place car, 35 seconds, but we know that that can easily be lost. It's easier lost than gained, and the last thing you want to do is make a mistake battling for a win that, yes, obviously it matters, it's a win, it's a big deal, but you don't need to fight a battle that's not worth fighting. And for Flemish Simsports to win, or if they win their class, that will be brilliant for them, because it will be brilliant for the class as well, because it will be the only other team in the GT4 class other than Torque Freak to win a race, and that will be brilliant for them. But Torque Freak, I'm guessing, well, they want to win another race because they've won 3 so far. They won round 1, 2 and 3, and if they can win round 4 while they win the championship, I'm sure that's on the cards. But at the same time, they've got to be very, very cautious because their championship is in the play. But going back onto the oval, it looks like Flemish Simsports are still leading the way, not to the margin that I was expecting once again. I thought Torque Freak would be pretty much on the bumper, as we saw on the previous lap, but now still once again 7/10. I don't know whether this is just a slight little bit of tactics from Torque Freak, just seeing whether they can stretch their tank for a little bit longer. Bearing in mind both of these guys have pitted within the last 10 laps, so whether they're just seeing what they can do about playing around with how long they can get. But look at that traffic. We said traffic would play a part in this, didn't we, Hasse? And it looks like it's playing a part more than ever.
Yeah, it's really, it seems there's these zones of congestion that sort of appears here and there on track, and whenever you hit one of those chunks of cars and such, it's always going to be a bit of a hassle. And the more classes are involved, the more of a hassle it usually is. And see, yet again, the pace difference from the Radicals to the GT4s is hardly even noticeable coming into turn 1 there, and of course could be the fast racing team holding off a little bit. They're down in 4th place, by the way, so I'm wondering if they had some kind of incident, or if it's just that their strategy is not skewed, while both Dynamics and Narveflex E-Racing by GHK Racing has skewed strategies by now.
Yeah, sorry to try and cut over there, Hasse, but they have pitted a little bit earlier, by the way. Just a couple of laps out of sync, I think. I've just noticed this as well, but doesn't the back of the Radical look like the back of a graphics card with all the HDMI ports in it because of all the different holes?
Yes, it does.
I've just noticed that, honestly. I've spent that long in these last few weeks behind PCs, plugging things in and lining up ports and graphics cards. Oh, was someone... That was Cone Klopman, race leader, has had a moment there.
Oh!
I just heard a car drop revs and into turn one. It's
oh,
blown the engine! The
That's
engine's
a
gone!
40-minute repair.
Oh!
But do they have a fast repair?
I think they do.
Yeah, Fabrice has got in the car. It's just changed over now. Fabrice has got in the car, but wow. Let's go on board with that again. Turn one. And it's not even like he over-revs it or anything. It's a normal change down to 5th.
Yeah, it changes down a little bit early, perhaps, and that can cause it. But the strange thing for me is that car hasn't got any visual damage upon it. So I'm a bit perplexed to see it actually just be able to blow up like that all of a sudden. And this is very, very interesting now. How long is that going to be of a tow? Shouldn't be too long there. It happened right beside the pit lane. And that's, of course, very, very lucky for them in the end, because that lead could very well be up for grabs here. It really depends on whether they've used that fast repair or not. And Kobe Class here, he has to be licking his lips in anticipation of what might be to come up. But the thing is that Simtech Racing 3 laps ahead of the rest of the field at the moment, so they should. It's just a stomach feeling, but they should be able. If they have a fast repair, they will be able to get out ahead. If not, it's going to be very, very, very tough for them from here on.
I didn't quite expect to be seeing that at this point of the race, but it just goes to show. In motorsport, anything can happen, and they had like a 4-minute lead earlier, so we'll have to see what happens. But wow, what a moment that was.
See, Chaz, I'd never normally do this, but I'm going to tell you you're wrong. It wasn't 4 minutes, it was 6 minutes.
Oh. Well, that's how much of a gap they've made since I last saw it then.
Yeah, it's quite the gap, and well, I bet they're glad they've got it now, because that tow, I know it's next to the pit lane, but the way iRacing works, it completes the lap you were going to do. So I'm guessing it might be about a 2.5 minute to a 3 minute tow, just because of the location of where they pulled over. But yeah, it's not great for them, but they're glad they've got that gap, and there you go. Kobe Glass has just unlapped himself once again. We've still got Fabrice Cornelis for Simtag Racing in the pits, and we'll have to keep an eye on them, because they might just be finishing off the last bit of towing. They might take tyres and fuel and then do a splash and dash in the final half an hour, but that's really not what we were expecting.
And apparently Heli ABK was disqualified from the race, I'm hearing now. So not down to the damage earlier on, but maybe a penalty. And I mean, that's probably...
He was hit a lot.
Sorry?
He was hit a lot, wasn't he? So that could be the 4Xs counting up, and they had 13 off-tracks according to the software. Whether that plays a part in it, and of course a couple of those off-tracks might have been spins, so that's a bonus 2X on top of that. Didn't see them come in for any penalties at all though, so I'm not sure why they would have been disqualified, but I can imagine a lot of those 4Xs will have added up. Definitely,
and I mean, that makes it even more of a sort of shame for it to be determined that way, really. But we've had a moment for Budwin Kuster. Oh. This is looking lively, isn't it? In the EMG car, he's gone wide, locked up, and it's going to spin. Oh.
Nope.
No, he's actually done all right there, just getting back on the marbles, but a lot of hairy moments creeping in here, Hasse. Do you think it's down to the visibility dropping a bit? Because it doesn't seem that bad, but, you know, it plays tricks with people's minds, doesn't it?
Yeah, that and the fatigue, I think, beginning to creep in. Every team running here, more or less, I think it's a two-man team. We might have the odd one out, but drivers will have done a good deal of time behind the seat of the car and in a hectic setting as well. So I think it's basically just the stress of traffic more than it's the lighting or so, because as you say, it really isn't that dark at the moment. We've had a lot of lighting. The sun hasn't really gone down yet either. So, and Simtag Racing, I think, is back on track and still in the lead. And still in the lead, actually, by 2 laps. The question now is, we're going to have to take a silent moment there to just try and listen to the engine. of Fabrice Cornelis and how it sounds here as we're going on board there, and just trying to have a listen. I would not be surprised to see him short shift a little bit. I would not be surprised to see him shift late on his downshifts as well, to try and protect the engine from any more problems like that. And as I said before, I'm very, very, very surprised that this is fate that has befallen them. An hour and a half. And the question is, how much time are they going to lose per lap due to that damaged engine?
I think they'll be all right, you know. I don't think they've got much to worry about now after the fast repair, everything being back to normal. He's just going to be straight on with it.
Oh yeah, it's true. It's the fast repair, of course, so there isn't any damage carried on from it. They got that car fixed probably. That's, of course, a good point to bring on, because I had it as if they had engine damage still to run with, but that's, of course, a misunderstanding.
It would have been interesting to see him try and drag it around with the damage, though, I tell you. The lead gap will drop down, though, from what it was once Kobe Class then recrosses the line next time round. Where is he at the moment? He's just crossing the line now. And I've still got it as, well, it flashed a bit lower there, but we've still got this 5 minutes and 52-second lead. How is that even possible, Jack? Actually, there you go. I think it has changed now.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah, it's just ticked over now, so it's actually shown as 0 because that last one, Fabrice Cornelis, actually had a pit stop, obviously. So we'll have to see now what it comes to next time round. But to be fair, I mean, just to show everybody here that iRating isn't everything, because a lot of guys do tend to race in leagues and special events such as these. Fabrice Cornelis, 7,718 iRating. Kobe Class and Robbie Janssens, the two guys that are chasing him. Kobe Class 2,300 iRating. Robbie Janssens has 1,800. And for the record, I have 2,200. I mean, look at Hans Blankart as well. Blankart, sorry, in the Stage 1 Racing Belcar machine. 1,300 iRating for Hans. Yeah, he's doing a hell of a lot of a better job than I ever would be, Jack. It just goes to show it's not too much of a determining number in the sim.
No, I see what you mean, because a lot of, like you mentioned, a lot of people do just race in the leagues, and obviously you don't get any safety or iRating gain from that. But it really does help you come on as a driver, because you race the same people week in, week out, and you build that trust in yourself and the other people and the car. So it's nice to see that really the iRating, yes, it may play a small effect because it gives you an idea on how much experience and how much time people have put into the sim. But at the end of the day, it won't make a massive difference, because I was looking down earlier. Someone has, no need to name names, but somebody has 834. Not the biggest number in the world. That's Hans Blankart going backwards onto the oval once again. That little bit of elevation change, I think, caught him out once again. It's a Porsche.
No, contact.
Had that issue. Was it contact?
Contact with the graphite car. Graphite turns in, a little bit of a tap, and that was all it took. And I mean, like you were saying, though, the car is already sort of upset going into that corner anyway. But yeah, a bit of help from the front left wheel of an Audi RS3 TCR there.
Yeah, not great, not what you want to see. But yeah, like I was saying, there's a driver with 834 iRating, and he is 6th in class at the moment. And I'll leave that to you to figure out who it is. But it just shows that no matter what your iRating is, you're still guaranteed a good fight, no matter who you're racing against, who they are, how much time they've spent in the sim, how much money they've put into the sim, anything like that. You will always find someone to race with.
Agreed, and that's part of the beauty of iRacing, in all honesty. It can give you racing no matter what, and like Jack says, even if you're in the official stuff as well, and it puts you with people on a similar iRating level as you, sometimes it can be a little bit misinterpretive. Obviously, if some of the people that you're against haven't had that many races in the official stuff. But in leagues, I mean, you see you go up against people like your Fabrice Cornelis, 7,000 iRating. I was in a league recently racing against Josh Thompson, iRacing World Championship driver, and I believe he was in the 7,000s as well. And there's me with my, I think at the time it was a piddly little 1,800 iRating, but we still had good fun on track together, and that's the thing, it can really open up the opportunity to race with people like that. Kobe Class comes in the pit lane then from 2nd place, and these guys have had a bit of a topsy-turvy race as well, to be fair, Hasse, but in the podium positions are having a laugh. There's actually something a bit more interesting for you to call here, Hasse. David Barraclough's had an issue.
Oh, that's where's that? Oh, that's turn 1 into the pit wall he goes, and That's just another 911 Cup car getting loose on the rear end turn, and we've seen it on multiple occasions, running low downforce, and really, but he's just coming in way too hot. So that's actually a lot more. That's actually a lot more dramatic than I anticipated it to be. What's your take on that, Jack?
It didn't look like it was going to turn into something quite as violent, but you can see the damage on the front of that car. It's probably like dented the bonnet, or the bonnet, pardon me, yeah, the bonnet and the front bumper in towards the front of the car, and I'm not sure that will do great things for the straight line speed and the cooling, of course. Obviously, this car is mid-engined, but the cooling and all the intercoolers, I'm guessing, as far as I'm aware, will probably be in the front of the car, because that's where the car drinks the most of the air that it's going into, but not quite what we were looking for. And I'm guessing we'll see him in the pits this time by. And we're getting into that point of the race where some of the cars that can last over an hour on a tank of fuel might be considering pit now, get the splash and dash done as early as they can, and then go to the end of the race. But these Porsches, like we saw earlier, Hasse, they can only do about 56, 58 minutes on a tank of fuel. So there's at least one pit stop left for these guys, possibly two, or depending on when they last went into the pits.
Yeah, and that's really what could throw a big old spanner in the works of everybody there at the end of the race. If someone's able to cut it short in any way, or if someone's had their strategy skewered by an incident earlier on, that could work in their favor at the end of the race, and we could really see the standings change late indeed. So that's going to be one to watch and one to follow, and that goes across for several of the classes. And it's been quite hard keeping track of the different rhythms, because usually for the other 3-hour races, we've seen some of the classes run with limited size fuel tank capacity for the race, as to bring them in closer to each other in terms of strategy. But for these longer races, they're running full capacity, and that's what makes the GT4 cars, for instance, able to run for about an hour and a half, maybe a little bit shorter. So just a small correction on the 911 Cup car. It is, of course, a true 911. It's rear engine. And you can see it actually when you see the car from above there and have a peek in through the rear window. You can actually have a pretty good glance at just how far back that engine hangs. And then all of a sudden, its tendency to just float and have the rear overtake the front slowly but steadily, it really starts to make sense.
It really does, and I think that just adds to the drivability of the Porsche. It's commonly referred to as a driver's car, because it's a car that handles not unpredictably, but handles on the very edge, and you can really push these cars to the edge of their performance and get onto the edge of adhesion, which I think is great for the Porsches. And we were literally just looking at the Flemish Simsports GT4 car, of which the gap has built up massively, because a few laps ago there was 7/10 between the two, and now Bram Reniers is 5.5 seconds behind the Flemish Simsports car. So whether he has just lost touch and lost the pace, or he's been held up by a bit of traffic and caught the short straw, but I'm not sure what's happened with him. But he's dropped quite a way back now. We've still got 1 hour and 15 of the race remaining, so plenty of time for them to carry on. But I'm not sure. One of them might have heard me saying that they don't need to fight a battle that's not worth fighting, because if they finish where they are at the moment, they will win the championship, and I'm sure that's the only thing that's in their mind at the moment. You've still got traffic coming through. You saw him try and work his way past an Audi RS3, and he's now got to let past one of the Porsche 911 Cup cars. So it really is a busy old job for these guys. I'm looking forward to see how the race plays off. And Hasse, the leader, obviously they came into the pits with that blown engine, and you thought maybe that would have hampered the confidence and just to take it easy. But it doesn't seem like that, because Fabrice Canales has brought the gap up from 3.5 minutes to 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, and I think the guys behind had a pit stop as well, the Dynamics car, who's now down in 3rd position, and that means Robert Janssens in the Fast Racing team is up into 2nd in the Radicals class. And indeed, I don't think it's hampered Fabrice Canales' confidence at all, actually. I think he'll just be glad and happy that they had that fast repair and that they've driven such a clean race until then. I'm still thinking, whatever caused that damage, because usually, as far as I'm aware, you don't suffer blown engines in iRacing unless you pick up damage to some kind of cooling part or another part of the engine somehow. And that, of course, can happen if you go over something and pick up some floor damage as well. So that could be part of the explanation, although I'm still perplexed as to see that happen. I really wasn't expecting it.
Now, we saw the leaders just slowly pulling away to the tune of probably about a second a lap, maybe even a couple more, because with Fabrice Cornelis in the car, he was setting personal best and fastest laps of the race pretty much every lap. And to see the car blow up in such spectacular fashion after, what, 4.5 hours of racing, not something we were quite expecting. And yeah, like you said, it didn't look like it had much front aero damage or any damage at all, which could have caused a possible overheat of the engine. But when we saw Co-op in the car, that could be something that he was doing quite often, maybe revving the car slightly too much, changing down a little early, because I thought exactly the same as you. It was just bouncing off the red line the tiniest bit on the down gears. So I'm not sure whether that will have affected the engine over time. We're now looking at Ben Thanes go very sideways into the bus stop. Does he keep it out the wall? That's going very quickly into the tyre barrier. That is stuck under the tyre barrier. He's never going to get that out. That's a massive hit for Ben Thanes, and he's now dropped down into second in class, and I'm pretty sure, very sure, we were right on board with him. You saw the car or the rear try and overtake the front, and there's a slight gap underneath those tyres to the ground, so that might be something iRacing need to look at. But that's so unfortunate for Ben Thanes, and that is possibly going to put any sort of hope of a win to bed for those guys, Hasse.
Yeah, unless it turns out they have a fast repair, but even the time it takes for them to tow across the track, that's going to be minutes lost to the Simtech racing car here. Yanoshino, who's about it's a good deal of way ahead, and that's only going to become more now with the G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR machine stuck in the pits. And that was so unlucky. It's not the first time we've seen it, but to my knowledge, it's the first time we've seen anyone just break off in the first part of it, because if you lose it in the midway point between the two corners, sort of, and that's where the rear starts sliding, you're going to have a chance to save it because the car's going to be pointing the other way. But when you lose it, as Ben Thanes did in that situation, you really just are a passenger, and you just see he had no chance of doing anything once that rear got unsettled. Very, very unlucky indeed, and they've been driving a brilliant race so far. So, yeah, I think you're right, Jack. It's going to be the end of their chances for tonight.
Yeah, he did everything he could. As soon as he felt the car start to move underneath him, well, if he could feel the car move underneath him, he saw the rear start to over-rotate, put all the lock on he could, put his foot to the floor to try and drag the front round, and it was a one-way trade into the wall. But we are now looking at the Simtag racing car in P22 overall, leading the TCR class. And Simtag Racing, they seem to have just come into this championship with something else that nobody else has, because they're currently leading the TCR class, and Simtag Racing in the TCR class, they haven't won a race yet. So, but they are third in class with 47 points overall. But it really does surprise me that they haven't won a race. Yes, we saw that G-Drive car slowly start to gain on them, of which the G-Drive car we were looking at of Ben Thanes has won 2 rounds, round 2 and round 3. But I'm thinking this is going to be quite the day for Simtag Racing, because it could add to the growing list of Simtag Racing wins in the SR8, but it could be the first win for the TCR.
Yeah, indeed, they've been dominant in the radicals, but haven't really found the rhythm in the same way in the TCR class. They've been involved in some incidents here and there over the previous rounds. And tonight, this afternoon, this evening, they've really just been on point for the entirety of the race. And I think the performances we've been seeing from the G-Drive TCR car has also just been out of this world. They have been so good, and it's really, really out of their character to have such an incident here. Ben Thanes, I think, one of the last drivers we'd expect to see lose it in that way, because usually he's one of the safest bets to just go around, and at a fast pace, he's just driving away from everyone. So, here's Hans Blancard into the International Horseshoe. And he loses it on exit, and that car is not feeling good. I think it suffers from some kind of suspension damage. So Steve Clay's in the pits now. The leading G-Drive Eximia 911 coming in. And we're going to see if this is going to be fuel and tires or just fuel, because that could be That could be important in the end. Steve Clay's getting out. We expected that. Martin van No, that's Marvin Julian van Amaro. That's Amant's coming into the car for his first and only stint of the race.
Yeah, we were expecting, I was expecting Martin van Loosenholt to hop back in the car, but with 1 hour and 10 minutes of the race still to go, they're going to be left with about 10 to 12 minutes of fuel that they need to come in to the pits with. So it looks like Marvin Julian Amants will be in the car for at least, or for the rest of the race. He will just have to do a splash and dash at the very end. We've had an incident for Stefan News once again, and I'm going to put my money on it being in turn 1, Hasse.
I think you're right there. You're right there, Jack. Indeed. Oh, that's not going to be good. Oh, that's...
Wow.
Wow. That's surprisingly little contact I've made with that tire wall there, although the car didn't look perfect here. Let's see what happens. That car just breaks away. Whoop! Very suddenly indeed. Oh, and it does pick up the right front suspension. And it could be bad indeed. Still going around Stefan Nusius, but in 15th place overall. And I was about to say he's the last in class, but he's really not, because SimRC Club Sport, the number 3 car, is 17th overall. It really goes to show the attrition we've seen in the Radical class tonight.
It really does, but I'm just going to have to draw your attention and everybody watching to the steering angle of that car, trying to keep it in a straight line, but he's turning right. So that damage on the wall, that damage he got from the wall, didn't look like a big hit. It just looked like cosmetic bodywork damage, but he's damaged his suspension on that route through as well. And quite a bright and vibrant helmet. I've got to say I'm a fan of that, but that won't help him at all. Look at him struggling to keep the car pointing the right way, and it's going to be a busy old time. I know he's only going around the final corner, but he's got to get it into the pits and get those repairs.
It's an Indy car. It's an Indy car. He's got to turn right in a straight line. That's all he's done. He's changed it. Hello everybody, I'm back from stuffing my face now while Jack and Hasse took over very, very brilliantly as well. Thank you very much, boys. But yes, Stefan Luz there. I would have said originally, just as Hasse did, he would have got lucky there with very minimal damage, with obviously a tiny tap on the wall. But again, Hasse, it just comes back to your point earlier of how fragile these cars are, doesn't it, mate?
Yeah, it really doesn't take a lot to throw him off. Just a hit at the wrong angle in the wrong place, and it doesn't have to be a hard one indeed. And he carried a lot of speed here. Oh, what's happened here to Robert Janssens? I don't like the fact that we're watching a replay. This is the second place car in the Radicals. He's kept it clean for so long, and it's still a clean car. That's a very, very fast getaway. Robert Janssens, is he a rally driver? That looked more like a handbrake turn to me. Oh, and Robin van Gogh in the BMS car, and who is that he's making contact with? Is that the Dynamics?
Sven Kalbert, that was. That just went with him.
Oh.
I think they both got lucky there. I was just going to say as well, though, I don't know whether Robbie Janssens is a rally driver or a bank robber, but I'll tell you what, it was a hell of a getaway once he put his foot down on it. You were right. We've got some epic battles going on, though. I mean, look at this now. Sven Kalbert has now got Ben Thayens on his outside after that incident. Ben Thayens in a very second-hand Audi. That'll be on Auto Trader before you know it. But again, we saw him do this cutback before, and he's done it again. Look at that. Beautiful stuff. Nearly contact. Oh, Sven says that rear arch looks nicer than mine. I want it. But wow. Close racing again there, Jack.
Yeah, these two are going to be glued together for a little while. You can see the damage on the front end of Ben Thaynes' car, whether that'll affect him on the straight, but it could also affect the cooling, so that could be another engine that we've got to look out for losing. But Ben Thaynes on the inside, going in towards the second hairpin, parks the car on the inside line to defend it, but he's very late on the brakes. You see it wobbling side to side. I'm not sure how he got it slowed down in time. Hasse thinking exactly the same before they go on to the oval. Hasse, this battle is off to play for.
I thought he turned into a werewolf.
It's going to be the first time that I've done some kind of shape changing. That's what happens when you hear the barking. That's really just me and not my dog.
Is that why you drink so much coffee? It's like an antidote for it.
Ben Thaynes showing what he's made of right there with a damaged car that certainly could affect the handling as well. Although when we see this kind of damage, often it really is just something affecting the top speed. And look at how the dynamic car is just plowing on. And I think he's even going to hold off. Or no, they're going to try to go side by side into the bus stop.
Oof. You would have thought after the last time round Sven Kalbert went through there, he'd have PTSD trying to go side by side through to the bus stop. He would have been expected to get a big hit in the side or something, but, well, He got away with that one, but Ben Thayen's again showing us here, though, Jack, that even with a damaged car, he can still fly out there.
Yeah, definitely. And with that massive hit into the wall a little earlier on, it's not stopped him from pushing harder than ever. And he's doing everything he can to keep that Dynamics car behind. But he's just edged ahead now, got the move done. Look at the overspeed that the Dynamics car has carried through, going past Ben Thanes, going into turn 1. What can Ben do about about getting the position back? He looks for the cutback. You can see the car moving underneath him. The gap opens up, but the Dynamics car places it in the middle of the road, and he won't be able to find a way past Sven just as yet. Going in towards the International Horseshoe, he has a look to the inside once again, very late on the brakes. Yeah, he's just got back to that margin where he can't quite go for the move. He'll have a look, fill his mirrors, and sort of reassess the situation and see what he can do in a couple of laps' time.
Yeah, he's certainly pushing hard, using all of his driver skill to try and help him out, but it's not quite working yet. The dynamic simulator's red, which it seemed like you were trying to put an Italian twist on it a moment ago. Oh, he's off. You're right. Rob Tyson just pushing a bit too hard there, Hasse. Let's go over it again.
And let's see what happens here. He's going for it on the inside. That's going to be a bit too hot into the second hairpin. And indeed, as we just spoke about not many minutes ago, that's what happens with the 911 Cup car if you do that. And I bet you it's not going to be the last time we see that happen tonight. So just going to come back to something that we haven't really touched upon for quite a while now. The gap between Marvin Julian Mamants and Michael Patterson, who's back in the Allied Racing Esports car as well. 13 seconds now, so it's actually gone a little bit in the direction of G-Drive Racing again, because the gap was down to around 12 seconds. But of course, that could be over the last round of pit stops as well. But by no means is it a gap that's going to be beyond Michael Patterson to actually close. And we're going to be following that one with interest.
Definitely are. We're just getting up to the 5-hour mark now, everybody, and almost 8 p.m. in the UK, Central Eastern, Central Eastern, what's the point? Central European time at the moment will be just coming up to 9 p.m. Chaz Draycott, Hasse, Rømer, and Jack Werrell in the box for you. What we'll do, pick a car, Mr. Werrell, pick a car.
Let's go for the number 69 Sky Limit race team.
Okay. Well, Jack has decided. We'll leave you for just a moment. This is going to be our final break of the broadcast, just a couple of minutes, and we'll be back with you once we're just inside the 5-hour mark. Don't go away. Welcome back everybody to Simracersworld TV. Chaz Draycott here with Hasse, Rømer and Jack Werrell for the virtual Belcar eSeries SkyLimitEvents.com 6 hours of Daytona. We're just coming into the final hour now. Welcome to happy hour everybody. Oh yes, Rob Tyson has had a moment, and I think Tommy Rao as well was one of the drivers that's had one. Let's have a look. This is Rob into turn 1. Back end gets away from him and around it goes. Let's have a look at Tommy Rao. I think he was the car that was off the side of the circuit that Hasse just noticed very verbally. Oh, that curb upsets the car. But just to come to you boys then, we're in happy hour now, the final hour of the race. And after such a great broadcast for us lot, I mean, we've had a hell of a lot of fun doing this. Just coming to you first, Hasse. What are you expecting in this final hour, mate?
I'm expecting a couple of battles to come together, really, especially the battle for the lead in the 911 Cup Car class, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how that plays out. Also, we've had close runnings and still have close runnings at the top of the GT4 standings, which could also very well come together. Although Senna Hilsman's doing a very good job of actually extending that advantage over the last couple of laps there for Simsports. It's now up to around 9 seconds, so certainly not looking bad at all there. And then just to see how the strategies develop also over this final hour, and if anyone is going to be caught out by that. So I think it's going to be really exciting.
And what about you, Jack? Is there anything you're specifically looking forward to in this one that Hasse hasn't named?
I think overall it's just there's a battle in each class, which I think will develop quite nicely. When we went away for that quick final little break, I picked the car that maybe was the perfect one to watch, because we were looking at, they were riding on board with David Werrell, and he is 4 seconds behind Gregory Franks, but between those two is Marvin Julián, the current leader of that class. So if David can sit on the tail end of the leader, it might draw him closer to Gregory Franks for the end of the race. Obviously that GT4 battle, I think that will slowly come back together with Bram Reyners for Talk Freak Racing, only 8 seconds behind Senna Hilsman's, and a battle I'm really looking forward to seeing if it comes back and produces something that was very close between David and the Dynamics Simulators car. But the one car, or the two cars I think will get ever closer, and they have been over the previous couple of laps, is Ben Thanes making amends for that lost position with Sven Kalbert. We just saw Sven get chopped up by David Werrell, and there's Ben Thanes, and Sven is 1.7 seconds up the road. So those two I think will get really close in the final hour of the race.
You're definitely right. There are a good few battles developing here then, and of course, as Hasse said, the strategies are now going to become very apparent. We've seen a lot of the cars changing places over the course of the race while they all pit at different times, and it all adds up when it comes into the final hour, which is when the final pit stops are going to be. So strap yourselves in everybody. We hope you've been enjoying the broadcast so far. Simracersworld TV have provided a great platform for us to be able to do this on. Thank you as well to SDK Gaming for the fantastic overlay that we know and love. I'm Chaz Draycott with Hasse, Rømer and Jack Werrell, the A-Team, as we are called by Ian Roots at Simracersworld, who we must give a big thank you to as well. And of course to SkyLimitEvents.com and the virtual Belcar eSeries, Ronald Moons and his team doing a great job behind the scenes there. And of course everyone for watching. We have a lot of you in watching at the moment. Sven Kalbert a little bit out of shape into turn 1 there, but nothing too untoward. But just while we are talking about the TCR class here, Hasse, I tell you what, we'll do what we did earlier, boys. We'll do a full run through of the order. So Hasse, why don't you take us through the radicals, my friend?
My pleasure indeed. Despite an engine blow-up, Simtech Racing still leaded by a couple of laps down to Fast Racing Team in 2nd place, with Dynamics Racing Optica 3rd, Naviflex E-Racing by GHK Racing in 4th place, and Traxxas by JMV Service in 5th. Simrc Club Sport, the number 3 machine who won the last race at Le Mans, they're in 6th in class and quite a bit way down the order. And then the 66 machine in 7th place, GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing.
Beautifully done. And Jack, why don't you take us through the Porsche Cup class, mate?
No problem. So the 911 Cup class is currently being led by the G-Drive Racing Extreme machine, number 13, currently in the hands of Marvin Julián, followed by the Allied Racing Esports team, only 10 seconds behind them. So keep an eye out for those two getting closer towards the end of the race. 3rd position is Tommy Rao. been goaled by SimTag EMG. Then in 4th position, we've got Tim Jacobs, pardon me, for the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport, the number 12 car, followed by Jorgen Guliker for JJ Motorsport, one of the best looking liveries on the grid, joined by that Vapor Shop livery, of course. Then we get to Gregory Ranks, only 10 seconds behind that JJ Motorsport car for Pro Assist Sim Racing, and then 20 seconds behind the Pro Assist Sim Racing car is that man there, David Barrowclough for Sky Limit Race Team. Then in 8th position, we've got G-Drive Racing Exemia, the second of the G-Drive cars in that class. Then 9th, we've got Stage 1 Racing Belcar. 10th, Dynamics Racing Blue, and sadly the bottom 2 in 11th and 12th have retired. That's Red Ant Racing and GHK E-Racing Cup by T2 Racing.
Smashing stuff. And as we saw not long ago then in your GT4 class, Senna Hulsmans leading that one. He's opened the gap up now to 11 seconds over the provisional champions in that class, Bram Reniers. At the moment, this is the only race they won't have won this season. As we enter the last hour of the race, Kevin Lemons is 3rd in the Lemon itself, the Scuderia Sim Racing 014 car. Then Stefan Rualt in the Edge Esports machine in 4th, and a good few laps down from them, I believe half an hour down on them, Kevin van der Wielen in the Decipit Racing team. And to be fair, they've been pushing all the way through and managed to carry on. The Heli ABK racing car that I've just clicked on by accident there has actually been disqualified from the race. And I leave it with you then, Hasse, to take us through the final class. It's the TCRs.
Yeah, it's the SimTech Racing Team, number 40, led by Janos Ciner at the moment, who's really been dominant in class for this race so far. They're leading the G-Drive Racing Exemia number 17 car, who had a big incident at this very place by quite a margin at the moment. Graphite Racing in 3rd, with BMS Motorsports, the 51 machine in 4th, and the number 2 car, or the 45 machine, you could say, in 5th place at the moment.
Thank you very much, boys. Lovely readout as always. And as we've seen, Fabrice Cornelis and his teammate Koen Klotman have, dominated this race, is safe to say. 4 3/4 minutes ahead of Robbie Janssens. We've seen that the class battles within the Radicals this season have been insanely close. But to be honest, Hasse, this has been a bit of a different story this time. Usually it's very, very close, as Cedric Wouters actually had an incident here.
Yeah, it really has, and last time out it was completely different at Le Mans. It was very much a race in the other direction, where we had a lot of Radicals running very competitively with one another for a long part of the race. But mind you, that was a 3-hour race, of course, also. So over the last 2 hours and a bit, we've seen the field spread quite, by quite a substantial margin as well. And last but not least, I also want to say that infield, as we've mentioned, we've touched upon it earlier, we've talked about it, but the infield part here is a little more tricky than you would expect it to be. It mightn't be when you're alone trying to just learn the track and lap, but as soon as you're having to pass cars down through that kink, or even just this section here coming down towards the horseshoe as well, and it's kind of the same situation when you come down towards the second hairpin, that the road isn't really straight at all at the infield right anywhere. So we've seen so many incidents that just has caught drivers out left, right, and center, and I think that's one of the big differences from last week, where we saw a lot of cars actually finish and still in a very competitive running order.
Yeah, it just goes to show that any track you go to can promote great racing or spread it out a bit more depending on what class you see. Speaking of that though, Jack, we've got a great battle here. Kevin Lemons is really closing in now on Tim Clayson's in the Talk Freight car, so seems like they've not got it all their own way in that championship leading car.
No, at the moment, yeah, like you say, they're only half a second apart, but we will really, because we're riding on board, we'll really be able to see the effects that the draft has on Kevin Lemons' number 14 Scuderia Sim Racing machine, going round the final corner up towards the start line. You can see that gap closing and closing and closing down to 3/10 now, dropping into the 2/10 margin. I'm not sure he will go for the, who am I kidding? Of course he will. Going across the line, gets shown the inside line, drops a wheel just onto the apron, and does he get the braver part of the break? And that's very close between the two. I think they lent on each other a little bit there. That's the Scuderia Sim Racing car running very, very wide. The Talk Free car gets the cutback. I'm not sure whether it was an intentional cutback, because it did look like the rear was slightly unstable. but both of them carry on. I'm not sure how, after trading a little bit of paint, both cars have still got their wing mirrors, as once again, I don't know how, but they have just managed to keep going. The number 31 and the number 014 car. I mean, Tim, when we'll get another look, I think there must have been a tiny bit of contact there. I'm not sure how there couldn't have been. And if we keep an eye on the number 31 car as the number 14 goes deep, there we go. And now looking at the
sorry,
31, there, that's fine.
Poor.
Bit of opposite lock. So I do think that possibly the Torque Free car wasn't intending to go for the cutback, but it worked in their favour. And they managed to keep second position for the moment. There's only 4 tenths between them. So those guys are getting ever closer. So is this battle. It is for a battle in class as well. It's the number 3 against the number 66. So the Simracersworld Club Sport machine, the car that won the last round at Le Mans, is looking to get the position, or looking to defend the position from the GHK E-Racing by T2 car, piloted by Brent Verheyen. And there's the traffic once again. We said it would play a part at the start of the race, and they are mixing it in with the other guys. Here's Senna Hulsmans, there's Rudolf Nagel, there's Brent Verheyen. There we go, Brent Verheyen.
I was sorry, I was just trying to figure out who, because on the timing screen it was very close, but it was Brent Verheyen unlapping himself from Senna Hulsmans, but I thought it was the 2 radicals that were battling together there. But yeah, that was that caught me off guard. That the whole Tim Clayson's battle's opened up again, but we will have another look at it here. We'll go on board with the. We'll actually go on the camera that I wanted to go on here. There it is. Look at that. Oh, so close between the pair of them. So close indeed, and beautiful racing. But we've had another manoeuvre here from the pair of them. Kevin Lemons has gone past again as they go off the banking once more. And these guys just not giving an inch at the moment, not giving it up. They're going full Rick Astley on each other.
Oh God, I know we've seen a lot of these guys. But Chaz, I'm going to have to politely ask if we can see that overtake into turn 1 again, but look at the rear left of the Scuderia Sim Racing car just to see if there was a touch there.
Here you go. I've managed to finally get the angle right. We'll go in slow-mo.
The rear right.
Well, that's the rear left.
That's the rear left, Jack.
Oh yeah, of course it is. I'm thinking because we're looking from the front. We need to look at the rear right.
Oh.
There we go.
Here we go, boys.
I can do maths, but I still get mixed up with my rights and lefts. So we'll see how close these two get.
I think we're going to morph through the carrot car a little bit, maybe. No, we got away with that. It's... Oh,
wow.
Yeah, I'd say there is a tiny touch, isn't there? Just the tiniest of tiny touches.
If anything, I think that's a 0x contact. It's impressive for such a massive code brown moment, if I can call it that. I think both of these drivers would need a changing of underwear when getting out at the checkered flag here, because that could have gone so badly wrong, and somehow it didn't.
Well, that's the beauty of how close we get racing in this series. It's absolutely amazing that after 5¼ hours almost, we're still having moves like that being pulled off, and it's just absolutely incredible. And thank you, Jack, as well for the direction on that one. And
when I get it right.
Yeah, or left. Tim Clayson's then still trying to chase him down. You've got Fabrice Cornelis here coming up on. I mean, look at the thing is, right, even when you're in one of these radicals, those Porsches look like absolute buses. It's honestly, it's like being in a supercar. Oh, the floor. Hello. I thought I had an issue with my monitor for a second there, honestly. I thought severe issues with the monitor there of it catching fire. That looked great. But yeah, these GT4 cars, they still look like absolute Goliaths compared to the tiny radicals. But they do provide some awesome racing. The graphite TCR car just in front of Kevin Lemons there. Probably one of the most suitable driver name and livery combos on the grid, to be honest, at the moment. Into the left-hander. Seen a lot of guys have issues here as he goes onto the banking. What's the graphite car going to do? Is it going to completely move out the way of Tim Clayson's? Does it care that he's in a championship fight? He's giving him the room. He knows that they're going to lap him. They're going to have the power down the back straight. But to be honest, Hasse, we've seen incredible battling all season from these guys, and this round has been no different. It's been epic racing from these GT4 cars, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has. It's been so good. It's been race-long battling as well. That's coming together now here for the final bit of the race, and that's just worth licking your lips about, I think. And just that situation before also just goes to show how close you can get it with these GT4 cars. And I feel like it's often a little bit underappreciated that racing with the slower machines often provide closer racing because they go a bit slower, and in turn you're going to be able to just a little bit closer to the limit.
I'm sorry, I know what Jack's laughing at there. We've just had a comment on the YouTube stream. Bram Reniers, who was driving this car that we're on board with now, the Talk Freak Racing GT4 car, he says, "Damn, I had to pit because they were ringing the door and banging the windows. I thought it was something urgent. It was a pizza delivery at the wrong door." That's absolutely... Now, racing drivers have a thing where they come up with excuses, and I mean, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, but my friend Dennis Melchett mentioned that his dog ran under his legs when he was racing in my series, the British Boring Car Championship. And the next week, let me tell you, his dog was in its kennel for the entire race meeting. But to be fair, Bram, I really, I trust you that is true, because that you couldn't make that up. That's absolutely brilliant, and I'm sorry that, to be fair, it's probably taken your time away from being in the car, but I'm sure Tim Clayson's wouldn't mind because he gets to have a battle with Kevin Lemons. But wow, that's it sheds a light, doesn't it, Jack, on the human aspect of sim racing, that these things can happen. And you know, while we don't maybe have as many sort of mechanical failures or other sorts of failures in sim racing, those little sort of moments like that can be attributed to something similar, can't they?
Yeah, I think it can. Like you say, it adds in that human aspect of like the varied and the unexpected bits that obviously we're unexpecting. And if you were racing in real life here for, well, a virtual Belcar or a Belcar race at Daytona, one, it'd be an amazing sight to see because a Belcar race at Daytona would be absolutely brilliant. But two, if you had or somebody knocking on your car door or window to deliver a pizza, one, it'd be a very fast moped, and two, it's just something that doesn't happen. And when you say human aspect as well, it's not like Bram could have just forgot about it and pretended it wasn't there, but because they were so desperate on giving him a pizza that didn't belong to him, he had to pit and he had to hand over the car, and that's just out the niceness of his heart, and because he thought something was seriously wrong.
Well, to be honest, if I was Bram and somebody came to the door after I'd been forced to make a pit stop in a race like this, and they said, "Did you order a pizza?" knowing full well I hadn't, I would have said, "Yeah, you know what, actually, I did, yes, thank you. Take the pizza for your troubles." Honestly, if someone's going to be selfish enough and order a pizza and then ruin your day, no, I'm joking, it's not their fault, but still, absolutely banging that is. And to be honest, fair play to you, Bram, for at least even admitting that on the stream. You have provided us with many chances to rip you at our earliest convenience when it gets to the Zola 24 hours, so don't you worry, mate. Every time I want a pizza emoji on that livery next time that car comes around. Honestly, next time we see that car, I want to see a pizza emoji on it. Anyway, there's a motor race going on, boys. Marvin Julio Mamantz leads the Porsche Cup class, and to be honest, I mean, Marvin's very supportive of us and of Simracersworld and all of the broadcasts, and to be honest, I'm not even in a biased way, I'm just going to say it, I'm very pleased to see him up there in the leaders class. It's a pretty good achievement so far. The team overall in that number 13 have really come back from quite it's a strangely unlucky season, haven't they, Hasse?
Yeah, indeed, and it's, as we touched upon earlier, also been really nice to see the number 13 car in its sort of its rightful place, because they have had pace about them all season long, but just haven't really been able to make it come together, really, and that's really nice to see. Touching upon that, though, the gap has come down quite considerably now. I think just maybe had a bit of an exit there on Michael Pedersen. But Michael Pedersen has been on a charge over the last couple of laps. And he's brought that gap down to 8.5 seconds now. With 40 minutes left to go, this could go either way. And there's still a pit stop to do for each of them as well. So, of course, they could be, either of these teams actually could be in a, well, while hardly even knowing it themselves, could be in a really good position. We don't know about fuel levels and tires. That's another thing I love about commentating. Just let me touch upon this. But commentating on iRacing, where you just don't know, and there's no way to know, and no one in chat is going to ask you to check their fuel status and all that stuff. So you have these surprise elements that even you as a commentator and broadcaster just It just happens all of a sudden.
It's pretty brilliant. It is awesome fun. One of the best bits of it. To be honest, all the chat is going mad now, saying they thought that Flemish SimSports ordered the pizza to Bram's house just so he had to get out the car and have an extra pit stop. The theory, I tell you what, that's a brand new strategy. We're going to see the guys in the iRacing World Championships doing that, to be honest. What's your address, mate? Let me just send you these sim racing pedals. Oh, look, a pizza's turned up. We've had Mike Goosens taking a bit of a dive there off the exit, or on the entrance, sorry, to the bus stop. But he's not hanging about to wait for a bus, he's just carrying on. Tom Van Putt in the other TCR car has just had an issue here. The Graphite Racing car, third in class. What's it done? Is it going to... Oh, there's going to be contact here, surely. Yep! Oh, that's a big hit as well. Does he keep out of the wall? He does. That was a big, big hit there. We'll go on board and just see that one again, but... What do you see, Jack?
Well, he's going onto the oval, gets the cutback. Nothing he could do here, keeping the lock on. Started turning towards where he would normally go. Gets a big hit in the rear right. Finally got my left and rights correct, but it doesn't look like the dynamics car could do much about it. Tim Jacobs, big hit in the wall. It's almost like he had a brake failure. I'm not sure what happened there, but it just wasn't slowing down, and it would have been a very, very big lockup for that to have caused that. We'll have to have another. There we go. We're looking from the outside. Oh, we get a hit from behind. And I think that could possibly, I thought that was Fabrice Cornelis, which gave him a hit from behind, gave him all that extra momentum that he didn't need. Fabrice makes the corner well and truly, and Tim, well, he goes into the corner, but not quite in the way he was expecting.
And if you look at it again from the roll bar, it looks like he has like a screen blank or something, because in that situation we do see a lot of people gradually get on the brakes and just stay in a straight line, but it wasn't even like, I think he just hoped that it'd slow down in time, because he didn't really put any lock-on to try and get away from it. That's what made me think originally that he had a bit of a screen blank, but unfortunately the race leader there getting caught up in it. We'll have a look at Fabrice's car. There's a bit of damage to the front left, but nothing too major, and it's going to take a lot to slow him down, to be honest. I mean, even with that incident, he was still 0.8 of a second quicker than second place. Just over half an hour of this race to go now, boys, and, well, it's absolutely flown, hasn't it, Hasse?
It really has, and I feel like that's something we've mentioned at the 3-hour races as well. But it takes a bit more to make 6 hours fly by. But it really has as well, and I really have to say I'm thankful that the racing has been so good. It's been up to the mark of the previous rounds and the series in general, and just another testament of the really high level of competition that we're seeing here. Fabrice Cornelis, I think that's an incident he would have loved to have been without. It's always a bit of a scratch in the paint when you have such a moment and it causes an accident for someone else here. Simtech Racing still at the head of affairs, still looking cool, calm and collected in the TCR class. And the gap, let me just have a look, is by now 2 minutes and 16 seconds down to Ben Thayens in second. So it's going to have to be lots of stuff going wrong for Simtech here for them to lose that kind of gap.
Yeah, definitely. They've driven a very, very strong race, kept it out of trouble, and I'm saying that with 35 minutes still to go, but at the end of the day, from how in control of it they've been so far, can't see too much changing. Tim Claessens is still on the back of Kevin Lemons though, Jack. These guys are not separating at all.
No, I'm not sure what the plan is for Tim Claessens. He's stuck behind him for a while, whether that just is because he can't find a way past, or he's sitting behind him to gain that extra bit of fuel, maybe overtake him on strategy, because don't forget, this is the lowest position he can go to safely win the championship. If he drops into 4th position and Edge Esports get past him, which I can't see happening because he's 1 minute 17 ahead of Edge Esports, but you never know. We haven't got long of the race remaining, so a mistake now would really hurt them, but they need to stay in 3rd or higher to win that championship, of which I've been doing more maths because I've been enjoying my maths at the moment. If when Fabrice Cornelis completes this lap, with it being a 3.56 mile full circle of the Daytona International Speedway road course circuit, there we go, he will have done 187 laps and completed 665 miles. And for the European viewers, that would be 1,070 kilometers. And I'm guessing with what, or 35 minutes remaining. I think we're going to break the 200 lap marker as well. So it's been quite a long race.
I think as well. Just I thought what you were going to say there is he's done 665 miles. For the next mile, everyone that's religious, close your eyes. I think, just
not quite that quick.
but, yeah. This GT4 battle, though, wow. I mean, I can't believe that we get so much mileage out of these cars as well in these races. They're so quick, and it just shows you how, I mean, if you added up the mileage of all these cars together as well, it'd be pretty crazy, wouldn't it? The numbers are just, the numbers in any sort of race like this are just to die for. I mean, I love stats and figures and things, hence, I mean,
Is that a challenge?
Go on. I'm sure you boys do as well, though. Obviously, I know having all the information we get given as commentators and as broadcasters as well, it's just beautiful. I must admit, some of the things we get told and the things you learn and you see over the course of a race. But as things stand now, Tim Clayson's pitted how many more? 29 laps later than Kevin Lemons. So the car on 29 laps newer tyres. They're on their 167th lap at the moment. And he's only done 10 laps then on these tyres. The car in front has done quite a lot more than that, to be honest. He's gone wide there in the bus stop. Car in front putting him offline. He's not happy about it, and he's flashing the lights. Probably going to get a slowdown for that as well. So that's an interesting little moment there. We'll have I was going to say we'll have another look at that, but he didn't go off the track long enough for it to actually pick it up. I was just going to have a quick check on Ben Thanes there, but he's actually 46 seconds ahead of Jeremy Hessel's there. Tom Van Putt has been in the pit lane not actually as recently as Jeremy Hessel's there in the Dynamics Racing blue car. Interesting. He's actually showing, as in a Porsche, but he's not. I think one of the BMS cars maybe is. Oh, well, there's a time to switch to that. And Stefan Kalbrecht makes himself very well acquainted with the wall. Does a nice sort of like tail grind on that. I'm sure if he did that in Tony Hawk's Pro Skate, he'd probably get loads of points, but not in an Audi RS3 LMS TCR. That was a very strange one. Let's have a look what happened there to Stefan. Is it contact? He was quite out of the way, wasn't he, Jack?
It was. It didn't look like there was much else he could do there, and it's the lightest of touches. And because the front wheels is where all the weight is, that extra little hit just it almost pendulum to the front into the wall. We'll keep an eye on what happened. He was bouncing off the rev limiter in fourth, tiny little hit, and yeah, it's a one-way train. There's the grass again, puts all the lock on account, and that sounded like an engine, but I'm not sure it was. It sounded like an engine blew up, but I think it was just a hit against the tyres. And I do have some statistics for you. Everybody at the moment, with it all added together, has completed, well, on the lap prior, because that's what I counted it off, has completed 5,120 miles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Werrell. There you go, everybody. Hell of a lot of mileage done in this race, and we are loving every single one of them at the moment. Simtag Racing in the pits then for what surely is the final time, with a big gap back to Robbie Jansen's. To be fair, Fabrice Cornelis can probably go and have a brew in the time that the other guys can catch up. He'll probably be thinking, oh, just do you want one sugar or two? Oh, no, never mind, he's off. He's absolutely away. Cedric Wouters as well. Oh, Robbie Janssens has just come in as well behind him, so he's got nothing to worry about now. Cedric Wouters has had an issue here. Stefan Kalbrecht's gone off the track again. He's still not come back on. Here's the issue for Robert. His car's a little bit out of shape. Wow, that's a snap and a half, isn't it, Hasse?
Yeah, that's it's not the first time we've seen any of the radicals do it. It seems it's a thing for the radicals to do, really, just break away very suddenly, very quickly indeed, and in a way that the driver has no chance to react to even.
Just it's a thing.
Yeah. Oh, Stefan Kalbrecht, he's gonna do exactly what Bram van Putten, I think, did earlier as well, and kind of wedge the car in under the tires there, and it's going to be tow. Indeed, it is.
Yeah, that was. It's just when you're on the brakes, coming down off that banking, even though it's a slight banking around that bit. No, it's just plop into the wall, and that's it, really, isn't it? It's just that tiny touch is all it takes, and it's wedged in. It doesn't look too damaged from this point of view, but Unfortunately, it's enough to pop it back into the pit lane. I believe they may have a fast repair as well. The gap for the lead, by the way, in the Porsche Cup class now 9.5 seconds. So it seems, Jack, that Marvin Julian-Momantz has managed to unlock some pace and just keep that gap where he needs it to be.
That does seem like what's happened, and he's doing a great job because him and Michael Pedersen are on exactly the same lap at the moment, and Tommy Rao, the car we just saw ahead, the other Porsche, the bin goal by SimTag EMG 911 Cup car, is just ahead, literally probably about a second ahead of the leader at the moment. So Marvin Julian-Momantz will have a decision to make whether to stick behind him or and save that bit of fuel going into the last bit of the race to minimise how much fuel he has to take in the splash and dash, or get past Tommy Rao as fast as possible and make sure he builds up that nice cushion, because we don't know whether these guys are on the same strategy. Looking at it, the Allied Esports car pitted a long while ago. The last time he pitted on my screen is on lap 124, which is 50, almost 60 laps ago. No, 55 laps ago he last pitted, so I'm not sure whether my timing screen is broken or that is literally how long he has stretched a tank, but I can't see him pitting that long ago. The leader, who we're looking at the moment, last pitted on lap 158, which was 23 laps ago.
Yeah.
So he will have to pit very shortly, but that Allied Esports car, I'm convinced that that pit hasn't updated. So we are really in the dark at this point on what strategy is going to play in this battle, and we've just had a change of position for 5th in the GT class, or GT Cup class.
Yeah, it's lap 155 I've got on there. That's because Jürgen Gulischer has just had an issue here, so has Rob Tyson, though. Here is Jürgen's, or the car's out of shape once, twice, 3 times a lady. Takes the cone with him. That has gone way off the circuit there. That's almost a NASCAR accident. He's gone that far off. Manages to get back on. Let's have a look at Rob Tyson's issue. He's had 4 of them, apparently. He's done exactly the same thing.
I was about to say that's going to be an absolute carbon copy of what we saw moments before.
Oh, Rob, that's a nightmare. What does he do? Do you go backwards or forwards? He's got wheel off the ground, lights it up again. Is it going to go again? Yep. Whoa. Oh my God, honestly, that's Austin Powers that all over. That's the right moment there for Rob Tyson. And Jürgen Gulischer is actually coming in the pit lane now. Not sure what lap it was last time that they pitted, so we've just lost that little bit of information, I'm afraid. For some reason I've just had a trading paints notification up. Somebody's using your paint, thank you. Senna Hulsmans, though, let's just talk about Senna for a moment, and it's not spelt the same way, but he's driving like Senna at the moment. Really controlled drive just out the front. 1 minute gap now at the top of GT4, Jack.
Yeah, it's a crazy gap he's built up, and yeah, that 1 minute 1 second gap that he's got, it sounds like quite the margin, but it's only about half a lap, probably a little more than that as well. So not quite the gap that you'd like at this point, because that is in theory a pit stop. We know Talk Freak have got to pit again, because Talk Freak, and actually I'm not sure whether I missed it or it's my timing screen once again playing silly buggers, but they have swapped positions. That's Talk Freak Racing GT4 now once again in 2nd position ahead of Scuderia Sim Racing. So I think I might have missed that, or I just haven't been paying attention. It's one or the other, because I tend to do both.
Scuderia was in the pits.
So Scuderia have gone into the pits then, like Chaz has said. That will be the splash and dash, so those guys should be able to go to the end. They've got a 30-second gap ahead of Tim Clayton's, and we've seen these cars be in the pits for 30 seconds, so whether that car can go to the end or not is yet to be known. The last time they pitted on my screen is lap 157, sorry, so they will have to pit, I think. I'm not sure actually. Oh no, yeah, I think they will, because the last time they pitted was 13 laps ago, and we've still got 25 minutes to go, and that is going to be a stretch by quite a margin, sideways through the bus stop, bouncing across the curbs. I actually don't think that he is going to take any prisoners. He's going to increase that margin to as much as he can, build that gap up, and make sure he secures a nice little championship win.
Yeah, I'll just to highlight the fact that I missed the overtake as well on the event viewer in our timing screen. Often it highlights the entire row in bright cyan, so you can see that it's happened. It's like a big look at me, but when a car overtakes another one in the pit lane, it's just the text that goes cyan instead of white, so it's not that easy to notice, and because it was in the pit lane, that's why we didn't see that one. But just looking at our leader as well, the SimTag Racing car, in TCR class here. It's Attila Sipos that is in that car at the moment, no matter what you see with Joseph Kovacs on there. Attila had issues logging in earlier, I believe, but a brilliant drive nonetheless from him. Jürgen Gulischer just coming in the pits again here, not quite sure what's happened there. That's maybe a penalty or something for incident points potentially.
Looks like he's gone straight through, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely a drive through. So naughty it seems for Gulischer. But we've got a close battle actually here, Hasse, between second and third overall in the race. Dries Mujdi in the Dynamics Racing Optica car right behind the Fast Racing team now.
Yeah, bumper to bumper here, 25 minutes to go. All of a sudden we've got podium places to contend for, and Dries Mujdi is really on the limit here. It seems he's absolutely attacking the Fast Racing team car ahead, and I think at this rate he's going to have a really good shot actually. Interest me is also just to see if both of them has gotten their pit stops sorted for the end of the race. At this point he stays behind, doesn't want any kind of calamity here into the bus stop, and that's probably going to be a good call in the end. And so just to mention, I think actually on what you said before, Jack, with the pit stop of the GT4 cars, 13 laps for the GT4s. That's going to be around 28 minutes, 26, 28 minutes. And then compared with the 25 minutes that were to go at the moment, that should be actually well within the reach of the GT4's fuel capacity. So I believe we could still have a battle on our hands between Senna Hulsmann and Tim Claessens, although it does depend on how far Senna Hulsmann can go now, because if it's really going to be a short splash and dash, he's going to be off with a pit stop that's going to take a lot shorter time than it was the case for Tim Claessens.
Just trying to keep my eye on what Dries Mujdi can do here, because it seems like he was attacking for a moment there, Jack, but he backed out a little bit as to not force the issue. And I think he might be saving this till the very end of the race. What do you reckon?
I do think that could be a possibility. The last time he pitted, though, once again, it's going to go back to the old strategy play. The last time he pitted on my screen was lap 158. We now are on lap 191. So I am expecting him into the pits pretty sharpish. I don't think he will get another 20 minutes out of that tank. But he is doing everything he can to save it. You can hear him lifting off. Whether he's going to go for the move, he goes to the outside. No, he doesn't. He lifts off once again. So whether he's trying to save a bit of fuel, but he's looking to the inside, he's well and truly filling the mirrors of the Fast Racing team car. I'm not sure what he's doing. Whether this is just a bit of psychological play, just trying to let him know that he's there. But Dries Mujdi, it's all to play for at this point, because like you said, Chaz, this is a position or a fight for position overall, not just in class as well. So I think this could develop into quite a good little race going into the closing stages. We'll keep an eye on Dries Mujdi. If I was Dries and I still had to pit, I'd pit this lap just to make sure Crispin can't gain any sort of advantage. But no, Dries has gone past the pit entry. Not sure what's going to happen here. What do you think? Do you think he'll be able to drag it to the end of the race, or do you think there's going to be another pit stop, Chaz?
Well, they're on to the 193rd lap now, and he's done what, 158. So no, I think we're going to see him pit no matter what now in the last 20 minutes. Flames spitting everywhere from the Radical. I believe these ones are the bike-engined models as well. I know not all of them are, but look at the flames and the spits. It's just absolutely brilliant. It's like the back of an F111 Aardvark, and if you know that reference, then I'm definitely your friend. But look at it, it's brilliant. Absolutely awesome to see. But yeah, Jerry Crispin, just, you could see him move out of the way on the banking. He knows that he doesn't want to get in that much of a fight. I think he knows that that Dynamics Racing Optica car has to pit until the end as well. He may be that much quicker just because he's running lighter on fuel. The tyres may not be in as good nick, but I mean, this car handles well no matter what, really, doesn't it, Hasse? As well, there's a prime example. It just jumps out the way. Do you reckon that it'll have to pit again? I think fuel-wise, no matter what, he might have to.
Yeah, I believe so as well. It could be the case, and it's what we've been talking about, this unknown factor that we can't really be sure of until we have the drivers pitting in or either taking the checkered flag. So it's just going to be nail-biting if it's going to be a battle all the way to the line or if it's going to be settled by pit stop and strategy. And a part of me doesn't want it to happen by now. I want this battle to go on for the next 20 minutes because it looks right now that it really could be going that way. These two cars are quite close on pace, although Chris Moody does seem to be just a little bit gainful now. They're both with the number 69 GT3 Cup car that duly lets Jerry Crispin through on the inside. But yeah, as I said, I really just want this battle to go on.
Yeah, we do love a door-to-door scrap or a roll-bar-to-roll bar scrap. Well, let's hope it doesn't get up that way anyway. But plenty of stuff to fight for in these radicals, and they have been so exciting so far this season. I was actually a bit disappointed not to see such a crazy start to the race in terms of the first half hour. Obviously, we had a bit of a manic first lap with quite a couple of incidents. But I mean, if you haven't watched it already, everybody, after this race, please do go back and watch the first half hour or so of the 3 hours of Le Mans that we did, the Hankook 3 hours of Le Mans 2 weeks ago in the Belcar eSeries, because, well, I'm sure Hasse will mention it as well, but my God! I mean, there was moments in that race I thought I was going to have a heart attack, honestly. Some of the racing as well near the end, Rudolf Nagel and Fabrice Cornelis, I believe it was. The battle for the overall win as well, they were so close across the line. And even in the Porsches as well, the bingo by Simtag EMG car and the Allied Racing eSports machine, the battle we saw with them was one of the greatest battles I've ever seen on iRacing. And it just, Le Mans showed us again that it can provide some incredible racing. We've seen the same here at Daytona as well, some beautiful moves here today. And 15 minutes left of this race, I think it's safe to say, boys, once again we've been treated to an absolute corker, haven't we, Jack?
We have indeed, and it's just everything I was expecting it to be. Obviously, this being the first time I'm in the commentary box with all three of you for a Belcar event, and watching the first 3 rounds from the sidelines, it was absolutely amazing racing, and I couldn't wait to get in the box with you. And it's well and truly paid up. We've had battles up and down the order from the very start to the very end. We've had action, crashes, cars on their roof, cars setting fastest lap times, like hours into the race. And it really has proven that what we've got here is priceless. There's lots of close door-to-door racing, and it's almost got a club feel about it, which I think might be what they're going for, because you've got the different classes. Yes, it's a lot of high-tech, like heavy-cost machinery, but everybody's it's keeping it clean, keeping it consistent, and I think for the most part, everybody trusts each other to place the car where they need to, and I love it. I love how everything's been set up and how everybody's, well, for the most part, keeping it clean, and it's just a pleasure to be here. What do you think, Hasse?
I agree. It's you could have taken those words right out of my mouth. It's such a pleasure both watching and commentating on these races. It has a very authentic feel to it, I think, and it's of course reflective of the fact that it's a real life series that's organizing these races. So it has that real sense of authenticity to it that I really enjoy, and and the racing has been superb, and it's been from the first round to now. We've had the race at Zolder, which was quite atrocious, but it was also really interesting indeed. We had a superb race at Spa. We had a superb race at Le Mans as well, which we had here as well. Mind you, one thing we failed to mention was that Michael Patterson has been in the pits. I think he stayed in the car, so that's quite possibly just for that splash and dash stop fuel. He's now 40 seconds off the leader. So Marvin Julian Momans, if he's able to keep that car running until the checkered flag, he's going to be in a very, very good position indeed. But we're going to have to wait and see now, as we are exactly 15 minutes, that is, of course, from the end of the race.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the Porsches have done like between 14 and 16 second pit stops, even some of the GT4s as well. So there's definitely been some splashing, and there's going to be a lot of dashing going on for the final 15 minutes, but it just shows you how close some of these guys do cut it on fuel. And I mean, Michael Pedersen will be happy. He's still got a minute over Tommy Rao behind him, and this team's done a great job again in this round. No matter what's been going on around them, they've just managed to push the car all the way. And, you know, they put the G-Drive Racing Xemia car under a lot of pressure, but Marvin Julian Momans at the moment has just been awesome with his teammates as well. Martin van Loozenhoorn put that car off to a great start, and it's stayed just as quick ever since. The Narviflex car that we just saw at the bottom of the screen there, just going in, that's Sven Janssens. And, well, I'm sure they won't mind me saying, Jack, but it's a relatively clean car compared to some of the rounds they've had this season. They've had a bit of a rough and tumble ride, haven't they?
Yeah, from what I've seen, they've not had the easiest work throughout the season. But yeah, it's not like there's any major damage on that car. Yes, they could have taken one of the fast repair, which they get. But I think I can't remember seeing them in any major incident. Though, like the key things to look for: the rear wing's still straight. There's no like crumpling or paint missing on the front end, and it's just quite a clean car, like you say. And they're just leaving the pits to do the last little hop for the last 15 minutes of the race, and they've done everything they need to.
I'm afraid I'm gonna have to disappoint you on that one, lads. But the two GHK cars, two GHK radicals had contact on the first lap, and those were the two cars that one of them flipped the other one around at the exit of turn 1. So I believe that that fast repair was taken pretty early in the race. Although, to be fair on them, they've kept it clean mostly, it seems, since then. So it hasn't been all bad, but it just felt like that was a detail that they had to get in there. Mike Hoosens, the number 45 BMS TCR machine. It's a big old rallycross drift.
I was just going to say, I love the fact that you can hear it on the exit. It's just, it's just absolutely on the limiter. He's just fed up of it running wide, and he's just planted his foot, and it is just bouncing off the limiter on the exit. It sounds absolutely brilliant. It's one of the things I do love about the Audi, is you can just rev the knackers off it, and it is good fun. Marvin Julian-Mamants, though, is in the pit lane here, and so is Tommy Rao in the EMG car. So these pair now, understanding that they need a little bit more fuel. And to be honest, I thought we were going to see Marvin run to the end, and I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one in the commentary box that thought that. We'll have to keep our eye on where Michael Pedersen is. He's just come out of the bus stop. We'll go on board and see where he lines up. Round the banking for the final time. Just over 10 minutes of this race to go, though. It's not even a sprint race now. So a tiny bit of time.
Marvin's left the pits.
He has. Yeah, he's already left. Yep, there you go. Never mind, ignore me. I built up all that tension for nothing. Sorry, Michael and the team. But, you know, that shows just how... Oh, okay. Yeah, all right then, Fabrice. Calm down. Fabrice Cornelis, everybody, 5 hours 48 minutes into a 6-hour race, decides to do the fastest lap of the race, a 1:40.6. The next fastest lap by anyone else is a 1:41.4. What else can you say, Jack? I mean, it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, there's nothing you can say. That car has blown an engine. It's kept it clean for other than that major issue. But when you think about it, it's been posting purple times throughout the race from start to literally the finish, and it's blown an engine, and it's still got a 4-minute 43-second margin over the car behind, which, to put into perspective, is almost 3 laps. That's crazy. It's a proper team effort between Fabrice and Cohen, and they deserve everything they get from this. And I think I'm not sure what happened at Le Mans. If I'm honest, I didn't watch the end, but obviously SimRC won at Le Mans, and I think they've gone, right, you've had your bit of fun, right? We're gonna come and we're gonna see how it's done, and they've just dominated the race, and they're gonna extend that margin they've already got at the top of the table. They're 11 points ahead of SimRC Club Sport with today's major event. Actually, I'm just going to cross my paths. That's Fast Racing Team promoting themselves up into 2nd place overall because Dynamics Racing Optica have come into the pits. Yep,
we thought it was going to happen. This car was a lot quicker than them, and there is the proof in said pudding for Dries Mujdi. So Jerry Crispin now just wants to keep this clean, unlike the car behind him. Of course, the winners at Le Mans, SimRC Club Sport, and well, we saw a very, very close finish between the two of them at Le Mans. Hasse. The final lap was absolutely incredible, but unfortunately it's not gone their way today.
No, it's Rudolf Nagel would have loved to be in the position to put around the outside of the Simtech car again into the final bit of something, like he did in the Porsche curves. But I'm afraid it's not going to be today, and that car is well and truly mangled. And you just see that its suspension it's aero. It's probably going to be engine damage as well. They had a hard impact rearwards into that barrier, so it's been a tough time for SimRC today. Indeed, I have to say that it's certainly not been good.
Well, they're still plugging away though. That's the important thing. They're still pushing, and they're still trying to get any bit of salvage that they can from this race. Is very close to the back of the fast racing team. Jiri Crispane there will probably be thinking, "Oh, leave me alone. I just want to finish second. Just back off, son." But Marvin Julian-Momantz is now 8.7 seconds ahead of Michael Pedersen, so the gap is back down to almost what it was, but not quite. There's the leader, and there is second place. So Michael Pedersen, he might be spurred on a little bit by this, but don't forget they are all on clapped-out tyres now, so... Oh, wow! There you go. If you didn't need proof, there's proof. Tell you what. Wow. That was a moment.
Just to answer your question there, Chaz, I think Michael Pedersen's going to be so motivated to try and do something about this situation, because it's been the story of their season for Allied Racing so far. They've been so close. They've been on the podium time and time again, and they've been so close to that win. And there's a G-Drive car. Oh, that's the 15 machine, because I knew that the 13 machine was also coming up to that point, and just had to get that out of the way there. Rob Thiessen, this is not the first time we've seen this car have problems. And that is indeed problems in turn 1.
And others would have noticed by my disgusted noise that I made a second ago. Fabrice Cornelis has done another fastest lap of the race, a 1:40.51 last time round. So,
yeah, I think this is also a testament to the fact that the track is just getting faster and faster and faster. I think track temperature is coming down, and by now it would be quite significant. 21 degrees it's down to. So and with more and more rubber being laid in, the track is indeed getting faster. They have a fresh car, no damage. They have a light car as well now. Is just around 7 minutes left of the race. So but to see that he still has the nerve and the confidence to just put in these laps at this point of the race, then it doesn't really matter at all. You know, it's pure showboating from Fabrice Cornelis, to be honest. It's not to say anything negative. It's really, really impressive that he can't do this thing at this point of the race, but also that he has the guts to actually do it. Because I'm sure if I was in that position, I would just, drive the car home safely. I wouldn't be thinking of fastest laps. But he's absolutely hammering it. That's quite something. That takes quite a bit of a driver.
Well, I mean, look at we just had the fast racing team's lap time on the left-hand side. There's Pro Assist Sim Racing do their fastest lap of the race. Last time round, Jiri Crispin did a 1:44.6. And Fabrice Cornelis just did a 1:41.0, and that's faster than anybody else's best lap in the race. So even when he's not doing the fastest lap of the race, he's still flying. And it was just to sort of add to that list as well. You're saying they've got a fresh car, the track's getting colder, there's rubber down. Oh, and Fabrice Cornelis is behind the wheel. Did we mention that? It's just absolutely amazing. So, I mean, not to blow too much smoke up his backside, but to be honest, with the performance they put in this race, it's thoroughly deserved. Just looking at the leaders in your other classes then, Senna Hulsmann's 22 seconds clear of Tim Clayson's in the Talk Freak Racing GT4 by Carrot Car. However, pretty confident then. I think it's pretty much confirmed that these guys will win the championship in a few minutes' time if things stay as they are. We have Attila Sipos leading the TCR class, the first car this season, I believe, to win a race in the TCR class, other than the G-Drive Racing Xemia car. And Marvin Julian-Momantz just leading the Porsche class, 8.3 seconds of Michael Pedersen. So that gap hasn't closed too much now. But as we round it out to the end then, Jack, it's certainly becoming time now that if anything's going to change, it's going to take a big mistake or quite a bit of drama.
Yeah, it seems like that would be the way that the race would change, but I would say everybody's keeping it cool and controlled. Not saying that that Fabrice isn't, but I don't know what to say. I don't find the Radical easy to drive. I find it very oversteery, and I guess I just haven't spent enough time in the car. But like what Hasse was saying, just to reiterate, Fabrice, the confidence and the respect I have for him now as well, that you're in the last literally 10 minutes of a 6-hour race and you're pushing harder than you ever have throughout the entire race, and it's really showing that the track and the car and everything has come together just to give him the best piece of machinery that he can get. And I am going to have to slightly disagree with you. Flemish Sim Sports run round 1 in TCR, but obviously they don't have a TCR car, out anymore. And G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR won rounds 2 and 3. But it looks like, actually, yeah, we've had an issue for Tommy Rao, so we'll head to the Porsche 911 Cup class, going into turn 1 by the looks of it. Does he rotate it 380 degrees? It wants to go, wants to go, wants to go. Decides that the best thing to do is just to bring it to a nice controlled stop just before the barrier. Very clever driving from him. He said it, I'm guessing he thought he'd rather just slow the car down gently without stamping on the brakes. We're now looking at Stefan Calabrec going through the bus stop. That's very sideways. Nearly rotates it all the way around. Does a great job of keeping it in a straight line, and exactly what happened earlier, Chaz. He put his foot to the floor, pointed the front wheels where he wanted to go, and managed to keep it going.
Yep, he certainly did, and we've just had it come through as well by championship organiser Ronald Moons. The Torque Freak Racing GT4 car will not round out the championship here, apparently. So apparently it's with the points available at Le Mans, they may not be able to still do it yet. So we'll have to hold our hats on that one until next time. And well, I'm pretty sure they'll be very close to doing so, if not. But we'll have to see what the points turn out as. Just waiting here to see now. How's the Vapor Shop car is a minute behind Tommy Rao, so Tommy's not got too much to worry about with that little moment, and it's looking like it's going to be another good podium for them. And we have 2.5 minutes left of this race, everybody. It's been pretty epic, to be honest, and I think with some of the performances we've seen today, we've got a hell of a lot of fun left to go when it comes to the final one. And, well, 24 hours as well, Hasse. We're really going to have our wits tested then, as are these drivers.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a bit tougher for the drivers than it is for us, because they're going to have to do 24 hours at Solder with 4 classes. And that incident with the blown engine for Simtech Racing today really made me think as well, 24 hours at Solder, there's a lot of damage to the underside of the car. Easily pick off something at the engine there, and that goes for several of the classes here as well. So I think that could be attritional on a whole other level as well, and given the pure distance of it, but also just the twisty, really difficult and technical nature of Solder is going to add to that as well. So I'm already licking my lips. I think it's going to be a great one. I'm already thinking about the amounts of coffee I'll have to buy before. And
I'm glad you said it.
Hopefully it's going to be a blast. It's been a joke for years now already, so it's I'm well used to it, and it's I've said it before. I'll say it again. Coffee sponsors, hit me up. Instagram, whatever, Twitter.
Oh, and Jack, well, I tell you what, your first one with us today, just as we get into the final minute of the race. How have you found it so far, mate? Oh, actually,
it's been brilliant.
You're going to have to hold that, sorry. Jochen Lennart has decided to interrupt. Let's have a look what he's got for us. And, well, it's your favourite, mate. Once again.
That's, yeah. Okay. That's a big old nudge. Wasn't expecting that, but he gets it pointed the right way again. But it certainly bounces like one. I think I figured out where Ronald Moons is coming from, because I was thinking because the car was retired, it wouldn't be eligible to score championship points. But as there isn't over 10 cars in the GT4 class, you gain points for finishing in the top 10. And because the Heli ABK racing car has retired, but in theory it will be classified in 6th position, it will gain 8 points. Therefore, in the current position, Torque Freak Racing, unless they win, they will not be able to win the championship. And I thought there might have been like you've got to complete 75% of the race to be eligible to score points if you retire, but that's the only way I can work a way around it. If they don't score points, Torque Freak Racing will win. If they do score points for finishing 6th overall, they will not win the championship. But Fabrice Cornelis for SimTag Racing crosses the line and takes the checkered flag at the SkyLimitEvents.com virtual Belcar 6 hours of Daytona. Gets a strike with all the cones. What a drive. He managed to complete 207 laps of the Daytona circuit, and what a drive.
Absolutely amazing drive, and I won't lie, that caught me off guard there at the end. Marvin Yuli-Mamants is going to come around the final corner, and the number 13 G-Drive Racing Eximia Porsche Cup car is finally going to put all of its bad fortune behind it. Its teammate lines up alongside there. Fantastic by G-Drive today. Very well done. The fireworks are going off, loud as anything. Michael Pedersen is going to come around the final corner as well, and he is going to round out another great result for that team. Senna Hulsmans has won the GT4 class for those guys. Tim Claysons for Talk Freak Racing GT4 has finished second. Kevin Lemons is third, and it's Attila Sipos. Ignore what you see on your screens, everybody. Attila Sipos doing reverse donuts in the TCR car there after they win that class. And, well, what an absolutely incredible race we saw, but what a performance. What a performance, Hasse, by Fabrice Cornelis. That was just on another level today.
Yeah, head and shoulders above the rest of the radical field here tonight, and really also just a testament to their experience. I want to say that they were able to keep the car so clean for so long, and they suffered one incident that was a blown engine that's pretty much out of your control. And it's yeah, I have to agree with you, Chaz. It's been one of those races where you just sit and think, wow, to have this kind of level, this kind of pace, this kind of consistency. Oh, and we're gonna have the finish line donuts.
Yeah, buddy.
Someone knows where we're at.
Love it. Oh, he's gonna. Yeah, that's it. Annoy the groundsman. Go on, Fabrice. Absolutely amazing from Fabrice Cornelis and of course Cohen Klopman. That was an incredible performance. Jack, I'll give you the honours, mate. Why don't you take us through the final results in the Radicals class?
No problem at all. So, Fabrice Cornelis and Cohen Klopman, after a dominating drive, finished 3 laps ahead of anybody else. So, Simtag Racing win overall and win in the Radical class, followed by Fast Racing Team, finished by Jiri Crispin. Then, rounding out the podium in the Radical class and rounding out the podium overall is Dynamics Racing Optima. Then in 4th position, Navi Flex E-Racing by GHK Racing. 5th position was Traxxas by J&V Services. Then in 6th position, there we go, we got SimRC Club Sport in the number 3 car. 7th position is GHK E-Racing by T2 Racing. And sadly, retiring very early on, 150 laps an hour.
Oh.
Don't even say it. Don't even say it. Right, Hasse, do the Porsche Cup class.
So it finally came together for the number 13 G-Drive Racing Eximia car, and a class win in front of Allied Racing yet again. 2nd place is going to be another podium place, but not a win this time either. It's been so close time and time again, and sure, they're going to be hungry as the wolf, just like Duran for the 24 hours of Solder. Pinnacle by Simtech EMG gets 3rd with Vapor Shop RDR Motorsports in the number 12 car in 4th place. Pro Assist Sim Racing in 5th, and JJ Motorsports finishing in 6th there in class. The number 15 car, teammate of the class winners, the other of the G-Drive Racing Eximia machines in 7th. Sky Limit Race Team in 8th with the Nets 69 car. Stage 1 Racing Belcar in 9th. Dynamic Racing Blue in 10th. Red Ant Racing in 11th, retiring as well, and GHK E-Racing Cup by T2 Racing in 12th.
Thank you very much, mate. And Jack, I'll give you the GT4 class, mate.
So we have a new winner on the GT4 podium, someone we haven't seen win a race so far this season. It's the Flemish SimSports GT4 team win in their Porsche 917, I think, GT4 Cayman. Followed by Talk Freak Racing 21 seconds down. A great recovery drive from them. Bearing in mind they were at the very bottom end of the order after just a couple of laps. Rounding out the podium is Scuderia Sim Racing. The number 14 car crosses the line in P3. Edge Esports cross the line P4. Decipit cross the line in P5. Heli ABK finish in 6th position, followed by PG Motorsport in 7th.
And that brings us on to your TCR classes. You see the number 13 Porsche just literally launching it around. That's a different way to collect some marbles, isn't it? Simtag Racing win that one then after a very, very dominant performance there. 1 lap ahead of G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR. Dynamics Racing Blue finishing in 3rd place ahead of Graphite Racing TCR 2 laps down. BMS Motorsport were 4 laps down, and BMS Motorsport 2 Belcar 7 laps down at the end of that one. And, well, what an incredible race we've seen today, boys. Absolute belter. We are just going to skip back through and just have a quick look. Just going to have a sort of start point for the replay. Just wait for it to come up and then we will start the interviews. And iRacing, as you can imagine, is just taking a second to skip back everybody. It is going back through by about 3 hours. So please do bear with it. We should have something in just a moment. Yes?
While we do have a bit of time, today is a massive turning point. One, because it has almost closed the envelope on the GT4 championship, but also in 3 of the classes, the 911 class, the GT4 class, and the TCR class, we have had new winners that we have never seen. So previously, going into this round, Bin Goal by SimTag EMG have won every round in the 911 Cup class, but today it was won by G-Drive, so massive well done to them. The GT4 class has previously only been won by Talk Freak Racing by Carrot. They have won the 3 rounds, but today it was won by Flemish Sim Sports, so very well done to them. And previously, going into this round, G-Drive Racing Exemia and Flemish Sim Sports TCR are the only people to win the TCR class, but today SimTag Racing took top honours. So overall, it's been a day full of, well, success and victory in every class.
It certainly has. And, well, speaking of success and victory, we bring in the 2 drivers that really put everybody else in their dust completely today. Fabrice Cornelis and Koen Klopman join us in the box. Koen, we'll start with you, mate. Obviously, you had the middle stints in that one, and to be honest, the pace was very, very consistent. I mean, you boys blew it out of the water today. How do you feel?
Really great, yeah. Glad the race is over and that we finally can say we've won the race, because it's really difficult to stay focused in such a long race that you drive ahead, or you're like ahead by so many laps, and then stuff happens, and then it's hard to stay concentrated, of course.
Yeah, it is easy to get complacent in those moments. Fabrice, just coming to you, mate. We highlighted that with like 2 laps to go in the race, you were still doing the fastest laps of the race. I mean, we were expecting that you'd sort of calm down a bit towards the end, but it seemed that it was completely the opposite. You were out there like a madman.
Yeah, I just kept pushing to put the P2 guy on another lap, because the penalty kind of screwed us up, I think. Like we were aiming to first like lap everybody 4 times. I mean, like when you have like when the competition is not that good, you just like set other aims, you know. So like the aim first was to lap everybody 4 times, but then the engine problem started with for Koen.
Yeah.
So then it was 3 times, but yeah, then the black flag happened, so I was just pushing and pushing. And I just got him in the second last lap, and yeah, it's also fun to keep pushing the limit of your car. I mean, otherwise it's a bit boring, I think.
Yeah, like I say, it is easy to sort of zone out there, as Koen says as well. You can sort of lose concentration, but it was an absolutely unbelievable performance, guys, and we honestly can't congratulate you enough. Going into the final round, though, 24 Hours of Zolder. Is it going to be a 3-man team for that one, or is it just going to be the pair of you?
We hope to bring in Max Benecke, because he's also like on the team.
Hello.
But yeah.
The problem is getting Max in is not easy. He doesn't have a lot of time anymore these days, so
Yeah, I can imagine.
Like he seems to be very famous. We don't know why, but
yeah, he's at the end it's just a flap. But yeah.
Is he a sellout, is he? No, I'm joking. But no, honestly, boys, that was an absolutely incredible performance today. You really did deserve that win, and I mean, to lap everybody else 3 times is really rubbing people's noses in it, but we love that because it was just so quick. Before we let you go, though, Koen, I'll start with you, mate. Is there anybody you would like to give a shout out to?
the team, of course, yeah, and the sponsors. So Fabrice probably knows them all. So I'm gonna let it over to him.
Opens Facebook.
Opens
Facebook.
No, like, yeah, big thank you to Koen, of course. Like, he did an amazing job this whole week, like getting the setup ready for our car. And of course, Thomas, who came in today for like spot a bit and help us out a bit with the strategy. And then, yeah, the sponsors. Too many to name, but of course the main one, Simtech. And yeah, of course you guys for broadcasting. Yeah, again, I will have fun watching this back, and I'm looking forward to the last round.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Very well done. and we'll leave you to go and enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Conan Klopman and Fabrice Cornelis there, two lovely guys there. Jack, take your pick, mate. Who are we going to drag in next? Although, to be honest, I think I know who you're going to choose.
I'm not sure. Let's have a look around. Let's bring in Martin van Loosnoord from G-Drive Racing. So, Martin, massive well done on the win. And we saw you sort of at the midway point in the race, and we've just brought in your teammate as well, the driver who eventually crossed the line for you. How did that feel out there? Because it looked like it was a busy old job working your way through all of that traffic.
Yeah, well, I think was a whole different thing, whole different sort of racing. But in the end, it's endurance racing, so you just need to manage the traffic as good as possible, and and keep the thing out of the wall.
Well, you certainly did a good job of that, and it definitely showed. Secondly, Marvin, obviously a massive well done for finishing P1 in class. What was that like going into the closing stages of the race? Because we knew the track was cooling down as we were going into the night. How did it feel behind the wheel?
Well, it felt great. I was just driving 1 hour, but the first few laps, it was kind of hard to control the car, but after a few laps, I get the right rhythm to do the laps, and it was so good, the car. It was so good.
Well, you did a great job once again. And at what point was sort of the win on the cards? Because we saw you battling quite early on, and then you just started to build that gap and slowly start to spread out. And obviously the people behind, I'm not sure whether you saw on the Delta at any point or if one of you was watching the stream, everybody behind started to battle, and then you sort of just came up through the ranks and took top honours. At what point was it where you were thinking, right, if we just keep it on the road, we're on for a win here?
I think it was at the first pit stop. We decided to not change tires, and Martin did a fantastic triple stint with only one set of tires.
Wow. I was going to say, like, we thought double stinting was pushing it. We didn't actually notice because of everything that was going on. I'm sure you can appreciate the sort of the pace was just incredible. I mean, Martin, I've commentated on you before and seen you race, but I mean that was quite a stint there. I mean, did it feel like it was on the edge in that third part, or were you sort of remaining calm throughout that?
I think the last few laps of the third stint was, I could feel there was a little edge of the tire, so I could feel I was, it was a little bit more tricky, but it was still manageable. So, yeah, I don't know. I've got this new wheel and pedals, and it all starts to come together and feels really nice. So I think that's also a reason why we could triple stint on one set of tires.
Well, it certainly came together well, boys. And to be honest, I mean, after all the bad luck that the number 13 car has brought you, and obviously, I mean, Marvin, last time round, you were saying you were going to change the car number. I'm pretty sure you're happy that you haven't now, because it was great to see that you finally got that win, boys. Honestly, very well done. It was awesome fun to see.
Yeah, it
Thanks,
was awesome to do.
Well, just before we let you go then, gentlemen, to go and enjoy the moment, is there anybody you would like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, of course. I will. A huge thanks to Martin and Steve. They did a fantastic job. A shout out to the team G-Drive Racing Eximia, of course, and to the other guys, Rob, Bim, Ben, Brom. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, I must apologise. Sorry, I didn't actually see Steve down there in the interview booth. Hi, Steve. Sorry about that, mate. I missed you there, buddy. You alright?
You totally ignored me. Just admit.
I'm sorry, Steve. I completely missed you there, mate. I was just scanning around so quickly. Just to add you into this as well, how does it feel to finally get the win in the unlucky 13?
First, I would not say unlucky 13 because it's my lucky number. That's why we dragged the 13.
Sorry.
But it tastes very sweet because this was a race that we really aimed for, a good performance. And it paid out. So it's really, the cherry on top of the cake, I'm really ecstatic.
Smashing stuff. Well done, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us in the booth. It's been a pleasure to see you finally get that win, and we look forward to seeing you in October when we go back to Zolder.
We hope to.
See you next time.
Cheers. See you, boys.
Yo.
And that there, everybody, is how to make an interview awkward with Chaz Draycott. Let's bring in then our next class winners. We had Senna Holzmans and Sebastian Kiemel from the Flemish Sim Sports team. And I tell you what, Hasse, why don't you take the reins on this one, buddy?
Hello, good evening.
Hello, Sebastian Senna finally win for Flemish Sim Sports and the GT4. Beautiful machine and a beautiful, beautiful race here tonight. What are your feelings right now?
Great that we finally win after the disappointing moment yesterday. We were doing very well in the Zolder Touring Cup, but we had some bad luck with an Audi, and we got back to P1. And finally, with a long way ahead, I got disconnected. But today it all came together, and we finally get a win together. So that's really sweet to have a cherry on the cake today.
And so a lot of pressure during the race from Talk Freaks. How did you see that battle developing?
Yeah, they're really putting on the pressure. It was we really need to stay on the pace. We had a good consistency. So yeah, I think we all the fast cars, we let them through, and that was the key, consistency.
As it is in endurance racing, usually really good job, I have to say. And again, got a lot delivery as well. Before we let you off the hook here to celebrate your victory, is there anyone you lads want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, thanks to the team for letting us drive, and the chance we got. We were not supposed to be here because we didn't. We weren't P1 or P2. The other guys let us drive this race, so that's really nice of them.
That's really nice, that, actually, and to be given that chance and make the most of it and get a race win, I imagine, is even more rewarding. And I'm sure for those guys that, if they're watching as well, I'm sure they're very pleased for you. But yeah, that was a cracking performance, gentlemen, and we've all been a huge fan of the liveries as well on your Flemish Sim Sports cars all season. So the three of us are very pleased to see it finally get a win. So very well done.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. Bye.
We'll see you at Zolder as well, I suppose, won't we? In the final round. Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Okay, and one more interview to do then, and we bring in Janos from SimTag. Janos, thank you very much for joining us in the booth, mate. I'm pretty sure you're absolutely ecstatic now in taking the win in TCR.
Hi, thanks for the invitation and for the good words. Yes, we are very lucky to be on the podium and on the top of the podium now after many unlucky race weekends, and I'm really glad and happy to win this race. We prepared a lot. Finally, we found some time to do it right.
Well, the car certainly looked nice and clean out there as well. I mean, it certainly performed well, but it's all about staying out of trouble in these sorts of races, isn't it? And I mean, we often expect quite a bit of argy-bargy at the start, but once you got through that, it just seemed like you guys really got into a rhythm there. I mean, did you find it hard to stay in a sort of state of concentration over the 6 hours, or did it come quite naturally?
For us, it's more natural than the 3-hour races. We used to did 24 and 12-hour races before, and for us exactly the 3-hour was a little bit too less to get the rhythm, but right now that 6 hours was okay. We did a double stint, so about 2.5 hours per driver, and then 1 hour for Attila, and it works well, so it was okay.
Also, Janos, while we've got you in here, the SimTag Racing team, they're third in the TCR standings on 47 points. And today, obviously, you took top honours and got the top step of the podium, but Ben Thanes and the G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR team finished just behind you in second position. So they were going into this round were on 72 points, so you've still got quite the margin to make up. But going into the 24 hours of Zolder and it being a double points round, do you think the championship is still within reach?
We try to focus on the championship, but for us is more matter the customers, and we're working for them. And in the past few months, it was not easy to combine the work with the racing, and we try to find more time to prepare better and show our best stand and the best effort on the 24-hour to be on the podium and maybe catch G Drive in the end.
Well, I'm sure you'll do a great job, and everybody here as well, and everybody that is watching are really looking forward to seeing you at the 24 Hours of Zolder. But while we've got you in the booth, is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Thanks for everybody to inviting us, and it was a great race. Really, we did enjoy every moment of it.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, and have a good night, guys. Bye.
Cheers. Thanks, Janos. What a cracking guy as well, and that does then, as Jack moved himself out of the interview room, that does actually bring us to the end of the show on this one, boys. A fantastic 6-hour event that we've witnessed here. An incredible performance by SimTag. I'll just come to you first, Hasse. What do you make of today? I mean, it's been epic, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been up to the mark of the races coming up to it. It's been no disappointment whatsoever. We've had really, really good racing. We've had it for the entirety of the 6 hours and across more or less the entirety of the field. And when watching a race or when commentating, what more can you ask for? So yeah, it's been brilliant.
And what about you, Jack? Obviously, your first race with us in the box in the virtual Belcar eSeries, and well, what a race to join in with. Obviously, the longest one we've done so far, and double the length, but still the same amount of action. Really, it's been incredible, hasn't it?
Oh, it really has, and what an event to start to start my time here in the virtual Belcar eSeries commentary box. It was brilliant. There was inter-class battles and like class battles for forever from the start to the end of the race. There was cars within tenths of seconds of each other, still battling for that extra little position. And I've got to say, the standout class for me is probably the Porsche 911 Cup class, because there were like two trios battling all at once. Then when those battles dissipated, within the next couple of laps, after strategy had played a part and people had gone into the pits and a couple of mistakes had been made, there was then two new trios which formed. And it's absolutely amazing night of racing. Well, afternoon into evening of racing. And I'm so, not necessarily frustrated, but I can't wait till the 31st of October to do this again. I want to do the 24 hours tomorrow.
I don't blame you. I'm in the same boat, to be honest. But well, that does bring us to the end of the show, though. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Jack, Hasse, it's been an absolute pleasure to commentate with the pair of you. The first time with us as a trio as well on Simracersworld TV. We hope, of course, everybody that's been watching has enjoyed it as well. So thank you to you for all joining us today, and thank you for the likes as well and getting us to get Hasse to commentate in Dutch for a short amount of time. I've been Chaz Draycott. Hasse, Rømer and Jack Werrell have been with me in the box. I want to just give a quick thanks to the virtual Belcar eSeries as well for having us broadcast this. Simracersworld and Ian Roots. Ian does an incredible job at keeping us all in check behind the scenes and getting us all of these fantastic gigs to be able to bring to you. Thank you, of course, to SDK Gaming for the overlay, which has been absolutely top-notch for us all season and throughout every single Simracersworld TV broadcast that I've done. And thanks, of course, to the SkyLimitEvents.com team for sponsoring this event, the 6 Hours of Daytona. Don't forget them on Halloween. It does seem like forever away, but trust me, it'll come around sooner than you think. Halloween, we have the final round of the championship, the 24 Hours of Zolder, and I quite frankly cannot wait. And me, Jack and Hasse really do hope that you join us there. But for now, have yourselves a brilliant evening, and we'll see you next time.